exists in one way or another. So, which would debunk his whole premise of subjective morality in the first place, because God is the standard. But yeah,
Hey, is it your opinion that God is tangibly validated, is empirical? God exists.
yes,
How do you know that?
because for creation to exist, there needs to be a creator.
Okay, denote creation. Tell me how this is a creation.
A
And
creation.
listen, I'm not coming against you. I believe this too. I'll tell you that's a belief. But I've been working on my empiricism lately, and that one's been bugging me. So continue.
I'm just really closely listening to you, Glaflo, because we know you and I have the both same views.
So basically, it's gonna be a task because God can't be limited to what we see here. Like we can't put measurements here to prove what's above. Like how am I gonna put this? Like I can't suddenly do an experiment like or whatever here down on Earth.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So we could only approach it on the divine aspect, like trying to rationalize stuff, and at the end of the road will finally come down to God existing because of so many.
I think it sounds like an assumption based off faith.
Not really, because like if there are various predictions in a certain scripture that have come true and that are true, and if we know that these scriptures have predated all quote unquote science, we could be assured that the being that was behind this scripture knew what his own creation was made of.
Hang on. I got to stop you there. I do apologize. I guess I'm stepping on the toes of ladies' night, and that would be the last thing I'd want to do. Clearly, absolutely not. So yeah, I'm gonna go. But thank you for sharing that. I just wanted to get your opinion. I appreciate it.
Oh, sorry, like for interrupting.
Oh no, you didn't interrupt. I interrupted, brother. I did, and that was my bad. So continue, y'all.
I'll go on mute.
No, you're fine, dude.
Yeah, I think you're fine.
You can finish explaining.
The ladies want to give you a shout.
Yeah, the ladies' night's coming up.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt the whole event, so like, when is it starting even?
Pretty soon.
I think it started 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, it started 20 minutes ago. When we were letting you guys finish your conversation and waiting for some.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. I'm done.
We apologize.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Who is that?
Jimmy, I have a question.
What's up?
Is infinite regress logical?
That's an interesting question. I think that I'm a logic absolutist, and I try and find logic in everything, even if it is illogical. So even if it's an illogical statement, I try and find the logic and how it can logically be argued, either for or against. So I don't really know, quite frankly. I mean, things that I'm witnessing right now, I would say that even though it's illogical, it still occurs, if that makes sense. So there has to be some kind of a logical argument for it. And with that, we are starting ladies' night. So hi, everyone. What ladies are here today?
Damsel Medics here.
Karma signed in for a little bit.
Hey, Karma. And I know Dandelion is here as well.
Yep, I'm here. Hello.
And KJ. I don't know if KJ's here to talk. How's everyone today?
Okay, it's getting cold here.
Awesome. Well, I would say I'm in a really good mood based off of the verdict today, but that's my own personal opinion. So I'm definitely yeah, in a better mood today than I usually am.
That was good news, yeah.
It was really good news.
Are you talking about the bill passing?
No, not at
Oh.
all.
Oh,
I'm
hell
talking
no.
about the Rittenhouse trial. The Rittenhouse trial.
Oh, I'm
Same.
sorry.
Yeah, I probably won't stay long because it was one of those crazy Fridays at works. I had all the drama piled on me from the kids today. So I'm probably just gonna say short well and then video game like crazy.
Yeah, that sounds exhausting.
That is exhausting.
Especially because like two of the kids who had the biggest blowouts today are both like one of them is autistic, the other one has, other things like that. So it's extra hard to get through to them sometimes when they're just like, my feelings are the most important. But in a way that reminds me of Glopers, so made me think of you guys.
Not far from the mark. Glad you stopped by anyway, though. Say hi.
Yeah, I figured I'd at least, show up a little bit.
Well, I'll go ahead and make an announcement that it's starting.
Is there anybody in here that wanted to discuss anything with us? Anything new and exciting?
We could always start with music if we had to.
That would be awesome. Anybody have any requests?
Why
Trace
did
has
they
got a new
lie?
one out.
Grace has a new one. I heard somebody say. I haven't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is my
new
two
one.
recent.
Well, I haven't heard either of them, so I would love to hear them.
I helped a little bit with one of them, and the newest one is just him.
Okay, if somebody's
can
got
look for
the link,
links.
I can play it unless somebody else is doing that. Oh, and Gladflow put the Hank Hill interview in there. Oh, great! I didn't know that was up. Thank you, Gladflow. I listened to it live when it was happening. I didn't realize it was on YouTube. Now, Hank Hill did a really good job. If people have a chance to listen to that, it's totally worth listening to over on the Roundtable server. And what was most surprising about it, I don't even know why or how this happened. I don't know if it's just the power of Hank Hill or just the people that were in that server at the time, but like they let him finish his thoughts, they let him explain things fully, they asked him good questions. It was like shocking, to tell you the truth, how well it went. So it's definitely worth listening to. I feel like it's probably if I listen to it again, I could get an even more objective view of it. But when I listened to it when it was happening, I thought this would probably be a very good introduction to just the concept of flat Earth, I think, for people who are new to it. So that is highly recommended. I'm going to open that link and then put it on my Flat Earth YouTube list. So which one are we wanting to play? The Secret Kings or the Your Invitation?
The one that Kama sang.
Is that one Secret Kings? Says
I believe
Tracy.
so.
Yeah, we did Secret
Anna.
Kings together.
Okay, well, let's hear that one. I don't think I've heard either one, so.
Do we have a DJ for this, or should I summon Dre?
I'm working on it. Hopefully I can do it.
I think most people can relate. You've met those who consider everything a debate, those who destroy it rather than create, those who thrive on hate and make you wait while thinking they're so great.
No, you never knew me, no, you don't hear me, do you? I don't know if I can reach you. I don't know if I can teach you. I don't know if you can't even learn a thing, bro.
Much of this I see, no accountability. Falling free, can I make them see humanity? Not enough humility, lacking in civility. Falling free, thinking they can be nobility.
But your little secret kings pulled around by strings, by those who wear the rings. Pitiful these little things, hope you find your wings. No, for your own offspring's sake. No, for your own offspring's sake.
Everywhere I see, no rationality. Falling free, can I make them see what I see? Not enough for you and me, lacking in real equity. Falling free, thinking they can see a fantasy. Learn from making a mistake. Don't spin away acting all fake. If you're honest, reality won't break. Everywhere I see, no credibility. Falling free, can I make them see the fallacy? Not enough science for me, lacking in validity. Falling free, test and see, just like me, no empirically.
You know you never see it, no you don't know logic, do you? It's hard to see through all this sophistry, but it's hard to believe. Stuck in a fantasy, belief in a fallacy, but it's not meant to be. Hurt those they care about, taking the easy route until they don't care anymore.
Everywhere I see people just like me, falling free, can I break them free? It's a tragedy. Through the bottom I could see, change the man I used to be, no longer falling. See, your tactics are known to me.
Bunch of little secret kings pulled around by strings, by those who wear the rings. Pitiful these little things, hope you find your wings. No, for your own offspring's sake. No, for your own offspring's sake.
When the masks be slipping, they start tripping. They let rip the guilt trip as the love bomb hits as tender as can be, but then kicks in the selective memory. Now they're gaslighting and they got you fighting. You're accused and abused and their ego bruised, feeling used and confused, no longer amused.
They lack control of themselves, so they try to control you. Think that anything they say is tested and true. The type that's always right, but often wrong. Says that you're so weak and act like they're oh so strong. But the mask slips before long, and you will understand why we made this song.
If you deny the narcissistic supply, they scream and they cry, the eternal victims, why lie? Some are like this guy, because they can they try, through our naivety we let them fly, that's how people die. Everyone doesn't have patience for these patients, but to deny their existence is complacence.
Well, that was amazing. I really love the lyrics on that, and your guys' voices both go so well together. It's moody and inspiring.
Yeah, it's kind of based on the whole narcissistic personalities. I think we've all come across at some point.
It's still beautiful.
Yep. Exactly. That's why it's moody, right? Like it kind of punches you in the gut. I loved it when you said talking about getting the wings, and there are a lot of really poignant lyrics within that song.
Yeah, I gotta give
Amazing.
Trace credit for making like 90% of the lyrics. I only help with a few lines. Like I got one here and there, but he's the master lyricist. I'm just like, damn, son.
Yeah, that one's good, and I like his newest one though. The one that came out today, I guess, on YouTube anyway.
Yeah, I love that one too. He made that
Lyrics.
like in 1 or 2 days while I was at work, basically. I mean, I just came home like second day since he started that song, and I was just at work for like a few hours, and before I know it, he's like, "Oh, I finished the new song," and I'm like, "Oh, already? The one you just started?"
Yeah, I think you two have been so helpful in pointing out how that whole phenomenon of the epidemic of narcissism that we see in the world today, which is only fueled by the current obsession with social media, also relates to the globe heads and the globe lie in general. Because it's basically a gaslighting that these globers are doing to the rest of us, aren't they? They're like, yeah, this globe thing, you don't feel it, you don't see it, we don't have any real evidence for it, but gosh, if you question it, you must be a crazy person, right? Because they all are in this like illusion, world of illusion, which is, I can't remember, there's a term for it that the narcissist set up where it's like a fake reality they set up for their victims and their targets and so on. And basically that's what's happened. It's just that the fake reality is so widespread that it's very difficult to get on the outside and see it. And even when you get to that point where you can see it, then all the other victims are also going to be yelling at you for how dare you try to shred this illusion that this narcissist has so carefully and kindly set up for us. And we're busy here enabling them, enabling our abusers. How dare you point them out as abusers? Because that's very uncomfortable for us. We might have to take responsibility of our own, for our own lives if we acknowledge that this is a fake reality. So yeah, it all ties together. I appreciated that song. It was great.
And taking responsibility for that is scary because they've been, what should I say, disempowered. So they don't feel confident enough to actually take responsibility for their lives and do all these things because they might not have the know how or the skills or self esteem, honestly.
Right. And that's how maybe we'll be able to help people in the future. Because, yeah, I do think some people do want to get out of it. Sometimes it's just difficult to find the door.
Yeah, I mean, the cognitive, it's like narcissism almost pushes people into the co-narcissism. So, of course, they're going to fight you on it.
Oh, Citizen Plane wants to say hello to us. They just sent me a message. They said they're a flat earther, so I will unmute them and say hello. Citizen Plane, can you unmute yourself now? I'm on my phone, which I feel like it doesn't always work when I do it on my phone. I'll try it one more time. I don't know if somebody's on the computer that can do it. Here we go. Hello, Citizen Plane.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, we're just having ladies' night.
Yes, I'm very much a guy. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, that's fine. One of the things we do on ladies' night, sometimes we talk to the Globers, if they're here, the Globe Believers.
Yeah.
And sometimes when they're not here, we do talk to new flat earthers in the server, which sounds like you are. But you said you have like a YouTube channel or something?
No, I don't have my own channel.
Rockfin. I don't know what Rockfin is. What is Rockfin?
So it's like it's a completely uncensored platform to post content and stuff. Yeah, a lot of truthers are on there. It's basically all I watch. I don't watch YouTube. You can't get any truth there anymore. Um, but no, I've been a flat earther. Well, I was like I was in the closet flat earther for like 2 years. I was so afraid to come out and tell everybody, but like in my head, I knew it was that. But then after about 2 years or so, I finally started to own it, and so it's been about 4 years now, or 2 years of me being out of the closet. So yes, I've been huge. So I actually thought of a big truth last night, and I'm trying to remember it. Can't think of it right. I was watching something and made me think of it. And maybe I'll
It
think
might
of it
come to you.
again.
Yeah, if it comes to you, let
But
us know. Yeah, I was thinking about. It's funny that I don't know if any of you listened to the Precious Metals show last Saturday. We also have a show, Citizen Plane, on Saturdays. Starts at 1 p.m. Eastern, where our silver and gold members run the show. So
yeah,
I listened to it last Saturday on YouTube, and they started talking about philosophy and I think, is it pronounced Hegel, the philosopher? I think so. And the slave master dialectic. It kind of relates to what we were just saying about the narcissism, because it had been a long time since I read about that. So I looked it up again, and it basically has to do with the fact how the master wants these slaves to profess allegiance to them, but then because they are slaves, they can't profess free allegiance. So he never actually gets what he wants, and then the slaves end up being the master over him, because he also, this is the way I interpret it, is that, the master kind of like compromises themselves by trying to force this kind of allegiance. It's very relevant to what's happening in the world today, so that they become like shells of themselves and the things that they were trying to control, and that they somehow admire. They ostensibly maybe admire in the world, because it's really that they're envious of those things is why they would try to control them, such as creativity, big hearts, and so on, all the things they don't have. And so eventually, when they control all these things, they just keep emptying themselves out more. So then they become the slave to the former slaves.
Yeah, that's cool. So look, I thought of the truth that the flat Earth proof that I thought of last night. So, um, okay, so they say that we live on an oblate spheroid, right? That it's bulging it's the equator, south of the equator. They say that because circumnavigation takes longer south of the equator. We all know that's why they say. Anyways,
Chubbier. Yeah, chubby's a good word. It's like pear shaped.
yeah, exactly. So, well, if that were true, then the rotation of the Earth. Ansley, I'm on the phone. Hold on. No, Ansley, hold on. I'm sorry. Then the rotation of the Earth would uh um would cause us to feel it, because if it's strong enough to make the Earth bulge, then it's obviously strong. The rotation is strong enough for us to feel it. If it's strong enough to cause forces to, if it's strong enough to make gravity, give up and let the Earth bulge, then it's strong enough that we should be able to feel the rotation, right? You see what I'm saying? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. My son came in and was asking me a question, so I actually did not hear his question. Did any of the other ladies hear the question?
Ansley!
I'm literally hearing the same thing. I'm just yelling at
You're
my
talking
husband.
to your son, yeah.
We all are, I think.
He's talking about
It's that
centrifugal
time of
force
night.
countering. Sorry,
Yeah,
Oh,
Ed.
good.
He's
Hank's
talking
going to
about
take it.
screaming.
Go ahead, Hank. Go ahead, Hank.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I think he's talking about centrifugal force countering gravity.
Yeah. So, yeah. So they're saying that the Earth, is an oblate spheroid, then how is it okay? So then it's overcoming gravity. If the rotation is strong enough that it's overcoming gravity, then we should definitely feel it, and it should definitely blow off some water, right? Like it shouldn't be strong enough to hold the water if it's making the earth fall. You see what
Well,
I'm
my whole
saying?
thing, I did when I was younger, it was the first time that I questioned, like, wait a minute, this whole globe thing that they told me about was when I went to the fair and I went on to the Gravitron ride.
Yeah, the gravity.
And when you're on the Gravitron, it spins you around, and what do? You fly backwards, and you're stuck to a wall. And so that was one of the very first times. I must have been like 8 years old. That I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how are they going to get away with that? And like, how are they explaining that? And I remember asking my teacher, and they just like brushed it off. Like, it's gravity. Gravity works differently.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
I mean, it's just it's crazy to me that people still. I mean, I understand why they believe it because I believed it. But like whenever I pointed out, like I have this friend at work, and he is like a strict glober. Like I mean, like we're best friends, but like we fought for weeks over it. He's like, "No, man, you're a freaking idiot." And he's like, I'm like, dude, you gotta think, like, just forget everything you learned. Like think of it from a new perspective. Yeah. Ansley, come on. Ansley, it's cold. Ansley.
Creation Bear has a couple people in the check-in, and they were people who were just in the live stream, so hopefully they will be willing participants if they make it down here.
Ansley, it's cold out here. Come on. Let's go in. Let's go in.
Oh, and I don't know if Shines is still there. Are you listening, Shines? I'll wait till she's listening because I wanted to say something about last week. Oh, the Empirical Emperor is here. I remember talking to the Empirical Emperor before. Hello, Empirical Emperor. Yeah, I guess even if Shines is not here, maybe she's listening but busy with her children. I might as well take this time while nothing else is going on. I did want to apologize to her and Truth Prevails because last Friday night I was busy making dinner for my mother. I didn't get here till quite late. And I was just so tired. I just didn't even feel like I could talk. And I didn't want to talk to so-called Professor Phil. But he was just so toxic. Like, even if I wanted to intervene, I didn't feel like I'd even put it. I thought you ladies wanted to talk to him. Like, the only thing I would have done to him is just banned him, which I think Truth Prevails did end up at some point banning him. But there was a little bit of controversy that ensued as to whether we needed people like this dishonest globe pusher Phil around here. So I just thought I'd take this time to say I don't think we do need people like that around. He was extremely hostile, even though Truth Prevails repeatedly said she didn't want to talk to him. He kept targeting her, even though both Truth Prevails and Shines answered his question multiple times. In a very clear and logical way, he kept asking the same question so as to create the appearance for the audience that his question wasn't being answered, even though it had been answered several times. So he was basically taking advantage of the patience of these women who were, I think, maybe because they're used to dealing with children, they're used to answering the same question multiple times if the person is unable to understand their explanation. But in the case of Phil, he claims to be an educated person, he even claims to be an educator, which is shocking to me. I would never allow my children or adult children of any age to take a class with him if I found that a person of this demeanor, that I was paying them to educate my children, either through my property taxes or tuition, I would immediately withdraw them from the class and insist that they need to have either another teacher or I just find another school. Because this person Phil is dishonest. He uses dishonest tactics. He's rude. He
Very
treats
rude.
women in a very horrible way, differently than he treats men. So he takes advantage of them being kind, just to create an image, I guess, for that he thinks he's creating for the audience, and maybe it's working. I don't know who was chiming in there. Maybe was that Karma?
Yeah, I was saying I agree. He's very rude.
Were you there when
Like,
that was happening? I can't remember.
Yeah,
just
he
in
also
general, my
it
experience with
wasn't
the guy.
yeah, and he wasn't. It was interesting his tactics to use. Like he would scream. There's instances where he would like get really bully with us, and then that would make us raise our voices. But then when a guy would come on and talk to him, he would get really calm and act really polite. It's like like you could see the
It was
differences.
obvious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was very obvious.
Yeah. Yeah, I listened to the whole thing. I tried to ask him one question. It was pointless to have anybody else ask him. They were doing such a good job, Shines, and them keeping
Yeah, I
truth,
kind of felt like that
keeping them
too,
on
but I
point.
didn't feel
They didn't let him
I felt like
escape.
that too. I didn't really need to intervene. Though later I knew that Truth Prevails ended up banning him. So then I felt like, oh, should I have intervened? But they were
No,
doing fine. You're right, damn somebody.
but they
Yeah,
handled it well.
when-
They looked better than him by far. I laughed through the whole thing. I thought it was hilarious how stupid he looked. You don't understand what they're saying. It was so clear to everybody else. So it was pretty obvious. He made it really obvious that he was treating the women differently. So
And it's just sad that
he
this
looked
is
bad.
this is
He
sad.
made a lot of the guys tell him straight up.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's sad that the Globe has been reduced to this, the Fantasy Globe model. That this is the best they can do for their defenders. I mean, he claims to be a defender. Most of the people that come in here admit they don't know anything because they were never taught anything, because the Fantasy Globe model is not adequately taught in schools, because if it were, then the holes in this fantasy would become more apparent. So most of the people that come in here are typical Globe, pusher, just admits like, yeah, I don't know anything about it, but I assume the best they can do is I assume someone smarter than me has figured this out, right? They assume that's the case, because why else would it be pushed everywhere? And yet they soon find out, nope, nobody actually did. And then the people who do push it, like who claim to know what they're talking about, are like the Phils of the world, or the Jem Pandas of the world, or even the Bill Nyes or the Neil deGrasse Tysons of the world, that don't have a consistent story, won't honestly debate anyone, especially in the case of the people who are getting paid to be pseudoscientific entertainers, such as Bill Nye, the lying guy, and Neil deGrasse Liar Tyson. They won't debate a flat earther. Never. Why would they do that? They can't handle it because they know it's a lie. And so that's why all they have are these tactics. They have no facts. All they have are tactics, dishonest tactics.
Another thing is they know that we know more about their globe than they do. Most of them. Like, we have studied this far more than they ever will. Like, maybe there's some PhDs out there that know more about the globe than a lot of us, but a lot of us have studied this a lot. And, we know the exact mileage, 93 million miles away from the sun. We spin at 1,000 miles per hour. We know all the math. And they don't know how to handle that.
And honestly, any PhD who isn't compartmentalized enough to not know the model as well as us is going to realize it's flat or just be dishonest with themselves.
Yeah. My daughter
There's so
wants
many
to say
contradictions,
My daughter wanted to say hi. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hey, cutie pie.
It's so cute to hear you.
Adorable. Hi.
Hey, that was another question. So how do you anybody with children, how do you deal with the indoctrination of school? Like, because I don't want my kids to be taught that they live on a globe.
Well, my child isn't even in school yet. He just turned 4, and he already is like outer space, planets, astronauts,
Yeah,
all these
exactly.
different things,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And he's not old enough to understand. He just knows what he's seen in, like, different shows that we watch. Like Peppa Pig had an
exactly.
astronaut thing, right? So he learned it from
Yeah,
that show. Um, I mean, as they come with age, it's basically asking them questions. Well, what do you think about that? You know what I mean? What about this? The same way a child continues to ask why, you
yeah,
do that right back at them, right? And you teach them logic and to logically break down what is it until we can, have an honest discussion about it. So if he
that's
talks about
awesome.
astronauts or space right now, I kind of really don't take any
Yeah,
action towards it because
exactly.
I know his mind can't really process that.
Yeah,
But I even have the little kids book from, I think it was Eric Dubay made like a kids book about flat
yeah.
Earth and some other people. So I purchased those before he was even born. Um, I was
I
like, I
didn't
knew
know.
I would want those for my children. Yeah, there's a couple different books. I can see if I can dig up the links for you, but they're just cute. And it's like, the grandma takes a trip around the world and asks these questions. And so you can kind of go through the book with them. And I just really think it's all comes down to logic and discussing things with them and for them to be able to come to their own understanding of what it actually is. I mean, it's going to be the
Yeah,
same thing with politics and everything that they face in this world. And I think the best foundation we can provide for our children is logic.
yeah. Because like with them indoctrinating, like that's why they teach the globe at such a young age. Because if they taught it at 16, 17, then people would be like, "Whoa, that don't make sense," you know?
Because it doesn't make sense. That's why they have to catch you before you're good at logic. They have to catch you and indoctrinate you into not thinking logically. They do it early. They start really early. They don't logically think through anything. And I was very fortunate. My mother taught me logic early on, so did my dad a little bit, mostly my mom and my grandmother. And it made a huge difference when I went to school. By the time I was in school, I just told them all that they're wrong about a lot of things. I had no problem with the idea that there was a difference of opinion because I knew what I knew and I knew what I could figure out. And I just didn't believe the crappy story they told me. I had to think about it for a while.
My dad,
stuff,
I
I
think
fell
that's
into the globe. Grandparents didn't know, but I still knew how to logically work through things. So when this came up, it was very easy for me, extremely fast. And we're talking hours. I figured out I had where I'd made my mistakes. I trusted other people's opinions, and I had enough brains to be able to figure it out on my own. So
one of the things my
that's
dad
just what you got to do: teach them how to think and be true to themselves. What?
Yes. One of the things that my dad did with me to piggyback off of what she just said is my dad always played devil's advocate. And he taught me what devil's advocate meant at a very young age. And even if I was right about something, he would still play devil's advocate with me to make sure that I was thinking logically sound. And so, no matter what the argument was, no matter if I was justified in it or if I was completely wrong, he would say, well, what about this? Let's play devil's advocate. Okay, well, what do you think about this? So just really getting the brain, those muscles, right? That muscle memory of like, well, what about, and to always learn that to especially question yourself, right? Like we definitely need to question everybody else, but we need to question ourselves and question our own biases and things like that. So devil's advocate is a great game to play with children to teach them logic.
That spins
And you
off
can make
into
it really fun, like there's the
Hello, fellow flat earthers.
hello.
Who's saying
Before
that?
you guys switch,
How's
I just
everyone
want
doing?
Karma's got something to say, and then we'll go on to find out who we're talking to. Go ahead, Karma.
just before the subject changes, I just want to stress how important it is to also teach them the difference between belief and knowing, and that there are people who will tell you that they know something when it is just a belief. So that even though an authority figure tells them this is like this, like at school, then later when you talk to them, you'll be like, go over why it's not that, and then explain how it's a belief, and that's that helps them often deal with why is this person telling me this. Then it's because they believe it.
Spot on.
literally.
Yeah, I was just going to say one more thing on that subject. What you asked to complain. Definitely, if for whatever reason, a lot of us do homeschool our children, but if for whatever reason you have to send them to a regular school, I think that's common for people. Even when my daughter went to public school way before Flat Earth, she knew you're not going to learn what you need to know there. That's just a place you go to like eat lunch, be entertained by the other inmates, run around at recess, and maybe you'll learn a few things on the side if you're lucky, but your kids have to know those are not serious education institutions by any stretch of the imagination. At least none of the ones I've ever seen are. So you just, like these other ladies were saying, on the side, you have to, through the Socratic method or whatever the method you find works, teach them logic and objectivity and so on. Like and whenever it comes up, like I don't go into like huge lectures about it with my children. Sometimes I do, especially when it's a topic that might threaten their health quite severely. But when it's just, casual, fake, globe on the screen or whatever, I'll just say, yeah, that's just some science fiction there. NASA's just a science fiction agency. These are the same stories as you might see, in Star Wars or whatever. There's no science behind astrophysics. That's just a creative writing story, things like that. There's a lot of ways you can counteract it without like getting them too agitated about it or making them feel like the weight of the world's on their shoulders. So we've got Abo SF7H is new, and then somebody else said hello, fellow flat earthers. I don't know who that was, but
no, I want to listen.
Who wants to listen, Abo?
I say I want to listen to you people.
Yeah, Dandelion, we just checked in Abo, MJ and I think MJ and him had a really cool conversation in their native language, so that was cool to listen to. But I think he's a flat earther, so go easy on him. But yeah, glad to have you, Abo. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Nice, yeah, welcome to the server, Abo. This is our ladies' night on Friday night, so if you do have any questions, feel free to speak up. You don't have to wait to be called on. That goes for anybody else.
I don't know English very well, but just I want to listen. Maybe I learn something, and someday I will speak to you.
Okay, your English sounds fine to me.
No, it's very bad.
Your English is good. We understand you very well.
But I get that it can be nerve-wracking speaking in the beginning when it's not your native tongue, because it's hard to express yourself the way you want. So no stress if you want to listen in the beginning. I get that.
Yeah, we have a lot of people here that's not their first language is not English. So that's good. We like it. Glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm Icelandic. I started by listening a bit first, so I definitely had all the English terms for the scientific. Yeah, so I wouldn't mess up the terms. I'd learn them first.
I want to ask something. Yo.
Shoot, man. Go ahead. Take your chance here. Give us a good question.
Okay, now you are people all believe the Earth is flat, right? All of government they say the Earth is not flat, right? But I want to know why are they are lying. I know the answer. I want to listen to your view. Why they are lying.
There's a bunch of different reasons, I believe. One is
I don't believe. I know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we don't believe here. We actually know.
So NASA, they what's the word for it?
Hold on a
They
second, bro.
contact
Listen,
all
dude,
their work.
answering. Hey, it's ladies' night. Yo, ladies' night. You're not a lady.
Well, you could be. You could identify as one if you want.
Oh, please don't.
Yeah, let's not go into that one right now.
Clams are allowed.
Citizen, just put yourself on mute and like we're still having a conversation with you. You know what I mean? Like you can chime in, but while we're talking with somebody else,
Oh,
let us describe to him like what's going on.
oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah,
No
I
worries.
didn't.
No worries at all.
It's kind of the night where you get a chance to have
You're
a
not
BGM.
you're not embarrassing yourself. People just aren't used to it. So why would they lie? Well, one of the reasons we can say here is that if anything I tell you is going to be basically speculation, because again, do I know why liars lie? Well, I can guess. I can tell you why I think they might be, but can I prove why they are lying? Can I tell you exactly what their motivations are? Well, unless you ask the liar and then trust them to tell you the truth, well, then you're going to have to go with what speculation you have. But most people lie for gain, some kind of gain. Whatever it is, it's some kind of gain for them. And that's all I leave it at, pretty much. I mean, it could be financial, it could be personal, it could be power, it could be control. I mean, there's so many reasons why. But again, it's speculation on my part. And we don't like to go into too much of a speculation here. We have a place for that. We actually have a place in the server for that. But here, I can't tell you it's fact. I can only tell you, yeah, it's kind of gain.
So you know the answer, but you can't say anything because she's streaming on YouTube.
No, she's saying that she doesn't know the answer because it would be speculation because the liars have not, number one, admitted that they're lying. And number two, if they even told us why they were lying, do we believe the liar of why they're lying? We do know that they're all liars lie for some reason, for some gain. But no matter what, in a court of law, it doesn't matter why their, you know what I mean, what their motive was. That doesn't even come into at all. You know, and even if somebody did say why they did it on the stand, you know, it can be used against them, but that still does not matter when you're serving a verdict. The why isn't important. It's the fact that they did it, right? That they did do this. So we can speculate all day about why they're doing this, and there's multitudes of reasons why. We can, you know, power, money, control, just to name the top three. But I mean, it doesn't matter why they lied. What matters is what the lies are, and can we prove that they actually are lies? Which, yes, we can.
Yeah, I think
But
the
the-
reason
but-
why
but,
you'll
uh,
some. Oh, go ahead, Abo.
In my view, if you know the why, you know the reason, right? You know the why they do it. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, and that's
if we know the why, we know why they are do it, right?
yeah, motive
So
sometimes in a
so I will tell you guys my view, like 2 minutes or 3 minutes, right? Like in my view, I'm like a Muslim guy, okay. I think this why are they do this, because like in Islam, the Satan, okay, he don't wanna people believe in God. So like when you asking the athlete guys, you say to him the earth is flat, you think you are crazy, right? And in Islam we have like people not in our place, and the earth is flat, and we have like many island, not in our island, right? And Prophet Muhammad say about Yajuj and Majuj, right? And he say like 1,000 guy, okay, he go to hell and one go to heaven, right? And we think like a Muslims, maybe we have 1 billion Muslim, okay. If you do one guy go to hell, go to heaven, mean 1,000 from Yajuj Majuj go to hell. So these guys is, they are so many where they are. So the Satan don't wanna people believe in flat earth to know these guys Yajuj and Majuj, right? Because the Satan lie about the fact of the earth because of this. This is my view.
So I'm a little bit lost on the whole how you're correlating this back and forth to the whole why we need the why. Why do you need the why? They
To know why
lie.
he's lying.
Who cares?
But you don't.
We don't need to know.
That's the thing. You know in your religion that Satan's a liar. He lies. Period. So that's true in Christian religions as well. It's a liar. So liars lie. They just do. They have a lot of reasons that they'll make excuses for. So people can make any excuse they want. They can even say it's for hiding God, which it could be. Possibly it is. But at the same time, what gets you to figure out a lie is the most important part. How do you know you've been lied to? Because if you can't figure out you've been lied to, you're never going to believe somebody comes up and tells you it's flat. You're not going to believe them unless you can tell them how can they figure it out for themselves. Can they measure it themselves? Can they actually go and test things for themselves? That's how you know and not just believe. A religion, you can believe a lot of religions. Some people believe in Islam like you, some Christians, some other religions, Buddhist, whatever. No matter what religion you are, or if you're no religion at all, can you figure out if you've been lied to? And that's where from this point of view here in this server, is we don't hit the religious part because we have so many variety of people here with different religions and thought. There's no problem with your religion. We just try to prove, are they lying?
I see some video about Catholic people. They before maybe 15 years, and in their movie they speak about flat Earth. I think people know before 100 years the Earth is flat, right? Maybe the liar is new.
Well, here's the thing. You're Muslim, right? So, I mean, if you read your scriptures, is there anywhere in there that said, oh, never mind, the globe, it's actually a globe? You're saying it says it's a globe in there? Because don't you think that, prophets and like that they would say, never mind, you guys think that the earth is flat, because they did back in that time. You don't think that they would have corrected them on that?
Actually, I didn't understand. Sorry, I didn't understand English very well.
It's okay. So let me make it a little bit slower. So there's no, back in the day when those scriptures were written, they all thought the earth was flat. Nobody had this globe idea in anyone's mind at all.
Yeah.
Don't you think that they would have clarified to the people, this is where you're actually living, this is what it actually is, instead of allowing people to think that the earth is something different?
Yeah, and our Muslim people before, like in Muhammad days, they never say the earth is like a ball. They know the earth is flat. Never anyone.
Same with the Christian Bible. It says the same thing. Jesus would have told them differently if it had been something that they were wrong about.
I don't know why they say like this. And now in our days, the Muslim, big Muslim say the earth is ball. Yo, the old Muslim says no, it's flat. Now you change your word. Why? You believe in NASA. Allah says in Quran the earth is flat. Why you change? Right?
Same in the Christians. Christian people, yeah. So it's all about them changing that. Yes, that's one of the reasons they lie. I'm sure that has something to do with it.
Just make me angry.
But when it comes down to it, if you know somebody that's not and is not a Muslim, or even know somebody that's a Christian or another religion or no religion at all, how do you prove to them that they know where they are, where they live, or what it really is? That it's not a globe. And so that's what we do here. We don't worry about the religious part because that's for other servers and other places. We don't mind people talking about religion, just not here on the live stream as much, because again, that is a belief system that you have faith in. There's nothing wrong with that. But we don't try to push that here. We're trying to get people to be able to lied to. Have you been lied to? I mean, is the globe the real thing or not? And once you can prove it, then you know it's not built on faith. It's built on absolute knowledge that you can measure it and figure it out for yourself. That you can trust your senses. That you can trust your knowledge. that you don't have to have people over you to tell you if you're being go on the work of faith. You can go find the journey of finding who that creator is that you think it is. And that's your journey.
You know, I
yeah.
don't
And so
take,
that's why we work on that. That's why we stay away from why do they lie.
I know what you say, but you know, I don't take this the flat Earth from Quran the first. I see the science. It is all clear. It is flat. You know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that made it really easy.
I
and it builds on your
need
faith.
the books to tell me. I see it.
Exactly.
I see the science, right?
You know there's a creator because you can see the creation. You know that it's flat because you see it and you can measure it. But that's the first step. And then once you do that, then like your faith gets stronger because you then have something else to back it up. And that's good. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's admirable.
That's exactly what happened to me.
I mean, all old religions have truth in them because they all describe the Earth as flat. You pretty much say that.
Ladies, my wife is in the VC check-in, and I just wanted to let you the ladies know that she'll be coming in shortly.
That's awesome. Thank you.
And just to let you know, she is the reason I'm a flat earther.
That's even better. That's awesome.
No, I'm super hyped.
Good woman.
Your better half taught you the truth, huh? Nice.
Well, I wouldn't. It was kind of a mutual thing. It was more like she won't jump into anything without me. She was kind of scared, which is understandable. But I'm the one that really researched it. She almost wanted me to verify it before she fully jumped off the ledge, if that makes any kind of sense.
She wanted to do it together. Well, you guys are one. That's good.
Exactly.
Dude, I do the same thing with my brother. When I find something and I'm like, I think this might be something, I want him to check it out because I trust him to see the things that I don't. Because we both acknowledge and are aware of the fact that because I'm a woman and he's a man, we function in different ways. I'm really good at seeing the big picture sometimes, and he's really good at zooming in and finding the small details and vice versa. And if you have a good female and a good male working together, you get the best balance there is. Just wanted to say.
Oh, that's so true. You're absolutely right. And it's somebody you could trust.
Agree.
With your feelings and your thoughts and not have to be dishonest. That's awesome.
Yeah, man. Drace is my best friend. We have a no judgment zone in his room where I'm sitting right now, where we talk about anything and everything at any point.
I love that. I really love that. That's awesome.
Just if everybody could do that, that would be so awesome. Brothers, sisters, friends, lovers, all of it.
Yeah, the best thing is when you live like this, when you really aren't afraid to give unconditional love and all this stuff, you attract people that are like you. I have adopted an old man in the fish store nearby. That's my grandpa now. We have adopted Bambi in Scotland. She's honorary member of her family. She's our sister. And I have another sister who lives in a different part of the country now that we adopted, Semi. You're family now.
Amen to that.
It's actually my fish store grandpa's birthday coming up soon. So do you have any ideas what I could make him or give him for birthday? Because I already made him blankets. So I don't know what to give him
I
next.
was going to say, do you knit, crochet?
I am literally knitting a sweater as we speak. I made him a giant blanket last time. So I'm like, what do I do now? I need to top
Make him some hats and mittens or something to keep him warm, a scarf and stuff.
All the time. Oh, scarf. I haven't made him a scarf yet. Genius.
There you go.
It was so basic.
Maybe
Really
some mittens.
I don't know if I can do mittens. I've never done the thumb before. I could get mom.
You'll figure it out. Handmade gifts are the best. in my opinion.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I've even knitted hats for like people at work when they have big birthdays or I want to make them happy.
Mrs. Rabbit, why don't you say hello to the server?
Hey everyone.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you.
I'm pretty shy. I was just listening.
Hey, the nice thing about being shy on the internet is nobody knows who you are and you can say anything you want pretty much.
I was going to say, I'm super shy
Nobody
too.
will know it's
I know a
you.
lot of us are. A lot of us are shy. But it's cool that I mean, it's really chill in here. As long as people are honest and have good conversation, there's nothing to worry about. And we would love to hear your perspective.
About the earth being flat.
Sure.
About anything. We like honesty about all things.
I think I'll just listen for a while.
That's totally fine too. Yeah, you do not have to talk if you do not want to, but please feel free to chime in whenever you. I think my microphone is kind of breaking up a bit. Sorry about that.
It's a little bit. But yeah, you're welcome to ask any question you want, anything you want to know about. Feel free to break in and just ask, or even make a comment if somebody is talking to somebody with the globe view. If you feel like you have a good point, go ahead.
All right. Thank you for the warm invite.
Also, know we're really happy to have you, and your husband has talked very nicely about you, so I've been very excited to get you here.
Thank you.
Do we have any Globers?
It's been pretty dry lately. I haven't seen many come in. Not tonight, especially. I mean, definitely not. But
What, do Globers normally come in?
They usually should. They used to, but we've been slow for a couple weeks now. It's like they're avoiding it or something. I don't know. Maybe they're not hearing about it. It's very strange.
I'll paint some more rocks to throw them around and see if somebody picks it up.
I have a question, if it's okay.
And the best thing is, we'll know if it works because if they're Icelandic, it's going to be obvious because of the accent.
Hey, I have a question, if it's okay.
Go for it.
So, what were you guys' like biggest proofs that brought you to flat Earth?
Well,
I guess for me,
I had a weird experience with it. You can go first. You probably have more better accept.
I can just say that I had some things during my childhood and younger adult life that occurred that made me real suspicious that I wasn't getting the full idea of what was going on. One of them was seeing things too far. When I was a kid, it was explained to me that I was seeing mirages. I knew that couldn't be possible because I knew about mirages enough that it didn't make sense because I had direct access to this place that was showing up. I had traveled from it from being at the base of it and then coming all the way home and seeing it the whole time on a clear day. So I knew it wasn't a mirage. There was an incident in the Air Force that I had after flying an emergency landing happened that gave me an indication that something wasn't quite right. We made a stop that shouldn't have occurred on a globe, and I couldn't put it out of my mind. Around, let's see, I think I hit it around 2013, 2014. Sometime my son got me on YouTube. I was, at the time, I was homesick with a terminal illness. I had lots of time on my hands to think about things and look at things and consider. And when it came up, I knew where I had gone wrong on this whole thinking the globe was real. I have science degrees behind me, so it wasn't very hard for me to understand what was going on. And I just jumped right into it because, again, it was not hard for me to prove with all the stuff that I had kept back in my mind going, this doesn't make sense. I'd worked with centrifuges even in my career, and I knew I'd never seen anything stick to anything with a centrifuge. And if it got unbalanced, you would know absolutely for sure that there was something wrong. And the globe is not real balanced looking to me, if you look at the size of the oceans and stuff. So there's a lot of things that just kind of clued me in, and I just knew it. So it wasn't more than an hour of a video. And I can't remember which one I watched first. Might have been 200 Proof. It was one that was real common at the time. And yeah, within an hour, I knew for certain. And then I just had to go out and prove it again to myself by doing some measurements, doing some long distance stuff.
Was my big one first. And, I was still like on the fence. I was arguing with this girl for like a week on Facebook, and I was saying, no, it's round. What are you talking about? And I was, researching and everything, and and she's like, just watch this video, please watch it. And I was already a truther, but I thought, flat Earth was just way too out there. And flat earthers were crazy. And then I watched 200 Proofs, and I was like, well, hold on. Like, something's not making sense. And then I was hooked from there, and, just going out with my own camera out to the lake. We got a lake here called Percy Priest. And there's a spot where you can see about 5 miles and to this island, and the island just has the shrubs on it. So hold on, Ainsley. So you shouldn't be able to see the shrubs, and you are definitely able to see the shrubs. So that did it for me.
So I was brought to Flat Earth whenever I was at my previous job. I was just talking about ancient aliens, and a coworker said, "You probably think the Earth is flat." And I said, "People still think the Earth is flat?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, why do they think that?" And he said, "Because they're stupid." So I went home and I started to look into it because I didn't think that was a very good reason. And there was probably good evidence out there for people to feel this way. And I started researching it, and I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole alone. So I went to my fiance, he's my husband now, and I said, I think the Earth might be flat, and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole by myself. So we both went down it together.
That's an awesome story.
That is the most romantic truther story I've heard yet.
It is. It's so romantic. Let's hold each other's hands while we jump down this rabbit hole. That's awesome.
It makes me think, like, oh, I wish I could find a truther guy like that you can trust to go into like strange truths together with. That's nice.
Well, we always watched conspiracy
That's why I threw a
theories.
ring on that finger.
Well, what got me was the Antarctic. What got me was the Antarctic Treaty and old maps from like the 14th century having Antarctica like circling in, and once I was reading about the treaty and General Byrd, I was just like, okay, like there's some concrete stuff here. We have to research it further. And it's just been awesome learning all the different things that I thought I knew, but I clearly didn't. And I'm like, wow, everything is a lie. It feels like everything's a lie.
You have a really nice voice, by the way.
Who is this that we're talking to? Because I'm driving now, so I can't look at the name. Who is that that just told the story?
Miss
Rabbit.
Rabbit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a great story. Thank you for telling it. Yeah, I think Admiral Byrd is a real big piece of evidence that I don't hear discussed enough. I was going to mention that to the other guy who asked about why would they lie, and I was going to, if I get to a stop sign, I'll still put in the live stream the Admiral Byrd interview where he says, and it's recorded on YouTube, his black and white interview where he says that he, when he was exploring Antarctica, saw a landmass the size of the United States beyond Antarctica. And he just says it real casual. You can tell he was like, had the spirit of exploration still, that he was assuming, of course, as anybody would. Oh, look, I discovered a new land, right? That's just going to become a place where people explore, and of course, then it just kind of got shuffled away into the corners of history, and most people aren't even aware that he ever said that. I didn't know that he had said that until I was introduced to the flat
I'm pretty sure that the video I watched, he had planes fly over to the land and they were crashing into nothing. And I actually recently tried to go back and find this video of him talking about it and there being pictures of crashed planes, but I couldn't find it. So I'm like, did I hallucinate that, or is it just not easy to find anymore? So I don't know.
It's
if
not
that's
easy to
true.
find. It's not
Is that
easy
true?
to find. I've actually heard that story. Well, I don't know. I never saw the video myself, but I have other friends that said they saw that. And there was some other guy that was telling me that, yeah, he had found some evidence that they had talked about it in some paper somewhere. But, yeah, there's some weird stuff with that. And a lot of it's still classified as far as I know, too. So there might have been some CIA papers. And a lot of those, they disappeared as soon as they put them out. They kind of just disappeared. I know a lot of our CIA
even
papers
more
that we
about
have
the
show
Antarctic.
a flat stationary Earth being used. They've hidden.
I also recently saw a pretty interesting video telling a story about a guy who went to one of those research stations in Antarctica, and they were researching this sky ice or blue ice, and it could only be researched there because it had to be so cold to even have it melted so easily. And the funny thing is, oxygen is blue when it freezes. So I don't know how much of that is true, but it's definitely interesting stuff,
Yeah, it's blue and it gets almost solid, so it turns into a solid. So who knows? But it's pretty cool.
I actually talked to a minister about it, and he said he had a few people at his church that were flat earthers, and the other people in the church would get very angry with them. And I've noticed that if you bring it up, people get very angry, and I don't understand why. Maybe they don't have an open mind. But this minister, he said he believes at one time the firmament was ice and it melted, and it's what caused the flood to happen. And I said, well, in order for the firmament to melt, and let's say it's not there anymore, then you have to completely erase everything you thought you knew about space, because it makes no sense on a globe model. And he was like, oh man, you're gonna make me research flat earth again, aren't you? And I was like,
good job, girl.
If you're
You
preaching
did good because that's right.
Yeah, if you're preaching the Bible, you can't just pick and choose what you believe.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way.
No, and that's the thing. That's the creationist. There's a creationist group, the ones that are geocentric. And there's a big group of them that are associated with debating scientists on the age of the Earth and how fast things happen. But when it comes to flat Earth, none of them will back it up. But they'll come up with this excuse of the melting ice sphere and all kinds of weird excuses that are just as out there as globe. And they won't look at this. They get very angry, get very upset, think we're stupid. I don't know what it is other than wrecking your worldview is really hard on some people. Me, it wasn't that big of a deal. I didn't hold on to that worldview very hard. But some people, yeah, it's almost like because I don't know, they just can't let go of this world that they've come up with in their mind, whatever it is. Because most of this globe stuff is all in their head. It's not even real, so it's in their head, and you're taking away their favorite thing. A lot of them love space, and all the movies, and the imagination, and you're taking away their dream world. And I think it's just like in the Matrix movie where you got Cypher, who decides he'd rather kill to stay in than live in reality. I think a lot of people are like that. They'd rather live a false reality because it's easier.
I don't think that coming to Flat Earth, you can't sit back and still enjoy watching Star Wars. Or, I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. Like, you don't have to sit there and say, oh, I hate Star Wars. It's such a lie. Like, it's always been a lie. Like, you can still enjoy it. I don't know. That's what I try to tell Robbie.
A lot of us do. A lot of us watch that stuff, but we know it's total fantasy. You know it's fantasy at this point. So, and it's okay because it's fantasy. It's
all of it's fantasy. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Superman's fantasy, but we still like it.
I think a lot of it is. Go ahead. Nisha.
I just wanted to say that the funny thing is that the flat Earth thing did ruin sci-fi for me a little bit because now I know the science better. So when they get their own pseudoscience wrong, it actually bugs me because I'm like, they're not even doing the pseudoscience wrong. They don't even know their own mainstream science, and they get annoyed for wrong reasons.
Don't worry, I critique medical movies and medical themed shows worse than just about anybody because as a person who's done that stuff, gone to the medical school stuff, yeah, I have a problem even with that. So I do the same thing now with the sci-fi stuff too. Just can't watch it without critiquing it because they're doing it so stupidly.
Yeah, I guess it's anything that you know well enough, then you see it and you know how stupid it is because it just does not work that way. You're like, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. I'm even about like when you watch comic movies, and you've actually read the comics, you can get kind of annoyed. I get moist. I get very like, God damn these bastards.
So I went and I talked to my grandma today thinking that I was going to convince her that the earth was flat. And she already knew. Like, she was like blowing my mind because she was finishing my sentences and I was just like staring at her in awe. And I said, "Why didn't you tell me this when I was a little girl?" And she said, "I didn't know. I didn't read the Bible." I relate everything to the Bible. I don't know. Like, to me, that's my truth. And after coming to this realization that what we are living on or in has been a lie, the Bible makes more sense to me.
And we have no problem with that here. There's a lot of those people, a lot of people who feel that way. Like just like the guy previous to you, he's a Muslim. He feels that it proved his scriptures as well. So, that people have to follow their hearts. But if you can prove that it's true, that you've been lied to, that's the best part. It's no longer based in faith. It's based on absolute truth and knowing. It's not just faith. You can still have faith, but it's nice to know some things for certain. Just like I know there's a creator. No doubt about it.
Hey,
Yeah, definitely.
I wanted to say something on what you guys were saying a minute ago. I think a lot of people are afraid of flat Earth because, like I was afraid of what people would think of me and like going against like what all my friends think and all that stuff and being looked at differently. I think that's a big thing is because that was the biggest thing for me is like, what are my friends going to think? Like, everybody's going to think I'm crazy. I'm a freaking flat earther, Like,
Well, this is the
Well,
difference between somebody who's, in groupthink, right? And we see so many people like this. They double and triple down when the facts are literally presented to them. They double and triple down and like refuse to admit that they are wrong and will just continue to lie. And that's the whole groupthink mentality. When you see
yeah.
somebody that no matter what, like it's like, oh, this might actually suck, and I might be afraid to like talk about it, but I know that it's true. And if I'm confronted with it, I'm going to show these facts to these people because I'm not going to allow them to bully me into this groupthink mentality of lies that they're trying to, I don't know. The whole capitulating to the mob has never been my MO. Like, I just refuse to capitulate to them. So it's really good to see people when they are willing to stand up for that. And even if it is as humble as just saying, well, how do you know that? Well, what about this, right? Just even if it's something as simple as that, people don't have to go out and, scream it from the rooftops, but even just in day-to-day conversation, just testing people on what they think is a fact when in fact it's not.
Yeah, see, like I've always been a people pleaser. So it was like I
right.
said, like so the first 2 years I was a closet flat earther, but now like it's like I scream it from the rooftops. Like I let everybody at work thinks I'm crazy, except for, there's two other people at work that are, well, now it's one, the other guy moved, but so there's me and one other guy that know the earth is flat. And so everybody else thinks I'm crazy. I'm just like, whatever, I mean, like, just look into it, man. Just look into it.
Well, that's why the cost versus benefit, like I said, everybody lies for a reason, and it usually has to do with the benefit. Well, benefit of being part of the group is a huge play in all of these things. Absolutely. But it also costs you who you are if you don't live with the truth. If you can't face the truth, you can't really be free in yourself. You can't be okay by yourself. It means you have to have the group to approve of everything you think of, including that you think the earth is a certain shape or not. It'll cost you something in your soul that you can't replace. So to me, being a truther about all things is so vital to me because I will give up every friendship in the world if I have to stay in the truth. If somebody doesn't want to be okay with me having that kind of opinion about what I see as truth, well, not mine. I gained something from it. So, but a lot of people feel that if they lose friends or they get mocked or whatever, that costs them too much to even do it. So they'll hide. They'll pretend it never happened or the truth. It's that whole cipher thing. What do you really want? What do you want? In the very end game, is the truth going to matter in the end? I think it does. That's just my personal opinion, though.
Truth always matters. Truth prevails always matters as well. But yeah, I wanted to add to that a little
It
bit.
does.
That was a good one. I even have to say something myself. Almost forgot what I was going to say because I was smiling so hard at my own joke. Okay, I was going to say something about what you were saying, but now I forgot, so just keep.
Just that I think the truth sets you free in a way that you can't ever get even from the group think or group being part of a group. Can you be free in yourself? Because that's what the government's taking from us right now is our ability to be free completely. Well, when it gets down to it, what really makes you free? I don't think living a lie is free.
Oh yeah, now I remember what I was going to say. It was about the whole afraid to tell your friends and stuff. Because for the first like maybe a couple of years myself, I didn't talk much about this because I didn't feel confident going into it until I felt like I could explain things and all that, answer questions. But at the same time, when it comes to friends and stuff, you can always just start with small little things like implying and talking about this. Like, oh, did you know there's no scientific evidence for this? I just found that out. That's super weird. And then that evolves into, I went onto this Discord to talk to these flat earthers, which is all true. It's just how you frame it. And then you're like, did you know this? And you can kind of bring them along on a second ride to try to get them to realize. And if they're not cool about it and they freak out on you, they're not very good friends because you can just take hey, you don't agree with me. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. We don't have to talk about it. We just be friends. Don't talk about this. And if they still don't let it go, they're just, well, kind of a-holes. So are they good guys to be hanging around?
So, hey, can I chime in real quick?
I'm sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
I said, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, remember I told you I was arguing with a guy at work about it. His name's Jake. Well, he's completely a Glover. He spent his whole weekend trying to watching basically YouTube videos on like globe Earth proofs and everything, and it was just funny that like literally he was trying to explain to me, how the Earth is definitely scientifically round. There's no other way it could be, but I actually knew more about his globe than he knew. And I pointed that out to him, and I told him so many proofs and everything, and he still just. And then like he would go on Facebook and bash me about it, and then like I would just post proof after proof after proof, and like things like the whole reason they say it's pear shaped is because circumnavigation takes longer south of the equator. Like they never said it was pear shaped until flat earthers were saying, it takes longer south of the equator. Uh, there was a bunch of stuff, but it was just that, like you were saying, like they double down and triple down, like they just try their hardest, and it's just he's one of those people that is never going to come to flat Earth but I mean, he believes in like certain other truths, but for some reason he doesn't think that NASA is lying to him, and it boggles my mind.
What's up with Australia and the rules?
It makes me wish that Australia is watching what's happening in Australia right now. Heart wrenching. I feel for them.
Maybe he's is this person asking why you're not
Yeah.
the part about
Why
the
is it in the
rule?
rules? Yeah, what is that? It's not real.
I think that's some kind of trope that existed in the past. That was some kind of straw man thing about the flat Earth. That is one of those claims like we never actually made, but some people used to make to portray flat earthers as being silly, as saying Australia
it's the
doesn't
same thing as like
exist. I'm pretty
birds
sure
aren't
that's the
real.
reason, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, birds aren't real. Australia isn't real. Like all these silly little things to make people who are supposedly conspiracy theorists, which I think we should be called "I told you so's," look like we're idiots, right? But
All
again,
of
I
that.
wish that Australia wasn't real. Looking at what is going on in that country right now, I mean, they're very flat.
I think that they're like testing it in Australia, and they're trying to, you know, see what'll happen if they could maybe move it over here and into Europe and all that.
Yeah, so with flat Earth, I think that's true, like you said, about just general conspiracy theories, is that they try to make it look silly by inserting these false narratives into it, because obviously the powers that shouldn't be know that the so-called conspiracy theories are the ones who are leading people away from the mainstream robotic narrative that is devoid of evidence, especially in the case of the globe. So they have to do something to discredit those people ahead of time. So that's what I think, the Australia thing, the birds thing, it's just all part of their psyop to insert false narratives into the conversation, which I think they're more subtle about it now. I don't even think people do that anymore. I think the way they insert false narratives and discredit flat Earth, for example, is much more subtle than it used to be. They've had to become more subtle because our arguments are getting better, and the debate was lost by the Globe side long ago. They don't have a debate, as we mentioned earlier, so all they have are tactics. So they've had a lot of time to dedicate to these tactics because they don't actually have a Globe bottle that holds up to any kind of tiny little scrutiny. So they have to do these tactics, and their tactics are just getting more subtle, to the point where some of those old things, I mean, they're rules because they used to be an issue, but these days their ways of discrediting flat Earth are much more subtle than that, aren't they?
That makes sense. Yeah, I was like, is Australia not real? Am I missing something?
Yeah, because it sounds like you found some pretty good information early on, like you never got led down the Flat Earth Society rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Did you ever have any exposure to them?
No.
That's good. Yeah. Because I think it's similar to that, how they come up with this straw man model of a disc flying through space. And a lot of people, they did what they set out to do, which was to create an organization that would turn flat Earth into a joke, that would be considered to be the official voice of flat Earth, so that anyone looking into it would run into this ridiculous organization that has nothing to do with the real observation and measurement that shows the globe is an obvious lie. So those people that come up with this flying disc model, especially with the teenager types that come in here, like that's what they have in their head, is this disc flying through space, that they think that's what we think. So yeah, that definitely worked.
Because that's all they have on YouTube is all that. Like that's where they all get their facts is YouTube. And that's literally all they have on there is that model. They're
Wow, the
saying
full
that's
moon.
what
I'm
we believe.
sorry to interrupt. I just saw the full moon for the first time tonight. Wow, it's so beautiful. I'm just driving here. I'm driving west. Yeah, it's kind of in the southwest. No, I'm driving east. I'm sorry. It's in the northeast. Totally opposite of what I just said.
I'm horrible with directions. Directions, I'm like, wait, where
I'm
is
on
it?
the highway, so I'm either
It
going
happens.
east or west. And I sometimes
Totally.
I forget if I'm coming or going because I go back and forth so much. Yeah.
Well, I'm in California, so I'm excited to see it tonight. It is kind of overcast here.
I thought it would be here because it was earlier, but yeah, it's totally clear right where it is there. There's clouds around it, kind of. Yeah, it looks really pretty.
Yeah, I would say it is quite conspicuous how the word flat Earth has been mentioned by very high-profile politicians. I think it's only the Yank politicians that I've heard, and Obama himself. And if I had to explain all of this to somebody at this point, I would go straight to, the fiat currencies, the one world order. All these lies in succession, the really big ones, 9/11, weapons of mass destruction, the whole destabilization of the Middle East, the fiat currencies have to go. So they're going to bring in the New World Order, which Australia is experiencing right now, the first taste of, with quarantine camps already, double electrified fences. There's lighting everywhere. There's no escaping. It's like a concentration camp. But this is all about the world's finances. It's about nothing else. I can't see another logical reason why there's this panic from, the people who are wanting to bring in a great reset, wanting to build back better, and saying that we all need one religion, one currency, and one world government. It's all about hiding the fact that they have been stealing money, that they have been using usury against us, that they have been taxing us beyond our limits, that they've squandered so much. And NASA is really at the top there, the kind of money that they have walked away with. So if flat Earth were to be revealed, I mean, there's going to be hell to pay. That for me is their prime motivation. It's not about reasons that we can't discern. Why are they behaving like this? Why are they being so cruel? And look at what they are doing to people at the moment. It is despicable. The world has become so corrupt. So corrupt. And I really think flat Earth is like a linchpin. If it became common knowledge, then people, would finally wake up to everything. It would be like a big truth bomb going off.
Yeah, but we have to be careful about who sets off that truth bomb because of the Hegelian dialectic. We know for the last 2 years, we've known from the beginning, it's a problem, reaction, solution thing. I think they underestimated like the amount of pushback they would be. They got to, right? It's shocking, like how people are just being led to the slaughter, right? Because I think they expected a bigger rebellion sooner. Because you see, even truth people will believe that like someone like Rand Paul is on their side just because he makes a little speech going against their stuff or whatever. And he's one of the ones up there making fun of Rand Paul is. So come on, guys. If any person involved in this government, and I'm talking about the United States of America, especially somebody who's one of that 100 senators club, comes out and says anything that you think they're suddenly leading our side, please. There's not going to be any savior in any official mafia government institution. All those people are bought, sold, and paid for before they even make it into the U.S. Capitol building for the first time. So please, people, we will not be having a savior from that realm. Come on. I don't care how beautiful their speech is. People were fooled by Trump. Yeah, and now they're fooled by this Rand Paul dude. I mean, yeah, I was into his father. I get the feeling, especially if you're younger. I was fooled by his dad, Ron Paul. But come on, guys, come on. Yeah, they're going to have a solution like, oh, no, we've been oppressed by these mandates. I'm here to save you. I mean, please, let's not fall for that. That's all I have to say about it.
Preach.
And the stay that the DOJ has just put on the mandate, for the magic elixir that goes in your arm. I mean, that's just more bullshit. That's just a temporary a thing like a carrot, a stick, Oh, we'll give them this carrot for a little while.
So we just have to walk out. We don't give that fake system any attention by saying the solution is going to come from there. I mean, you can let the little, Trump 24ites or, the people who are looking for the religious exemptions, that's fine. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, aborted fetal cells is bad. Yes, yes, yes. But all those people are still just willing to accept this paradigm. They're just waiting for it to go back to normal, just like you were talking about the Christians who will go part of the way down the road. They'll say, oh, yes, dinosaurs didn't exist. The earth is young. That's like standing up against this world
like to some extent, but we don't want to be too uncomfortable. We don't want to get to the real crux of the matter, which is the globe lie. And so we're just going to quietly sit here in our little institutions, because they've created institutions for those people to be comfortable in. The Creation Museum, the big names in the, so-called creation science movement. It's like those people don't have to stand up and be alone and be the only person in their friends group or family group or like general geographic area who's saying, no, that's not how it is. There is no globe. Those people are afraid to stand alone. That's why they create these little fake, PSYOP organizations, because basically people want somebody else to tell them what to do. So they'll create little semi-revolutionary little things so people still have someone to follow. No, you don't need to follow anybody. Follow your creator would be my recommendation, but you don't need to follow any man. There's no man that's going to save you. Know enough in your heart that you can stand up to anything, and you can walk the barren desert and you shall not die of thirst. And you can wander far in safety, though you do not know the way, and you can speak your words in foreign lands, and all will understand. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, it's hard to, especially when you're going on the internet and looking at various topics, the absolute state of ignorance that people are in. I don't really know if there is a cure for that. It's going to have to be a sharp shock to wake people up. I don't know. Personally, from last year, finding myself in the position where I was formulating this idea that, oh my God, the world's not what I thought it was. In the midst of everything else that's going on, and trying to, as Lao Tzu said, know your enemy. I mean, I think, there are very tough times ahead for all of us, no matter where we are.
I agree with that. And I also think that there's something to be said. Like, there's this, like, complete opposite dichotomy that's going on, right? You have people that are crazy and wild and will do anything and create protests and riots and the mob, right? This mob that people are continuously capitulating to, and it creates this this entire snowball of people actually in the government, using this and using the people to get what they want. Where people that actually are honest and truthful and logical, they're not going to go out and do that. So it is a long haul ahead of us, right? Like, we're not going to go down and burn cities or do anything that's going to be harmful in that way. You know what I mean? We will protest, and people will do things like that, but it's not going to be to the degree that this other side that is, the squeaky wheel gets the oil kind of a thing. So I think that there is a long road ahead, but because we're doing it justifiably and righteously, I think that we will prevail in the end, because we are not breaking the law or doing something horrible to be heard or to get things done. I think that the truth always prevails, and then it takes longer, and it's patient, and it's kind, and it is going to be quite a struggle, but I do still have faith that it will win.
I can't really say that I agree.
That's fine. You don't have to. I would like to hear why you don't.
Most Christians today are waiting for their savior in the form of a Messiah who's going to come and intervene in everything that's going on. And I was for many years in a very strict religious order, and I find myself finding out that the earth is actually not a ball, and then having a crisis in my religious view of where where do I belong? Um, with a Protestant background. And I just think the evil that I now see in these people, it just takes my breath away. I tend to be, I'm becoming more nihilistic by the hour, I think.
Well, yeah, you can see like I mean, I was thinking about this just the other day. It's like, well, you can see how, this is what free will has led to, right? There's certain people who are taking their free will to the max and therefore like interfering with everyone else's free will, just becoming like the most controlling, the most evil. You guys can fight with me if you want, because I noticed the people who still believe in the government. I've had this debate with just people in my regular life. They don't want to say that this is the worst, the darkest it's been, because they want to say, oh no, back in Rome, they were doing this thing or that thing, or back in World War II, they were doing this thing or that thing. Yeah, that's what they tell you they were doing, because that's all part of the predictive programming. It's always part of the control. It's like, oh, back in history, look what people did. We never want to go back to that. Oh, did they really do those things? Because I've never seen people act worse than I'm seeing them act right now. I've never seen it in my life. I've seen it degrade to this point in the decades I've been here on the earth. So I'm not, why should I believe you guys, the people in charge, who are telling me, it's been worse before? Because I think it's at the max here. So if we're talking, like you said, a lot of people believe, oh, this is the mercy phase where because people have free will, they're just being allowed to like take it to its natural conclusion. It's like, yeah. So the natural conclusion is going to be like, yeah, we're just standing here alone in truth while we just watch everyone around us destroy themselves voluntarily, while a bunch of people at the top are just like laughing their way to the bank. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I don't know where it's headed. Somebody's got a plan going on. Like, I'd like to see it, come to fruition. That'd be cool. But otherwise, I'll just hang out here and watch all the people around me make horrible life choices, not willing to listen to anything you have to say, not willing to hear the truth, not willing to hear logic, and so on. I'll try to keep my children, alive and healthy and, somewhat having a decent life as long as I possibly can. But come on. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. It's ridiculous. If we want to make a point here about, when people have free will to do whatever they want, run all over people, this is where it leads. Like, I got the point. I'm not going to let anyone forget. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think we have reached saturation as far as the evil that men do. I don't know. I saw two ladies in the USA. They were having an argument about getting access to this one lady's shop. She was the proprietress, and they ended up in hand-to-hand combat. And I felt sorry for the woman who was being attacked. She wouldn't let her in because she wasn't wearing a face covering. But I also feel for the woman who had this outburst, because I think that she's been brainwashed. I didn't particularly feel that she was an evil person. I feel a kind of empathy for her. She's in like a hysterical, psychotic state, driven by fear, or the conviction that she has to do certain things so that she can be able to survive. That her survival is under threat. It's absolutely surreal.
Yeah, and I guess you get pushed to that point because it's easy when you're not actually at that point. You're just thinking of in theory. It's easier to just say, well, that you won't get pushed to that point because you don't want to compromise whatever line you've drawn, and with your ethics and so on. But yeah, it's hard to know, when you actually get pushed to that point, because people are very fear driven when they don't even have anything actually threatening them, right? Everything is imaginary and invisible, and they're still just running around like chicken with their head cut off, So that's the thing. I mean, I think those of us who can see things more logically, like,
I remember, 2 years ago thinking, "Oh my gosh, I am gonna be like the only person around here who's gonna keep a clear head. How am I gonna handle that responsibility?" But 2 years later, I'm like, "Yeah, I'm handling it. I'm still here." Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I think that's we just have to accept, like, for whatever reason, we are saddled with this responsibility, whether it's because events in our lives have made us strong enough to handle it or, not necessarily because you want it, but you're just stuck with it. And, and you see people kind of turning to you, even though you don't necessarily want people to do that because, like I said, it's a lot of responsibility, or other people won't turn to you. They'll run from you as fast as they possibly can. Yeah, right. Because they're still waiting for the government to save them. And they actually think that's going to happen. And like we discussed at the beginning of this, with Drace and Karma's song, not everyone wants to hear that, their Stockholm syndrome kidnapper, captive, captor is a bad guy. A lot of people want to say, "What are you talking about? They just sent me a check for $1,200 and they give me food. And if I can't work, they send me more checks. Like, what do you mean they're bad?"
Yeah. Yeah, you summarized it very well. Yeah, I do hear things, and then I think, oh well, there are a few good men, but I think all in all, I just think the common man, the people who are not in high positions of power, we have just all been so deceived for such a long time, and once you see the globe Earth deception, um, which for me peculiarly, I just I just saw what NASA was up to, really, and Elon Musk, and I didn't even grasp any of the science. I had no idea, that there was real science to back up the flat Earth. I didn't have an inkling. But when I realized that there was some deception underfoot, I intuitively understood what was going on. So I also battle with people in my friend circle, people in my family, because I think it's imperative that people find out about this situation that we find ourselves in, and it's really difficult. If you've been a flat earther for a while, but if you're not, and somebody says, "Oh, you're spouting conspiracy theories because you must be a flat earther," it is such a ridiculous notion when you know nothing, when you know absolutely nothing. You think to yourself, that is just ridiculous beyond words. But it takes such a short time just to look at everything and to come to a better understanding. That doesn't take any time at all. For me, it did take a while, but I was really busy. I was working full time. I was doing a lot of other things. But I would say in a day or less, you can show somebody exactly, what the truth is, the reality, the measurable, what you can perceive, what you can prove.
Right, yeah, if they're willing. I mean, but if they want to stay in the globe cult, which many people want to stay in the globe cult, they'll just go search something and find somebody who tells them refraction. That's your abracadabra right there, and just erase everything Ariel just said because I said the word refraction, even though I don't know how, the debunker. I'm saying the debunker doesn't know how it works, inaccurately portrays it, can't draw us a ray diagram of how that actually works, but they just say the magic word, and then yay, I don't have to worry about what Ariel said because refraction. Thank the Lord. I mean, that is what we're dealing with. So it hasn't, to me, it has never been more clear. But I have people in my life, like a lot of my friends, that I tried to explain about all of this. Just they don't actually argue with me; they just kind of don't respond. It's kind of like, hey, whatever, And so I think that's just the way it is. I mean, people just either consciously or subconsciously, just like we talked about, they don't really want to leave the system, even though some of these people kind of are bucking the system. They're kind of countercultural people. And by countercultural people, I mean extremely traditional people, because that is what countercultural is. People who have big families and so on. But they still, I think, are like harken toward the past, which is what I used to do. I used to think, oh yeah, like when I was born, even like when I was young, I was obsessed with Little House on the Prairie. I was like, gosh, I would have loved to live in the pioneer times. That seems so much better. They just like ran around outside all day and cooked stuff, like that sounded like paradise to me, you know what I mean? But now I'm not like that anymore because I realize, like, yeah, no matter what happened back then, it was always leading toward this. So I'd rather just get this over with. If there's something on the other side, that'd be cool. Like, I no longer want to go back. But I notice a lot of other people are thinking they can bring back, the past or traditional values or like, Western civilization, existing or, a community that you could send your kids to school and actually your children to school and actually think, oh, they're actually going to learn how to read and write and be good people. Wouldn't that be fun? Like people think that can come back. And I'm not saying it can't, but it can't come back within the system that we have. That has to be completely taken away before anything could be built again. Some people think it can still be fixed, and that's the people you can't reason with. I think that's why you can't reason with them, because you can't see the core lies in this, the globe lie. If you aren't willing to go down that road and, like we said, stand up for truth, no matter how much people make fun of you, because it's all organized around that. If you aren't willing to stand alone in the truth, then they are just going to stay in the system, no matter how much they pretend or think that they are, countercultural. It's fine. They can maintain their little delusion within their family or whatever they want, but they're not ready to deal with it. And that's just the way it is. We are a minority and we just have to accept that. I mean, don't we see that every day? It's like 1 out of every 100 people that come in here is actually willing to hear the truth. If even that, maybe that's too generous. I don't know.
I also want to say something based on what Ariel was saying. Because the globe zealots are the ones that are like, anything out of the mainstream is conspiracy theories. Those types that actually call other people flat earthers when they start bringing out science and research and stuff like that. They push those kind of intellectual people that do the research towards flat earth. Like, I remember watching a video with Trace, I think it was a senator or congressman or something, who was like talking about natural immunities. And he was getting really upset because people kept calling him a flat earther because he was like bringing up studies and actual science. And then people would be like, oh, you sound like a flat earther. And that made me laugh my ass off.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's like, yeah, flat earther for some of these people, if they've been exposed to the real argument at all, it's synonymous with like, oh, they're just way too complicated. It's all over my head. And they'll even acknowledge it. Have you had people? I've had like several young people that'll be like, oh, you're just saying words to try to sound smart. It's like, and I know I'm making like a completely coherent argument. They just can't, they like literally cannot comprehend it, because they haven't been properly educated. I mean, that's the obvious reason. But they are recognizing, Karma, like you said, that there is something there. They just aren't ready to understand it. And maybe like, I want to find these, children's book that Shine was talking about earlier. I guess that Eric DeBay put out some children's book, because maybe some of these people, even if they're teenagers, or adults, maybe they need to, look at it at a more basic kind of childlike level. Maybe, yeah. And I try to do that if I recognize that the person is that way. But I think sometimes after you've been in it for a while, it's like hard to get back to that level. I don't know. I should work on it. Some people here are better at it than I am, for sure. Ildico's really good at just keeping it real basic. I don't know where she is. I haven't seen her for a while.
Well, it looks like it's not even online anymore. I just tried to put up The Earth Plane by Eric DeBay. It's on Archive. That was the only link that popped up for it. So I'm not even sure if it's sold anywhere anymore or if this is the only place you can
Oh,
read
okay.
it, but you
Thank
can read it
you.
on there. You got it.
It'd be nice to have a physical copy of it, but I'll at least look at it there.
What are you looking for?
You can always print it out.
That's true. Yep, I can do that. Yep, I just got a new printer. My new printer is like the cheapest printer ever. It's so much better than my old printer. My old printer was like $400 and the ink was like outrageously expensive. Plus, the stupid computer kept telling me that I was out of ink when I wasn't. So I got this one for $100, brother. It is so much better than my old one. My goodness. So now I can actually print things. It's very exciting. So I could print it. You're right.
What
I
is it,
found it.
Eric
Super
Debase,
happy
that
for
you're
you,
looking
but
for?
mine still doesn't work. I've been trying to use it for months, but every time I try, it's always like, "Oh, I can't connect with your router. I can't see it. Oh, I see it. No, I can't see it. I see it. No, I still don't see it." It just fucks with me until I
You
give up.
understand my world then. That was how I was for months. And I need to print stuff for the boys and stuff. I'm like, okay, we'll just sit here and like write stuff out on a piece of paper that we need. You know, we were like back in the Stone Age. And then I got this printer for like the price it used to cost me just to buy toner. Like, never am I buying a fancy printer again. I just keep buying cheap ones, right? Even if they fail.
What's the
Cheaper
name
than
of the
buying
printer?
toner.
The toner thing is a scam because they
Yeah,
always put like extra colors into the black just to waste your colors.
they
And then as soon as
absolutely
that
do.
one color is over, they were gonna be like, "Oh, I need a new one."
They're the worst. This one was called like Brother Inkvestment. I think Brother is like capitalizing on people getting sick of the HP scam and all that. So yeah, Brother is like putting out cheap printers with cheap toner. Highly recommended. I will never go back to the HP after. And I had an hour on the phone with one of those tech people who did send me free ink, admitting it was a scam. But what am I supposed to talk to them on a phone for an hour and like put all this documentation in every time they scam me? No, I'm just throwing your thing in the trash like Office Space. I should go out there and hammer it with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, this could be cathartic. Just get rid of all that pent up frustration that he's got.
Absolutely, it has. Yeah, I should have all the boys help me because they, for years, I mean, I'm sorry, not years, I'm exaggerating, months, they couldn't print any of their stuff. Ooh, she found it. Shine's found the book on Amazon.
Yeah, I saw it.
The Earth Plane. Cool. Oh my gosh, I totally got to look for that.
Hey, ladies, can I ask a question real quick? I know it's ladies' night, but I'd like to ask you guys a question and get like a female's perspective on how you guys feel about where we are and living on a flat Earth and being a woman. What that's like, especially with you guys being able to be the only people on the planet to have babies and raise babies, and what it's like to with that experience in correlation with the flat earth, and then the lie that we live under, how you guys feel about that when you're having kids or raising children, like from a woman's perspective. I'd really like to hear how you guys feel about that sort of stuff, if it's okay for me to ask right now.
I have a son. He's never been vaccinated. He's never celebrated Christmas. I never told him about the Easter Bunny. We don't celebrate Halloween. We do not do any of that. He has never experienced any of that. He's the most level headed, most healthy individual that I know on this flat plane. It's you pour yourself into your children. You are growing them like little trees, and you bend them to your will. And if that is your will, and you you know that confidence, you instill that in your child because that's what the truth gives you. That's all I'm gonna say.
Were you raised that way without those holidays and stuff? Were you raised the same way?
I was raised that way from the age of 10. There was a big event in our lives um, for religious reasons, basically. And so when I had a child, you know, I just took that forward. If that is all they know, you know, that they can go among their peers. I mean, children don't tend to talk about whether the earth's a ball or whether it's flat.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you think that deepens your connection with your child, knowing the truth of our reality and stuff? Do you think that's I wonder I think sometimes I wonder if that's even stronger with women than it is for men.
It would be hard to compare since we've only been women, so we wouldn't know how deep it would be for a man. But I know that my mom was a bit of a truther, and it does keep us connected as well. Because if you become a truther and your parent is not, it can make like a disconnect because you can't talk about things that might be important to you.
That's true.
But I think it's important to teach critical thinking, and this shows how much logic can help you. And once you realize with like flat Earth, because especially we're very logic driven here in this Discord, I think it emphasizes how important it is to teach them logic at an early age, because people who know logic have an easier time dealing with these types of things rather than the ones that get caught up in the brainwashing even more because they're emotion based in their thinking.
What was this question about? What's different for women than that?
What's it like being a woman on flat Earth?
Oh, that just a general. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was about a specific thing. Yeah, I think with Karma, how would we know? But you know what? I do think that one thing that is not frequently talked about in the world today because yeah, everybody's trying to be all gender neutral. I mean, used to be, when I was growing up, it was just kind of accepted, like, Mother Earth is feminine, the sky and space, that's all masculine stuff. And I think that's still true. Like, the science fiction stuff, the outer space stuff, even though they try to push it now, like, oh, now the women are going to space. Oh, isn't that wonderful? That's only because of the whole push they're doing in general to try to, erase any kind of actual differences. Whereas obviously we're different. I mean, I actually have to say that. And that's, I guess, controversial to say, obviously people with XX chromosomes are different than people with XY chromosomes for obvious reasons. I mean, come on. Like, that's me to say that. That's like, is that a weird thing to say? I'm like, what is going on in this world? But anyway, I think we should be, in theory, more in touch with the flat Earth than men, even though there's fewer women in flat Earth. And I think part of that reason is because it is, I mean, are we really debating the Earth? No, we're talking about your stupid outer space sci-fi fantasies that you're trying to shove down our throat as reality. So even though we love to talk about the earth and the soil and how much better your garden can be if you improve the soil with organic ways and keep those disgusting chemicals out of it that kill everything, including your soil, or we'd like to talk about the birds or the animals or, the plants and so on. We're stuck here talking about your stupid ball fantasies every day. So you want to know why there's not so many women in flat Earth? Because you guys don't even talk about the Earth half the time. You talk about your stupid science fiction dream. Not the flat Earth people. I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking to the globe pushers that come in here that are obsessed with space. It's boring. I don't want to sit here and I will if you force me to sit here and argue with you about, the second law of thermodynamics, how you can't have gas pressure without a container, how you can't have, the supposed medium space outside of the atmosphere. If you insist on discussing these things that should be plain as the nose on your face, but half the people, especially the globe heads we used to get in here, like Zanuck and stuff, would sit here for 3 hours reading the science glossary. It's like, yeah, let's just get past the glossary and let's start applying stuff to the real world and the earth around us. I mean, I think that's why Ladies' Night is a great thing because we do we talk these globe pushes when they come in, but we also talk about like what's happening on the earth where we actually live, not in your television screen. So I mean, and I did want to say earlier, I understand what Mrs. Rabbit was saying. She's like, yeah, you can still watch science fiction if you want, if you recognize it and so on, like the Star Wars. Yeah, and some people who are flat earthers are Star Wars fans. But like, that one in particular is obviously a psyop upon this world, to try to get people looking out, other places instead of what's really right in front of you. Plus that stupid Yoda lie. I can't stand that do or do not. There is no try thing. That's part of the reason why I think you've got people running around like that's just like a recipe for failure and like lack of self-esteem in children if you run around thinking I can't try, I have to either be perfect or not do it at all. That's like the worst advice on earth. You got people running around acting like that's some great wisdom from on high because this little green guy in a movie said it. I mean, that thing is nonsense. There is some science fiction that's good, but Star Wars is not one of them. All right, I got my rant out.
Absolutely beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. I absolutely love that.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's always good to have more points of view. Nothing wrong with it at all.
Yeah, I would hate to hear Dandelion break out like in full sarcasm mode.
Well, and I really
It happens
appreciate Ladies
sometimes,
Night
not too
because,
often.
like you said, we are as similar as we are. We are very different, and we approach everything that we run into in our daily lives a different way, and we think differently, we feel differently. So I love hearing from the ladies and hearing how they feel and what they observe, because there's certain things that I will never understand. Like I can never understand the idea of carrying a human inside me and giving birth. The whole idea is crazy to me. So I love hearing your guys' experience and having that with also knowing the truth about where we are. And it's almost like I wonder if some people that aren't very spiritual in the beginning, but then when they realize the truth about flat Earth and wake up, and then does that deepen their connection and maybe even become more spiritual with the whole child thing and nature? You know what I mean? That stuff fascinates me, and I love hearing from you
Yeah,
guys.
that's another point she brought up too about the space thing. Like, it's from the past to now. How many ladies have been like the archetype for like space anything for like even like measure just anything? It's all been like male stuff, all of it, every drop.
It's also because it's a very masculine thing, like she said.
It's
Because women
phallic.
also go for more of the caring, nurturing jobs, and we have less males in that.
It's
And there are
horrible.
more engineers that are men. This is just natural because we have different ways of
Yeah, I
thinking
think
and
part of it is
acting.
because, like,
I think there's something to
as
be said
men, when
for it.
we want to control things, we always want to be in control and try to control our environment and where we're at. We always want to be in
I think
control.
women like
Whereas,
that too.
oh, okay,
Yeah, so if you can't control the
It's a
earth, where do
question
you
of how
go?
masculine or feminine you are, I think. It's not just gender.
okay. See,
Are
yeah,
we the modern tree
More.
huggers?
Yeah. I'll just say this
Like,
one
for
thing and
instance,
then
when
I'll
he's too
step back
over
out. Sorry to
masculine.
interrupt you guys and dolls. Sorry to interrupt you guys and dolls. I'm rather disappointed that women are entering this space and science and then perpetuating the lie, and also when they entered the military wanting to kill it in a war. I'd hate that. Okay, sorry about that.
Oh, but that also speaks to what I was talking about. When women get overly masculine or men get overly feminine, they tend to become, should I say, a lesser version of themselves because they're not being true to their nature. For instance, seen a great video with Trace. What was the guy called with the lady who was too masculine and then he fixed her in like a minute and her whole demeanor changed? Robin Patterson. What was it called? Robinson something. The guy who kept appearing on Oprah back in the day, Robinson something. But
I see his face.
yeah, I see his face, but that's not helping. Anthony Robinson, maybe? I don't know. Either way, doesn't matter. No, man, sorry. So anyway, for instance, when men are too feminine, they act like gammas. And when women are too masculine, they act like butch bitches. If you know what I mean. Just archetypes.
Yep.
Yeah, metrosexuals and harpies.
And when they find their balance again and balance out and find and nurture their femininity or masculinity, they actually become more balanced and healthy individuals afterwards, and it's obvious.
right, because that's completely unnatural for a man or a woman to be that way, right? So, and that's almost because that's not something that's in us from when we're born. That's something that we're taught in a way or brainwashed with, isn't it? Isn't that from growing up in the lie that we are all brought up in?
Well, I think it's because everybody has a spectrum of this. You can have healthily masculine women who are like just assertive and maybe confident leaders or very alpha female, but it's always about pushing things into extremes. You see this with everything they do. They always push it to the extreme. And it's the same with this. They push the men to be too feminine and they push the women to be too masculine, and then they try to make a divide between them.
Right. It's kind of a scary thought too. If you think about today, the society we live in today, where if you have a girl that's what we used to call in the old days a tomboy, um, eh, I wonder if girls today that are seen as tomboys when they're young, if they start getting influenced by people around them and push them into, maybe being a lesbian or being something that they're not. And I wonder how strong of an influence that is to actually kind of screw up their mind and really screw up with their identity. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, well, they
You
also, I
can do
mean,
that,
not
and
only
that's why
that,
it's so important to have good role models around them. This is why what role models your child has is super important. That's why it's also important to talk to the children. Because I worked with kids for a long time, and we also have super awareness about these kinds of things where we don't want to push the bad gender stereotypes. Like, for instance, you see the thing where it's like throw like a girl, where it would actually, I've seen videos where you look into this and teenagers would throw wimpily when they're asked to throw like a girl. But you ask a small child, like a 6 or 9-year-old, to throw like a girl, and she will throw as hard as she can because she still thinks girls are strong. It's a lot of the mainstream pushes maybe this whole like, oh, weak and, and cutesy and other stuff and stupid stereotypes that aren't very good. But if you have a good role model around that child, a strong woman who's not afraid to be soft, then they'll be like, I know I'm strong. I'm going to throw this ball as hard as I fucking can, and then I'm going to look really cute doing it. You know what I mean? It's all about confidence without undermining them.
that is
Yeah,
such a good point. Yeah, and I also think
I
just
really
like
appreciate that.
I think that it used to be that mother or wife and mother was an acceptable occupation for a girl to aspire to, and it wouldn't matter if you were strong or weak or whatever. Like you could be obviously a person can be a strong personality and be a mother, but like I know when I was young, people they asked at school, what do you want to be? I said I want to be a mother. I'm going to be a mother with 12 children. And then people were like, oh, no, you can't pick that. You got to pick like a thing where you get paid. And now, in my work, like just a couple weeks ago, it was the question, to start this Zoom meeting was like, what did you want to be when you were a child? And all the people said all their things that were all, paid occupations. And I put down, I wanted to be a mother. I mean, but nobody else said that because nowadays I bet even
My mom said
worse. Like,
that.
can you imagine
She was asked.
a young girl
That's a
saying,
really good
I
point.
mean, people that I know, like children of my daughters of some of my friends would say that. But like, I think in the wider world, like that would be very rare for anyone to just think that that is aspiring as a vocation when that used to just be the norm.
And that's a
My
very
mom
important
was like
role
that
too.
so
It's
much
sad
that
that
she
it.
used,
Oh,
when
I'm
she was
sorry.
8, she would walk around and knock on doors where they had baby carriages and ask if she could take the baby for a walk or babysit for them. And because we had such a nice community going then, before immigration, there wasn't any crime or murder, so people would just be like, "Oh, a strange child wants to walk my baby. Go ahead. I've never seen you before, child, but you look responsible."
That was a really good point that you brought up though about aspiring to be a stay-at-home mom and raising kids and stuff. Because I feel like it years ago that was encouraged and it was okay to say that, and it was reinforced and it was a good thing. But now they've turned that around and made it negative. That somehow that's bad.
I think it also depends on the community. For instance, where I live, that's not nobody looks down on that really. Uh, but for instance, I would love to be a stay-at-home mom or work part-time just if you have a passion, if you have a good husband to rely on. But not everybody can do that, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, and with the way that things are with like economy and stuff these days, it's really hard for families to survive on one income. It can be challenging.
Especially if you're an
Right.
entrepreneur or an independent business owner. And
Which, as we know, is
I
all done. It's all done on purpose. They do that on purpose so that they don't want us. They don't want women in the household to take care of the babies and raise them. They want to raise them. Then they want them in their public schools.
That's also why they split up the family unit. You don't want the grandparents imparting wisdom. They wanted to shorten the 3-generation gap of indoctrination by having only 2 generations because the old people are in the old people home now.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're so right.
Oh, and by the way, the role model thing, I wanted to mention a really important thing to anybody who's around kids. If you are around a child, even if you always say to the kid, you're gorgeous, you're strong, you're amazing, if you say the opposite about yourself, they will learn to self-judge. For instance, I have a great example of this. In one of the schools here in Iceland, there was a whole class of teenagers where all the girls wouldn't go swimming. They refused to go because of self-consciousness and body issues. And when they sent in a woman to talk to the girls and find out what's actually wrong, why won't they go swimming? Is there bullying happening? Is there something wrong?
That is
They talked to all the girls.
extraordinarily sad. Wow. Wow.
Nobody had ever said anything ugly about their bodies, but when she asked them, what does your mother say about her body? They had all the criticisms that they gave themselves.
Wow. Oh, that's
It's very
scary.
true. It's very, very true. I mean, it's a learned behavior, right? It's monkey see,
That
monkey
Wow.
do kind of a
self-talk
thing.
is so
Exactly.
important. You have to teach
Well,
your child how to talk to themselves because they will be their harshest judge if you allow them to be. Because the person who tears yourself down the most is going to be yourself unless you actually pay attention to your own thoughts and I don't know, censor them, edit them. You control your thoughts. You're like, no, I do not agree with this thought. I'm going to get this out of my programming. And you teach the kids early that you can edit these things and change your behaviors with this, and they will learn how to improve and better themselves as persons even at a young age, something that you can do
Yeah.
as an adult.
It all first starts at the household.
Wow, that's really good advice. I think that's just probably the same for men too, and sons. I mean, you don't want
Definitely.
to let your sons.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, yeah, that's so important. Wow, thank you
You
for
know,
saying that. This is amazing.
I grew up with
As soon as my
my
sons,
family telling me that I was stupid.
Well, you
I'm
got a new
sorry.
family now, partner.
You're intelligent
Well,
and
that's
your
even
flat earth
different. That's
family
a
loves
little
you and
different
appreciates
though.
you.
What she is saying, what she was saying though, was that if your father would be saying about himself that he's stupid, not that you're stupid, the child, but then being the child and seeing your father think that he's stupid, like that.
No,
That's a whole
see
different thing.
with my dad, nah, he didn't kind of talk to me. He was a little more silent because he always kept to himself. He was a seal, but living in with my mother's household, I was always told I was stupid and like I was the black sheep of the family. My family don't they look down at me.
yeah, no, I always told my children that, when it comes to the flat earth, I missed all the clues. That's why you learnt early. As soon as I knew, you had to know because you cannot carry a mistake like the earth is a globe for 53 years. And that hurt me. I told them that hurt me because they told me a lie. So now you know the truth. Okay, Daddy made a mistake because he didn't check it. Right now, I've checked it. I'm telling you. So now you will never make that mistake ever because you know that the earth is level and flat. You know this now. So go forward. Talk to your friends. Show them the Gleason's map. I made a special writing pad with the grandfather's picture on the back and the Gleason's map on the front. So when they're at school and they're writing, that people will see this thing in the classroom. Yeah, man.
So
I
if I can
gave it
ask
to
the
them proper.
ladies then real quick, can we get the ladies back in real quick? Because I'd like to ask them
Sorry,
how they
guys.
feel about what he just said about. So do you, in your opinion, do you guys feel that if you have small children, do you try to somehow instill in them the knowledge that the earth is flat before they hear the lie in the classroom? Or do you wait till they come home from that first day from the classroom when they're taught that the earth is round? And then do you sort of try to tell them the truth, or
You
what's
don't
your
need to
opinion
wait
on
for
that?
that. You don't need to wait for that because my son, who you can hear in the background, he's only 4. And I mean, just watching a Peppa Pig episode, he is already like astronaut space, all these different things. So I mean, they are indoctrinated from a very young age of what they are supposed to think that everything is. We kind of had this discussion earlier. I'm sad that you missed it. You can go back and rewind if you want to hear the full thing. But it
Okay.
basically comes down to just having conversations with them, making sure that you're playing devil's advocate with them, making sure that they're learning logic. Like how kids ask you why, you ask the kid why right back to make sure that they're forming that. And Karma also brought up a good point of making sure that kids can distinguish between a belief and fact. like when
Okay.
somebody's believing something versus when something is an actual fact that can be proven. So just having those conversations with kids, because no matter what, once they're born, they're going to be fully indoctrinated one way or another, unless you somehow have just ridded them from everything that's happening in the world. They're going to get this information
So
one way or
just to
another.
get it straight, what you're
How you
saying
frame
is that when they ask a why question, you're saying and answer them back with a why question again, like, well, why do you think that?
Yeah, well,
Is
yeah,
what you're saying?
exactly. I think that there definitely should be that, but also just, the devil's advocate. Okay, well, if you are saying that it is this, then why? I mean, what about this as well? Right? So carrying that conversation out where you rid them of their whys as well, just as much as they ask you why, you ask them why do you think this and how much they can actually explain. And when it's a really young child and they're saying, like, why is the sky blue? And you can, answer these and explain certain different things, right? But they're so little that they might not fully get it, but once they get older and they start to learn more about conversation and all of these sorts of things, then playing devil's advocate and making sure that they're always questioning themselves on top of questioning everyone else, to question their own biases and their own reasoning. Is this actually a belief or is it actually fact? And coming down to that conclusion of what things actually are is pertinent to logic, teaching them the fallacies and whatnot. But when they're really, really young, I mean, it's really hard once they've been indoctrinated with it. Like my son, I don't even talk to him about it because he'll be like, "Oh, astronaut or space." I can't be like, "Well, astronauts in space, second law of thermodynamics." He's not gonna
Right.
I just say, "Oh, that's a cool story."
Yeah, he's not
That's a
gonna
cool story.
understand.
He's too young. Once he gets older and that language develops, that's when you can really start implementing that back and forth conversation of devil's advocate, why, what is belief, what is fact, fallacies, logic, all that kind of stuff.
What grade, like what
Yeah,
age
my
level and
my
grade does
youngest
that
was
start
6
happening?
when I taught him.
6?
Can I also mention that
Yeah.
when it comes to parenting and teaching, it's always going to vary depending on the child, the maturity of the child, and which areas he's processing properly. Like first, like is he gonna be good at like certain intellectual areas or others? It takes
Mhm.
time to develop, and different kids develop at different speeds, and they even need different approach to teach them. Because if you have a stubborn child or if you have a shy child, it can change how you explain to them so they understand. So, like she said, asking them why and getting them to explain how they think is a good way to understand at what point are they, what do they understand, how much can they understand, and how can I explain this in a way that he can come or she can comprehend.
How do
I
you
guess with
instill in
my
them that it's
children,
okay? How do you instill in them the confidence to be okay with having questions, but not being able to necessarily get the question answered because there is some things that we don't know. So how do you
It's also framing.
um and that's a big thing. That's the big problem that we have in our society, right? Is people can't let go of their ego and admit that they were lied to and admit that they were wrong. So I'm wondering is there like strategies that you guys use with children to tell them, hey, it's okay that to ask a question and like, okay, if somebody asks you, well, why is the sky blue? And you say, well, I don't know. That's a good question. I honestly I
yeah,
don't know. And it's okay not to
just
know.
be
Maybe
honest.
the correct, because there's lots of theories. And I'm just using that as an example, but
Yeah,
like, is there if anybody
We have a,
encountered that with their children?
we have a
uh,
term
I,
for this in my workplace called teachable moments, where when things like this happen, you grab the moment when the kid has like shown curiosity or said something, to use that as a moment to teach them. And depending on how that moment goes, it changes your approach again. The best thing you can do is equip yourself with a lot of tools and also be aware of how you're framing it and be consistent in the way you frame it. For instance, you can frame it in a way where space is treated the same way you would treat Narnia or fantasy magicians, you know. And when it comes to helping them be okay with asking questions or speaking out or even having a different opinion than everyone else, it's showing by example, being casual about it, and even showing them that you and another person have different opinions, and that's okay, because a lot of this is shown by example. Kids learn a lot by showing by example and play acting. A lot of
So
the
they
way
pick
that
up that
they process
confidence. They
things
pick
and
up
learn
that
to
confidence from
understand
just
them is
observing
through
you.
play. Sorry, what is
Wait,
So
let
what
her
you're
finish
saying is
and
they
then Oscar.
what you're saying is they pick up that confidence from observing you being confident and how you handle questions in certain situations. They just automatically pick that up from seeing your confidence. It's not something that you necessarily like a lesson that you can teach them.
Dude, it
I
even
think
works
you
for
just
cats.
teach them to be honest to themselves, be honest to their friends. And with my children, they were very lucky because I'm an outdoor man. After being in the army, the outdoor life stuck with me. So I took them to nature all the time. From when they were babies, they were camping. You know what I mean? So the outdoor life is installed in them. And then when I became a flat earther, it was easy for me to get that message across. Very easy. I had no problem.
Okay, so
Yeah, I think number one is
Karma, I
don't lie
didn't
to
get to hear
them.
the
Be
last of what you wanted to say.
Oh yeah, I was saying that kids often process and learn and deal with information and how they feel about those things through play acting. That's why you often see kids playing house or things like that. That's often them trying to process or trying to understand a certain character in their own life, which is why you can actually use this to get a bit of an insight into what's going on in the head of the kid. So it's very important to
Oh.
sneakily pay attention to what your kids are doing when they play act. But
It's very
I
true.
had
Yeah.
another point to forget.
Well, and it's
That's
also the
interesting 'cause
So I grew up playing
that's
Let me
house.
interesting
hear
'cause I
her.
don't
It's
think
ladies'
she's
night. Let
playing
me hear her
anymore.
response,
ladies,
or
be
I
stay
will
still,
smack
guys.
you across the aisle virtually.
I love you, Karma. Thank you. What you to
Yeah,
piggyback
I
on
actually
what
wore the
you were
flat earth
saying? It's
t-shirts to the
ladies' night,
schools.
guys.
So when I go to
It's
see them at
ladies' night.
school,
Let me hear her. I
okay,
swear to
sorry,
God, I'll get
ladies.
PO. I'll start screaming at you in Icelandic.
I would love to hear that. Actually, that would be amazing.
Oh, don't
Yeah, it is again like even when she's talking about when it comes to the playing, there is this whole monkey see monkey do kind of thing, right? And so when what they witness at home and then when they are play acting with their children, you can see kind of where these children are at with what they've seen because they are then reenacting what they have already witnessed. And so she is spot on by saying like pay attention to how your children are playing because those are traits that they're picking up, right? um Sometimes I mean kids are just jerks and they will do things that they've never even seen before, like my son got into
Children?
he got into a period where he would hit me, not hard, you know what I mean, but just like a quick slap, like he was frustrated and he would hit me. He's never witnessed that in our home, you know what I mean. And I don't know if he's ever witnessed it on anything that he's seen on TV because I've never allowed him to witness anything like that, but it's just like this knee jerk reaction kind
Wonder
of
if
thing
it's a
where you just
natural thing.
yeah, it's a very natural
I've
thing,
had
right?
that
Like
happen,
you're pissed off and he
especially with
wants to
boys.
defend himself. Yeah. And so he needs to learn that when you do something physical like that, then there's will be a self defense thing as well. I mean, I wouldn't hit him, but those conversations have taken place, and he quickly, got out of that. It was probably like a week that we were dealing with that kind of a thing. So there are certain things that kids will child play with that they, probably have never witnessed, but there are also like you really can witness certain things where you're like, wow, where did they get that from? That things that aren't natural, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I think
Let me
that's
ask you
what
this.
you're talking about.
Just
Let me
let
ask
me
you this.
comment on
So
what you
like
were saying real quick because this is a really good point with displaying actions like this because it's physical as well and it's emotion tied. When
Mhm.
kids, especially boys, because they have a lot of energy, when they get big emotions that's hard to deal with, they sometimes just show it physically. And this is almost like testing boundaries. This is something you test out. And if you give them an alternative, like for instance, stomp the feet to get rid of the energy, for instance, that can help with them with it. If you just give them alternative or like breathe, count to 3, different little techniques, because often that just means they're missing a tool from their toolkit to deal with this emotion. But also, forgot my other points. Now you can go.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you real quick on that point about um the children observing behavior. So has there ever been a situation where you and your child were in front of the television and whether you're just had on normal TV or a movie and you see uh like they show the earth for instance from space, the round globe earth, do you ever find yourself being like oh like out loud as you see the image in front of your child? And then I wonder if is that a bad thing to do in front of your child before they've can comprehend kind of why you're doing that?
No. I mean, if you're
It's not
saying
fashion, though.
something that is incorrect that you're watching on TV, I don't think there's anything wrong with pointing out fallacies, anything that's untruthful or incorrect in front of them.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? That's exactly what
Mhm.
you should be doing. Like that's
Okay.
silly or that's not real. You know, of
Also,
Yeah.
course there's always good ways to do it, but for sure, point it out.
you do it
That's not
subconsciously as
real.
well
You know,
because it's
that's not
body
real. It's a
language and a bunch of
cartoon.
different things like tones. Sorry, I was just gonna say kids pick up really well on this, and we have plenty of examples where kids will have really strong opinions on something they had known nothing about, simply because a parent has expressed this emotion in front of the TV on news. Like I had a kid being like, Donald Trump, because Trump means fart, and his name can be changed to Trump very easily.
Hmm.
And I was like, "Do you know who that is?" And he's like, "No." But he told me that he knew he sucked, though, and I'm like, "How do you know that if you don't know who it is?" He's like, "I don't know."
Hmm.
But his dad doesn't like Trump.
I've got something to say that relates to this. I was with my son before I started homeschooling him, and he was really young. I think he was about 6 or maybe 7, and he had some history to do, homework. And I can't remember how involved I truly was in knowing what he was being told in school. But this particular history lesson was about the Bronze Age. So you had these humans dressed in animal fur. They were they had no furniture in their cave, and they had a fire, and they were basically quite unhygienic, unkempt looking people. And because you know, you're not always aware what you're saying and how your children are taking it in. I told him at one point during our discussion to go and ask his teacher whether Adam and Eve looked like that. And so we have this thing that um, I use a lot of humor that maybe the poor teacher, she's just doing what she's told, and that maybe my son should like take the next lesson, and that the book in front of us was rubbish. So it is, there comes a time where the school is going to expect your child to regurgitate what they are forcing down their little throats, whether it be something to do with history, science, um, health, the natural world. These fallacies, these inconsistencies, and all this rubbish. It's hard as a parent to stay on top of everything because you're just being confronted by things that are incongruent, that don't fit. Um, yeah, I suppose that is the way of the world. If I had a child now, I would not send it to a school. I would not.
That is a
I
troubling
think that's
thought too,
rule
because
number
then
one.
how do you handle when they start to get older then and they have to learn certain lessons that they become to realize they know are lies, but they still have to then lie in their
Yeah,
papers and in their schoolwork in order to pass, which has got to
ex-
be super difficult for a child. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. If they
Let's
got level-headed parents
look
and
at
you
it
raised them
because
right and you taught them right and you explained it to them right, I suppose it could be okay.
Yeah, no,
I
yes,
mean,
I did. I did
I was
that. I
raised in a
did that for
Truther
my child.
family, and
Jen, it's
when I
ladies'
had
night.
to
Let's not talk.
regurgitate things to exam that I knew wasn't true, like if you've already seen alternative history or something, and then they try to make you regurgitate things that's obviously not true, but
mm,
you just memorize it kind of like if you were memorizing something from a novel for a book report or a fantasy world. I mean, if I can know a shit ton about Lord of the Rings or The Matrix, I can learn about their made up history just as well.
Well, this is also something that comes down to debating skills, right? No matter what, you are always taught that you still like when you learn how to debate, you have to take a stance, even if you don't believe in that stance. You take that stance and learn how to argue for that stance, right? What are the best arguments that these people come up with? And then by learning that, you learn how to demolish their arguments. So it still is a good skill to learn how to argue for something, even if you are against it. It's like debating 101. It doesn't make it right that these things have to happen in school, that if you do not plate and capitulate to your teachers or professors, that you'll get a bad grade. I mean, that is just so sickening. But it really, if you have a strong willed child that is set in this kind of a structure, that's how I would lay it out. But I'm all for homeschooling. I think homeschooling is the best
Yeah,
thing you could possibly do for your
absolutely.
child.
I suppose in the long run too, it does make us stronger. I mean, I feel like people on this stream that are like-minded like us, I feel like we are stronger minded than people that can't question what they were taught in school at all, and that we had to go through that experience, learn all that crap, and then come to terms with the fact that wait a minute, later in life that it was all lies, and then reteach ourselves everything that we need to know. I guess I mean it makes us better, I suppose, which is a positive in a way.
Yeah,
It's a lot of
anybody
wasted
who's
time.
yeah, anybody who's able to know the argument well enough that they can actually defend it as if they were arguing for it. Those are the kind of people that I want to listen to when they're actually against it. Like if you don't
Mm.
know what the facts of the case are or what's going on, like there's no reason to even have a conversation with you because it's like
Mm.
all I'm going to be doing is educating you on what actually is. But if you know the facts of the case and can argue for those facts because you know those facts so well, then I would love to have a conversation with you if you actually believed in the opposite of what those facts presented were,
Mm.
quote unquote facts.
Yeah.
So that's like literally debating 101 for real. That would be the only way that I would see it would be justifiable for children to do that in school, and the only way to explain it to children that had to do it. And then, of course, having the discussion with them about how horrible this system is that you have to do that in order to get a good grade. That you should be able to go against it, and that teacher still give you a good grade, but they're so brainwashed that that doesn't happen. So that opens up a whole other conversation that is good to have with children that have to be in public ed.
Oh, and by the way, I love the whole devil's advocate thing you've been talking about. Because when you were talking about it, I realized Drace actually did this for me without us even planning it or doing it consciously. Because we would make this was kind of a game. It was a joke between us where we would like debate bullshit, like made up bullshit, but we would debate it back and forth. And it would practice how to debate without even realizing we were doing that.
Exactly. Yep.
We'd often
Exactly.
do all kinds of these kind of smart things without realizing, and then later you're like, "Hey, this is why this was so easy."
Yeah.
That's why you
It
should
really
always
is
make
fun.
it fun.
Yep. It really is fun. And if you make it fun for children, because no matter what, arguing is fun. Everyone, for the most part, if it's a good argument and not like a dumpster fire, like if you're having a good conversation and working those muscles in your brain to think of different avenues, different arguments. Well, what about this? What about that? That is fun. And it's a great thing to have. Like we have it so often in here where the minds are just working and toiling away and it's fabulous and it's good hard work that is rewarding, right? So just making sure that they're in that kind of a mind frame that this isn't because so often we see on social media and stuff, it's just, it's argument for the sake of argument. Like people don't actually want to hear the facts. They'll triple down with lying and they won't actually argue anything. They won't admit that they don't know. And yeah, that can be fun to win in those circumstances when you know more. But it isn't as good as like having that actual banter like you're talking about. Like I had with my dad, you had it with your brother, where you're just working each other's
Between
minds.
channel and deep conversations, right?
Yeah.
That's a good point too. I feel like a lot of the problem with that is this new generation, for some reason, they've been convinced or taught to believe that their beliefs are facts. So they're super opinionated about everything and they have all these beliefs, but none of them are actually rooted in any fact. But since they feel like they believe it so strongly, that automatically makes it a fact. which is I think a really problem that we
Yeah,
have right
Karma
now.
brought that up earlier. Karma actually, when I was talking about devil's advocate, she then brought up the like to talk to kids about belief versus fact. Like
Right.
what can we actually prove? What is the actual evidence that we have, and what is actually something that is just strictly a belief that we actually, those kinds of conversations are really important as well, for sure.
Also, you can see how the mainstream keeps pushing this narcissistic personality type towards people, and with that also comes this whole deal. Like as soon
Right.
as you go
Yeah.
into the whole narcissistic package, it's all feels before reals, and I feel like a 6-year-old girl, so I, as a 50-year-old man, should be allowed to sleep in the bed with a 6-year-old girl that I'm not related to. You're like, wait, what?
And then people defending that because they get into those emotions rather than what is logical and sound and reasonable and sane. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
and if
you're
those are the
absolutely right
role
with the
models kids are
narcissism.
seeing,
Yeah.
Social media
that's why it's
builds
so
on
important
that
for educators.
narcissism too,
Yeah,
because
100%.
then they get this like weird thing that they think their opinion actually matters. you know, you know what I mean?
Well, and that's the thing. I think that everyone, if you actually are standing by truth, you've done your research and your opinion matters, you can have like 2 followers and be justified in typing stuff out that maybe nobody even ever likes or witnesses, right? Because you are factually correct. But it's this
Mhm.
whole mob mentality of misinformed, uneducated, illogical, dare I even say sociopathic, deluded, delusional, crazed people that are in this groupthink mentality that they have no facts on their side whatsoever. Totally just the comments that I see on social media, it's astounding. Like absolutely astounding some of the stuff that I see. And that's usually what I do on social media is I'll just like retweet people that have just made absurd comments about just anything. And it's a whole entire platform, right? Like these people just don't know. And so trying to even inform them, they will triple down and double down because there is this groupthink mentality. We are justified, you are evil, divide and conquer, right? I mean, it is brilliant. And again, I take my hat off to the handlers of this world because it is absolutely brilliant what they have
Right.
done to people, this matrix that they have created. But those of
It's
us
more
who see it, I mean, while I respect them for what they have done in like a really diabolical way, like, damn, gotta pay them respects for how horribly, like, little tips of their
it's more
fingers
damaging than
happened.
any weapon
Horrible.
they've ever created.
Yeah,
Any
this
weapon that
is
they've
really
ever created is way more destructive than any atom bomb, hydrogen bomb is way more destructive.
Yeah, I mean, this whole mind control game that has been set up is absolutely fascinating. But for those of us who are able to step outside and are able to witness it, and people come at different times, you never know which person you might reach on a social media platform or on here, where it just maybe it would take one little thing where they're like, wait a minute, that was the one thing I needed to hear. And it's also usually what happens is that people hear things, right? And so they'll hear this information, they'll act justified in it, act justified, and they're tripling and doubling down. And then months down the road, something will happen to them where they hear something and that will ignite, they might not remember who told them what, but something will connect after they've heard it so many times that they'll be like, whoa, I just realized something. And they will
That's
never
why I
give credit.
appreciate.
Wait, hold on. They will never give credit to anyone else. They will act as if,
Oh, right.
and they will really think as if they were the ones who realized this on their own. They won't even recognize all the people that have paved the way for them to have that realization. And none of that matters. The fact that they actually finally get there, they will still have that narcissistic tendency like, oh, look what I just discovered. I am so
Mhm.
brilliant, like whatever. But
Yeah.
the
Funny
fact
is
that
it's
they
when they
get
try to tell
there,
you what
exactly.
you told them.
That's
Yeah.
why I appreciate this
Yep.
platform and you guys being here. And sometimes I do get discouraged when I come on and listen because when there is somebody that believes in the global earth here, sometimes they get ganged up on and get kind of ran out of here and sometimes that discourages me because I feel like there could be somebody that has similar beliefs that's listening but too scared to speak up and that might turn them off and it's not going to help them come to realizing truth. So that bothers me a little bit, but I really love that you guys are here and doing what you do because I think it is important.
everybody having a voice, and especially people that do the research, are really trying to be as logical as possible, really, really, truly, no matter what the truth is, want to discover what that truth actually is. Those are the most important people in my world, at least. Like, God bless everyone who is like that. And it's just so amazing to see more and more people realizing this and coming to logic because of how illogical things are right now. I mean, they're burning their own asses. It's like the Ouroboros. They're eating themselves. And we're literally witnessing that happen in real time. It's really fascinating to see.
Yeah. You know, and it's frustrating too when you're first awakened, whatever truth first awakens you to all the other truths out there. I know for me, you know, as soon as I learned, and for me, it was pretty much 9/11. Although I was already from my grandfather, he used to talk to me all the time about the truth about JFK and all this other government crap. But 9/11 really changed my life. And when I realized what was happening and woke up to everything, all the bigger lie, and this was before even flat Earth, I haven't even reached flat Earth yet. The first thing I wanted to do was tell everybody I know and that I love, and that is one of the most devastating and heartbreaking things because you know nobody nobody really believes you or takes you seriously, and that's really hard and devastating to deal with and takes a little while to get over, but then eventually you get over it and you move on and realize, hey, I can't save everyone, which is frustrating, and I'm sure we've all felt that way at
Yeah, we
some
can't
point.
save everyone. It's like that story with the starfish on the beach, right? Like, there's so many of them that no matter what you do, like, you're not going to be able to throw all of them back into the ocean, but you can
Mhm.
still try and save as many as you possibly can. And you can still stand outside and say, didn't you realize this? What about this? You know, again, playing the devil's advocate and showing them logic, showing them facts. And that's the whole thing, is to not get frustrated that they might
Mhm.
not welcome it and they might be upset with you or they might call you names or whatever it is, but to stand there with your facts and let their arrows hit you, because they're not going to do anything. Everything that they're spewing at you is not factually correct. And so just somewhere down the line, somehow, most people that have any ounce of anything within them will come to some sort of truth that will wake them up and make them start questioning. And
Have
it's
any of you ladies ever told somebody that you love or like a friend or a relative tried to wake them up on something and they didn't take it, and then like 5 or 10 years later they come back to you and try to wake you up on it, and you say to
yes,
them, you realize I told you this like 10 years ago, and they
that's
don't give you any
exactly why I
credit.
said that.
And
Yeah, it was
yeah.
exactly why I said that, is because that has happened to me multiple times. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I even have the text messages. I have the emails. Like, look at what we're looking at right now. And they're like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, like, I totally forgot about that. And that's when I started realizing that that is so important, to
Mhm.
continue to talk to people no matter how crazy they think you are, to just keep putting those facts in their heads, those little nuggets, those little grains, those little mustard seeds. And hopefully, somewhere down the line, they'll hear things from other people. And then when they hear those things from other people, they'll be like, oh, I came to this conclusion on my own, which is perfectly natural and perfectly normal because I witnessed it so many times. You know, we
Yeah.
don't need recognition. We just want people to reach the truth. But it also
Mhm.
is interesting to point out to them, if you do have evidence for it, like, look, we talked about this way back when, and look at what your replies were. You know, look
Yeah.
at how you have changed now. What helped you to come to this, and like really starting to figure out the psychologics behind it all. You know, why
Mhm.
do brains behave this way? Why are people so defensive? So afraid of being wrong, so in the need to be right rather than discovering truth. That's what fascinates me the most.
It is I believe, in my opinion, if you're interested, it is because everything since we're born that we are put under, as far as media, television, school system, it is mind control. I really think that
When
it
it's
is a
ego.
form of developed mind control and it's hard to break out of. It is sad though too when you do that, when you wake up on something for the first time and you have this strong feeling and you just want to tell people that you love, because it's important and you believe in it. And then the people that you love and you want them to know the truth, when they turn you away, it's such a heartbreaking feeling because you have no agenda. You just want to tell them because they need to know. And it's really a heartbreaking thing.
Sorry, my microphone cut out. I agree with you. It's mind control and it's ego, right? And it's groupthink.
Right.
And all these things
Mhm.
combined in our needs as human beings to be in this group where, no, so I did this poll. I took this crazy like mind control class called Landmark. I don't know if any of you guys have ever heard of it. It's actually where I met my husband. And basically, the Wachowskis took this, and there's a whole debate about that and how the Matrix came about. But all the phrases they use in Landmark is what they used in the Matrix. And it's basically the whole Matrix story, the whole movie is literally what they teach you in Landmark. And it's all about
Mhm.
like, you're the creator of your world, whatever. And it basically comes down to that people need each other. We don't want to be alone. And so in this class, we were supposed to do like projects or whatever. And so for my project, I asked people what their greatest fear was. I asked 200 people. Every single person except for 10
Being
replied
alone.
being alone.
Yeah.
Being
Yeah.
alone is
Mhm.
everyone's number one fear. So if people are in this group think and they have to stand alone and say, I don't agree with that, like you're crazy, they're afraid of what those repercussions would actually mean. So it
Mhm.
does take time for other people to also stand up, right? So that they feel
Mhm.
more comfortable, like they're shielded by others, like I'm not alone in this. There's just something ingrained in us with that. And then, of course, there's also the ego, which we have a major issue with being wrong. Instead of just discovering truth, it's like, well, I'm right, fuck the truth.
Mhm.
I want to be right in this situation. That's the other thing. Um, those two things combined, I think, are really some kind of hormonal something that's going on with us that really is against us. And
Yeah.
being able to witness that happening in our own brain in real time and being aware of that and practicing that in real time conversation is the best thing we can do and the best thing we can pass on to our children. That it's
Yeah,
okay to
that
be
is really
wrong when you're in the face of truth, and it's okay to stand up for what is right when no one else stands up with you, when you know that it's
absolutely.
right.
That is all of our worst enemies. When I think back about my life and all the mistakes I've made, when I think about it and I'm honest about it, pretty much a majority were all ego based. All of them. And it's so strange too because now that I've let go of that ego, I can't understand it at all. I can't understand where it comes from and why do we cling on to that so much? Why is it so important? And then once you let it go, it's such a relief. And then you don't even understand why was it so hard to let go? What happened? What changed? It's such a weird thing to experience and think about.
Yeah, it, I think it's fascinating, and I use the word weird all the time too. It's like one of my favorite words. I'm writing a book right now, and actually, in the very first chapter, the main characters have a discussion. She's like, "Isn't this weird?" And he's like, "Why do you always call everything weird? Like that's amazing." And it's like, no, those two things mean the same thing. Like weird is amazing.
Yeah,
Weird is
yeah.
like it is so extraordinary that it's beautiful, it's ugly, it can mean all these different things. I think weird is like the perfect word for it. And ego is definitely weird on all aspects.
It really
Um,
is.
it trips me out. The whole psychology behind that's my favorite part about all of this is the psychology. Like
Yeah.
what people are thinking, why they're thinking it, why they say what they say, why they do what they do. Um, it
Don't you
really
feel
is
that the
brilliant.
reason why you feel that way? Because the reason why I feel that way is because I once I learned or once I came to the realization that because I never really thought about it before that the earth was flat, I knew instantly, like I didn't even have to think about it no more. I all of a sudden I instantly realized it when I started looking into it and I just knew automatically, of course. It's so obvious. I've known it somewhere inside of me this whole time, and it is the most obvious lie, but for some reason it is the biggest and hardest to wake people up to. and but it shouldn't be because it's so simple and so obvious. But that's why it's so fascinating too, because for some it is the hardest to break. It seems like most people. I feel like, don't you think?
Well, and I don't think that people ever can. Like, I mean, I still get into arguments with friends or my husband or even on here where I'm like, I witness myself like, oh my gosh, I'm going down the road of needing to be right and my ego being bruised. Like, stop it, and I'll apologize. And I'm like, whoa, sorry for that, guys. Like, I just had a human moment. And I think that's all we really need to do when we're confronted with that is like when we realize in real time that we are having that happen, because it will always happen. I don't think we will ever overcome our ego or, self-righteousness or any of these things. But the more we practice it, the quicker we will realize that we're doing it. And we can say in that moment, like, whoa, you know what? You're totally right. That was an ego moment. Like, I need to step back. I was trying to be right there. You actually have just proven so much to me. Thank you for that. Like, it takes practice, and we need to, be people who are going to be representatives for that, right? To like she was saying earlier, like how kids, it's a monkey see, monkey do, right? And the more
No,
that
yeah,
people
absolutely.
stand up and are logical and reasonable and recognize when they're wrong, especially in the moment, rather than needing to have a conversation later on. Recognizing that there's an issue right now, let's have it out, let's
Mhm.
reconcile this. And I apologize. I was totally being egotistical. Your facts are amazing. I need to look more into this, even whatever the case may be. That's
Yeah,
the best
that's a
that we
good.
can possibly do.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Because now when I experience ego, my ego, and when it causes problems, is usually in my relationship, and it's something petty and silly that I believe is right, and then we argue about it. But then I realize, oh, you know what? Maybe, I am making too much of this, or I am wrong, and it's weird because it takes a while for you to have that process in your brain. But when you talk about like in terms of things like flat Earth, if somehow somebody was to prove to me tonight that I'm wrong about flat Earth, everything that I think I know is wrong, and they're able to prove to me that it is round, I'm going to be okay with it. I'm not going to have an ego and still believe that I'm right. Those types of things I have no problem with anymore, accepting truths about. You know what I mean? I think we probably all feel that way.
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to say really quick, hi Bree, are you here to talk? Like, are you available to talk? Is what I meant.
Me?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing really well.
Good. It's good to see you here tonight.
Thank you.
I also noticed there are some other people in here too. I just wanted to give them a chance to talk. Slims, and I think the other one. Who was the other one? I think Zero left. But Slims, are you here? Did you want to say anything? Is there anyone else that we haven't talked to that wants to speak up? I guess not. Okay,
Well, I
so if anybody
appreciate your
wants to say
battle,
anything,
Modest.
then
I appreciate
go
you
ahead.
kind of letting me hijack Ladies Night for a little bit to ask you some questions. I really appreciate it because I love
No,
hearing
yeah,
from you guys.
that's what we're
I'm not
here
trying to
for, is to
hijack.
talk to anybody. You're not
Thank you. I'm not
hijacking at
trying to
all.
hijack.
Honestly,
Okay.
that's what we're here for, is to talk to
Thank you.
anybody who wants to talk to us, and all of us ladies can chime in whenever anybody wants to chime in. I just always like to take a break really quick to make sure if there is anybody
Absolutely.
who has not been heard from, if you want to speak, we would love to hear from you.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, we can go back to our discussion.
I also want to say I really appreciate the fact that you do that because you make a window of opportunity for those who want to say something. For instance, I was just thinking a minute ago, I was like, next lull, I am going to say this. So thank you.
That's awesome. And thank you for thinking of it too. I love it when ladies do that, or even, it's not just on ladies night, when other people do that, when discussions are happening in here. If anybody wants to speak up that, is kind of quiet and maybe shy, um we want to hear from you, and we want to hear what everyone has to say. So, yeah, Please speak up.
Especially if you're overly conscious of interrupting people, because I tend to accidentally do that because of lag or whatever. I'm listening on Dre's TV but talking in my mic. So I often I need to wait for a pause that lasts more than a second. But I
Exactly.
just want to say thank you guys so much for a lovely ladies' night. It's past 1 o'clock after midnight here, so I'm gonna play video games while Trace is still awake. Although he'll stay awake all night if I let him talk to this glooper and walker. Anyway, thanks you guys for an awesome
Thank
night.
you,
I'm
Karma,
gonna
and I
say
absolutely loved your guys' song. I'm gonna be promoting that on all of my servers, channels, social media, whatever. You guys are just doing so great with the music. Just amazing. I'm blown away. Thank you for that.
thanks so much for that. I don't like my voice so much, but Drace keeps telling me, no, you're good,
I
you're good.
love it. Yeah. You gave me chills like 3 times on that song. It was amazing. Amazing.
Oh, my face hurts now, smiling so hard. Thank you. It's a nice
Aw,
note to end
love you,
on.
lady. Okay, so if anybody else wants to chit chat about anything while ladies' night, I think we have a little while left. Yeah. Is there anybody here? Any ladies that want to talk about anything?
I can identify as a lady for 30-ish minutes if you'd like.
That's awesome. Go for it.
Okay, but I'm still gonna sound like a
Good
dude. Is that okay?
evening.
I totally understand since we're playing pretend, and that's why
Okay.
it's excusable.
Okay. Because I can only sound like a gay guy. I can't sound like a girl.
Nice.
No, I'm kidding. I'll let you guys finish out
Next
because
question.
yeah, I'm gonna let y'all finish out. I just wanted to say something. Okay, bye. Oh, what a night.
Oh, what a night. Okay, well, is there anyone else? Do any ladies want to say anything? I mean, if we're at a dead end, we can always end it and play the second song from Drace and Karma. But if anybody still wants to talk to us or has anything to say, well, then time is now to speak.
Just wanted to say good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Good work break, and I was enjoying listening you guys.
Nice.
Yeah.
Breaks are the best.
Yeah. But they are
I
short.
got a Gin CBO one here. Got a question for the ladies.
Hello, Jean.
How are you?
Where have you been, Jean?
I've seen him around.
Oh, I haven't seen him for about a month.
I've
Jean.
seen him. He's on other servers. I love what he has to say.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Problem, man.
Yeah,
Question for the
you.
ladies, right?
Yeah, go on.
Now, how do you feel about wearing flat earth material to your children's school? You may be picking them up, or you might have a parents' opening day, parents' observation day. Would you consider that?
Well,
Wearing a
my
flat
son
earth
is
t-shirt?
4. So my son is 4, and my
Yeah.
husband is actually a high school teacher.
Okay.
And we're homeschooling. When he turns 5 next year, we're going to homeschool him. We're not sending him. We live in California, so vaccines are like, oh, sorry, it's mandated here in California. Sorry about that slip. It's mandated here, so we're definitely not sending him to public school here. So we'll be homeschooling. But I would have no problem showing up to a school with that kind of a garb. And I know a lot of my friends would have no problem showing up with that kind of garb. Their children already were previous to learning about this kinds of stuff. They're already in junior high or high school. And so I know that they wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a great answer because that's exactly what I did. I mean, I don't wear the suits to the school. I go down there with my flat earth t-shirt, the Gleason's map or the Azimuth equidistant map, yeah, and that's in their face. And my children already know that the earth is flat, so they've asked their teachers about it. They've challenged the teachers in the classroom, so it's there. So it's got you got to put it in their face wherever you can. That's how I feel, anyway. you know, once your children can see that you can wear this truth into a school, they know it's got to be true.
Yeah, I think it's a good talking point, and I think that it would be interesting to see how schools actually felt about this. Like if a student, I know that when I went to school, and this was a long time ago, but I mean, I remember wearing like a Beavis and Butthead shirt, or a what was the other one that was like super outlawed back then, was the no fear shirts. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
so
remember
I
those.
mean,
Yeah.
they would make me turn my shirt inside out, or give me a different shirt to wear. I don't know
Wow.
how it is going on in schools today, but it would be interesting to see if kids were allowed to wear those kinds of shirts to school, if they were in public education, not in college, of course, but the lower grades. It would be interesting to see if they could.
Yeah, I think if they tried to do that in England, the teachers would be thrown out of the school. They don't have the right to stop children wearing whatever clothes they want, with
See, I
whatever
find that
message was
fascinating.
on there, as long as it wasn't sexually explicit or too, profanity. But a flat Earth T-shirt that wouldn't be deemed in that category, would it?
Yeah, I actually find that fascinating. Being in the UK, since freedom of speech seems to be on trial over there. So I find it
Yeah.
interesting that the teachers aren't allowed to do that kind of thing. I do know over here, girls can wear the shortest of shorts, everything hanging out, and nothing can be said about it.
No,
So
there's conservative in Britain.
I don't know about logos though.
Yeah, no, yeah. In elementary school, the kids can wear whatever they like. Then when they go to secondary school, it's school uniform. They have to wear the
Oh,
school
gotcha.
uniform unless they go to private school or they're homeschooled, as it were.
Okay. Yeah, because even I know, if we're talking about just elementary school alone,
Mm.
I know even over here that kids like aren't allowed to wear like, and a lot of it's political stuff. We've heard this happening in the news. Somebody wears like a Trump shirt and they're sent home, or like all these different things that happen. Even if it's Black Lives Matter or whatever, like there's all this political stuff going on. Um,
Yeah,
there's nothing happening like it used to when I was younger that I've heard of, where it's like Beavis and Butthead was outlawed, and Ren and Stimpy and No Fear shirts, things like that. Like Snoop Dogg, whatever, wasn't
mm,
allowed. But I do think that if it is something that is if the rule that they usually use around here is that if it's disrupting the classroom in any way, or like sending a message to
yeah,
other kids where it's doing something on recess or whatever, then they will crack down on it and say, don't allow your child to wear this here again. But as for the parents picking people up, that's a whole different story. And I,
yeah,
I, I think
yeah,
that I wouldn't have an issue with it if my child was going to public school. I would rock that every single day proudly and walk up
yeah.
to grab his hand for other people to see.
That's exactly what I did. I had the opportunity to teach at elementary, junior high school level. English, and I mixed in flat Earth with that, and it went down a right treat. Here in Japan, that is. So the Japanese school education system invited me to teach English at their schools, three schools, and I got them to what was it? Draw the seaside scene. The horizon, clouds in the sky, seagulls, the yachts, boats, people swimming. Yeah, and then I drew my picture on the whiteboard. Mine was a curved horizon, right? And the teachers and the kids all laughed. They laughed at me. They said I did it wrong. They said because the horizon is not curved; it's level. But they were laughing at my picture, and I said, "Yeah." But then I pointed to their globe and said, "But we live on a globe, don't we?" And then it went quiet, and they had their heads to one side thinking. And then I proceeded to rub my picture. I said, "Yeah, I'm wrong." So I proved the point that they knew they know the Earth is level. It's just the programming is in getting in the way. Sorry, did you hear all that, or did I break up?
No, yeah, I got you. I just have a child that's annoying in the background.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
No worries.
yeah.
But yeah, I agree
So
with you. I totally do.
yeah. I introduced it subtly there, and I just think the sooner the kids can learn that, the better, because they already know the Earth is level from the environment that they're playing in and growing up in. So they already know that the Earth is a leveled plane. They know this. It's in their mind, in their psyche already. So the sooner you can get them onto that, the better. And I think a good age, six is a good age. 5, 6, that's it. That's good enough to start introducing them to the truth. I mean, my youngest was 6, and then the other 3 boys were older than the youngest one, but they all learnt together at the same time. You see, because not only was I a father to my children, and I still am, but I'm also their friend. So I play the games with them. I do everything with them. See, so I was able to, when I found out, well, it was in 2015. When I found out, I spent 6 hours checking, making sure that is this for real, after ignoring it for like 6 months. And then I went upstairs and, okay, boys, sit down, sit down. I found out something really interesting. Now just sit down, pay attention, and then I asked them what the shape of the Earth was and how could they prove it? Is what I said. And then they started saying, "Well, look, there's a picture." I said, "But that's CGI, that is," and so on and so forth. You know the story. And yeah, they came round. They lucky for them, they've been on boats, so they've seen the horizon. They've travelled by aeroplane on holiday, so we've taken them here, there, and everywhere. So the experiences were there for them to quickly come on board. That's why I said my children were lucky like that. So it's just a question of timing and what kind of experience they've had. But most children, wouldn't think the Earth was a ball spinning. But that's the end of the questions anyway. But nice hearing from you guys anyway. Brilliant ladies' night, by the way. Fantastic.
Thank you, and it was good hearing from you. And yeah, I would like to see the shirts when you get a chance if you can post them.
Yeah,
Yo,
oh
it's
yeah,
good to
I
see
wear.
you, Honda motorcycle.
Yeah, I actually wear the t-shirt. I'm wearing one now. My Flat Earth research Flat Earth, or dare to research Flat Earth with the WHO logo with the reefs. Yeah, olive green, military olive green one, really nice. And the other one is the azimuthal equidistant map, and I wear these whenever I have to go to this. If I go to, I wear them all the time, but when I go to their school, the same story. I don't put the suit and tie on. No, got a message to send, so I send the message. Everyone's all formally dressed, but Jin's got in, camouflage trousers, flat up t-shirts. Yeah, hey there. Yeah, nice, nice. Yeah, all right. That's right. The Earth is not a spinning ball. So there's nothing wrong with doing that, I think. And if every flat earther can get on board with that, yeah, sending the truth into the schools. Like you said, it's a good topic for conversation.
Is there anyone else that wanted to chit chat with us before? I mean, it kind of sounds like Ladies' Night is slowing down. If we are going to close it out, we can definitely close it with Drace and Karma's second song, unless anybody else has something to say. Okay, then I think Drace, I don't know, I can't, I don't know how to stream the song, so if somebody can do that for us, it would be really cool to hear your guys' song, or your second song. I don't know if Karma's on that one or not.
Thank you, ladies, for being here. I really appreciated all your thoughts and conversations.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, the second
So,
song is just me. I'm ready to play whenever you are.
so I heard the end of your discussion about, the ego and, if someone were to, like prove you wrong about it, then you'd be open to it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say that one more time.
I caught the end of your discussion before about you guys were talking about the ego and how like the guy was saying, you know, if someone were to like, you know, prove him wrong about flat Earth, that he would be open to it and like, you know,
Yeah, that was me.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole point of
So yeah,
like being logical and like that. I started talking about that if something can be proven right, then of course you know you will back down and be like, okay, either I need to look into this more, or I was completely wrong, depending on how valid the information is. Are you saying you have something?
well, I do have something, but yeah, so I do have something, and I think that you know, you should look at other. I know it seems flat, and I will agree with you on that. Like our senses tell us that it's flat, that it's flat. So, but the thing is, like things aren't always as you know as they seem.
Of course. So, what is your reasoning then? Let us hear the evidence you want to bring to the table, and we can logically discern how valid we think it is.
So, if you take a video camera and you put it on the edge of water and you zoom in, you'll see that the water is actually concave.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time. You cut out.
If you take a video camera and you put it on the edge of water, like 2 inches on the edge of the water, like right above the water, and you zoom in, you'll see that the water is concave.
So you
What kind of
understand
water?
about lenses. Wait, hold on. You understand that lenses affect what you're seeing through a camera, correct?
Definitely, they affect what you say. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. I'm not talking about the lens though. I'm talking about the
Okay.
water in between, like two
Okay.
boats, for example.
Do you have something that you can show us so that we can visually see exactly what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Can you post it in the live stream voice text so we can all see?
Okay. Just give me a sec.
Thank you.
Well, are you talking about a puddle? Or are you talking about a lake? Or are you talking about an ocean? What do you
Please,
mean?
Dude's a
yeah, I thought.
concave earther. He's been here like 20 times and been banned. To show
Oh,
you the same
okay.
video we've seen 100 times.
Okay, that's
Okay.
interesting.
Indeed, did you ever check out that book, The Cellular Cosmogony?
Yes.
You did.
I've seen all the listen,
if you
I've
look
seen
up,
all the concave earther nonsense. I've seen it all.
So you read the book.
The book, Cellular Cosmogony.
You read
Yeah.
it.
So what's negative refraction? What causes it?
You said you read the book. I don't believe that you read the book. I think you're
It's
lying.
by Stephen. What's his name? Stephen J. Christ or whatever his name is.
No, that's not who wrote the
Lord
book.
Stephen Christ.
Did you post the picture yet?
That's
Because I
not
don't see
who.
it.
I knew you didn't read it. Just caught you in a blatant lie right there.
Did you post your
No,
picture yet?
not
Because
the
I
book.
don't see it.
Listen, there's a video called Cellular Cosmogony, right? It has excerpts of the book, right? It's 8 hours long. Yeah, I watched an 8 hour video
By
on concave
Cyrus
Earth.
Reed. By Cyrus Reed Teed.
I just got one question for you, Cell Earthers. Right? How come the stars above don't match the layout of the cities on the other side of the world?
Believe me, I'm not the guy to talk to you about this. Like, I'm not an expert in this by any means. Just want to put that out
It's
there.
just a question.
I have no
Just a
idea.
question.
I have no idea.
Well, I'm still waiting for your picture too that you said you had that
Oh
you
yeah,
post.
one
You still
sec.
haven't posted
I
it.
have it. Just give me a sec. 'Cause I was
I don't
talking to
want.
India.
Anyway, I would want measurements, not pictures.
Well, yeah, it's not going to make a difference to me. But if he says he has it, I want to see it.
Yeah, I'll post it. Just give me one sec. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Not that not that it's going to mean anything.
Well, I mean, it would be cool to see it, but no matter what,
posting it right
when
now.
we're okay, cool.
Okay, I can't. I gotta go to which channel?
Live
Well,
stream
I would
voice
just
text.
say,
Okay.
like coming in and saying like things don't appear as they seem with our senses. You're making the assumption that we rely solely on our senses, which we don't. We have actual measurements of the surface
Okay, I'm
showing that
watching
it
it right
doesn't
now.
curve in either direction. So you have an actual measurement for anything.
Look, again, I'm not here to debate you about it. All I'm saying is just look into it, you know? Like, I'm not
Actually,
100% on it
I know
I'm
what
not
your measurements
100%
are.
on it either. I don't know
The
that it
Caress
is or anything.
Society in Florida, the rectilineator, all that. You don't know about any of that.
Wait, I just
I
watched
do.
this
The
video.
book
I'm
talks
not
about the
sure what we're supposed to be
rectilineator.
saying here. I don't understand what I mean, other than what we're saying with lensing, like you actually think that, that water is somehow dipping down in reality as opposed to just what's happening on the video? Like what are you saying here?
Yeah, if you watch the video, the first boat, if you see the so the camera's right on the edge of the water. So in order to see the boats, you have to actually tilt the camera up first of all. Second of all, there's space in between the two boat, like there's water in between the two boats. And if the water was flat, you wouldn't be able to see above the first boat. The second boat shouldn't be in your vision, but it is. You can see the whole boat plus the water in between the
Okay, let
two.
me take a screenshot of this. Are you talking about what's happening at this point? Let me just take a screenshot of this and post this into the live stream because again, I'm really not comprehending what it is that you're trying
All right,
to
let me
get
try and
by us.
explain it again. I'm going to
Let me
explain it
just
again.
show you. Okay, look at this image. Is this what you're talking about in the video? This point.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Okay, what are you saying?
if the two, yeah, so you see how the boat in the back, the red boat, how you can see the water in between the white boat and the red boat.
Yeah.
So if the water were actually flat, you wouldn't be able to see that water in between the two boats.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that you
Because
wouldn't be able to
you
see
would
water in between?
because think about it, if it's flat and the camera, you shouldn't be able to even see above the first boat.
So basically we shouldn't even be able to see the first
And you
little
could see
blob that's
water
here on
above
the
the
left
first
hand
boat.
side. No. We shouldn't even be able by what you're stating, we shouldn't even be able to see this little blob to the left at all because
Yeah, you
it just
should be.
shouldn't
Well,
happen.
if the camera was indeed flat and level, you
So you're
wouldn't be able to
saying
see
that
that
it's
first boat.
dipping
The
down
camera
and
is
lifting
tilted up.
up.
The camera itself is tilting up in order to see this image.
Got it. So
It's not
you
leveled.
think that the water is like concave, that it's dipping down and lifting up for us to see things in the distance. Is
I
that what
think
you're claiming?
perspective is concavity.
No, I
That's
don't
what I
think
mean.
it's dipping
So if it's
down.
concave, it would have to be if it's concave, right? Like there has to be some kind of a dip and then a rise. And that's why you're saying it's not flat, it's dipping and rising, and that's how we're able to see something so far away, correct? If it's concave, there has to be a dip and a rise instead of a drop and a hump. It would be the
Well,
opposite. It would be a dip and a rise.
I think it's just a dip. I don't know if it's like a dip. I wouldn't think of it like in terms of a dip.
There would have to be some kind of dip if it's concave. This is the same conversation with Globers of the drop and the hump. There would have to be a dip and a rise in
Okay, maybe.
order
So
for it
what's
to
your
be this
point,
way.
though? What are you trying to get at?
Well, that's my point. Are you that I was literally asking you a question. Are
I
you
don't know.
saying that
I don't
it's
know. I don't know
dipping
if
and
you.
rising?
I don't know if dipping is the right word.
Okay, then what would be the right word?
I mean, I don't know if it's hard to put this into words, you know?
Yeah, 'cause you're a troll and you've been here like 50
Well,
times
if you
and then
can't put
banned
it into
50 times.
words, well, and this is the most amazing point
I'm
of
not a
this is that
troll.
you wait, hold
That's
on,
where
let me
you're
just say
wrong.
something, Slims. Let me just say
You
this.
are.
Let me just say this really quick. Is that you came in here and you said that conversation that you guys had earlier about like if somebody can prove you wrong, like that you would say, "Oh my goodness, like I'm gonna let go of my ego and I'm gonna say you're justifiably right in this. You know, I
Yeah.
made a mistake." That's how we came into this.
Mhm.
Well, if you can't bring what you're actually trying to describe and you don't actually know what you're trying to describe, then how are we supposed to
No, well,
even
I
have a
do.
conversation like that?
I just described it to you about this scenario about how
You
the
didn't though.
camera's on the edge. In order to see the image, the camera has to be tilted up. Do you get that part?
No,
Or
because the
How can we
else
camera
tell the
doesn't have
camera's
to
tilted? How do we know the camera's tilted up?
there's another video where the guy levels the camera
and
Okay,
it
where's
also
that?
and
doesn't
then he just zooms
we
it
can
right
see
into
cameras that
water.
are perfectly
You want
leveled
me to
that
post it?
see quite far. So the camera
Sure.
doesn't have to be tilted
Then
up.
I
It
want you
can
to
be quite
diagram it.
level.
Then I wanted you to diagram it
It
orthographically
doesn't
the
even
same way a
matter if the
camera
camera
is.
was tilted up because there's other points that I made too.
Okay, well, that was your main point, was that the camera was tilted up. So now what's your other
That
point?
is part of the point. Sure, I'll post the video. One sec.
That's how we know he's a troll, because he doesn't even know his own argument.
Exactly. And coming in here saying like, "Oh, that was a great conversation you had about you would admit that you're wrong." If there was logically sound arguments, then bring me a logically sound argument, and I will admit that I'm wrong, but I'm not hearing anything even like organized right
He's
now. And
he's
I would
trying to
like
make
to.
he's trying to make the ridiculous claim that if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't even see the surface because you're parallel, right? As it like if you took an orthographic view or something, and I start like if I draw a straight line from a camera and I draw a straight line at what represents the surface, those lines will never intersect, so you'll never see the surface. And if you see the surface, then it must be going up, right? It's a
I don't know what you're
ridiculous
talking about.
and foolish, idiotic argument. Because we
Even
don't
within this
see
video, this is just
orthographically, buddy. We see in perspective.
yeah. This is literally just perspective what's happening here. When you try and zoom in on a certain point, when you're looking out in the distance, everything is going to rise and fill. I mean, it's just what happens. It rises when
I
you're
don't know
at
why
this
you guys
base
have to get
level.
so angry and defensive.
I'm not angry, and
Because you've
nobody's
been
being
here
defensive.
before.
Nobody's angry. No, let me
I
I'm
speak
just
for a
posted
having a
the
second.
video.
Listen,
I
conversation.
posted the
Just
video.
questioning
let
you
me
and
just
making statements doesn't mean that I'm angry.
let me just say this real fast. Okay, so you got a drone, right? You fly it right over your head, right? And you got another drone, but it's on a boat, right? It's all over the water. Now they're right over top of each other. You send them both out, and what's going to happen? The drone is going to appear to set, while the boat is going to appear to get higher and higher and higher. And neither one of them are changing altitude. One's at sea level, one's at 20 feet above sea level, and they appear to do the same thing, right?
You gotta say that again. I'm sorry, man.
Here we go.
I know. I'm trying to
Because this,
comprehend what he's saying. I don't do this all day where I think about this stuff. If you don't mind, I'm trying to comprehend what he's saying. You know, I don't think to get all. You don't have to start laughing at
Nobody's
me, dude.
upset. Nobody's upset.
because you've been here before.
Like,
You might be fooling them, but you've been. This is the fourth time I know you've been
So what
between
does
this
that
server
matter?
and the
What does that
old
have to do with
server
anything if I've been here
because you were
before?
destroyed the other 3 times. I can't believe you keep coming back here with this.
you don't have to play victim. All you have to do is
And
just
then
provide the facts. Like, what are the facts? And if the facts don't add up, then own it. Like, you
how
need to
can this
hone
be the
your
fourth
argument.
time and you still can't construct an argument and you still don't even know what the observation is and you can't describe it to anybody? The fourth time, then say you're not a troll. Come on.
Well,
What
and
are we
this is
supposed to
you.
think?
I posted
We
the
had this
video of the level
discussion,
of the
Slims.
camera being leveled, so
Slims.
And we'll
We
change
had
the subject.
my argument
Slims.
still holds.
We had this
No, it
discussion
doesn't,
all night
because
tonight. Belief versus fact. What you're presenting right now is just a belief because you can't even back up with facts or logic or any kind of reason. So just
I
work on that, and
totally
then when
did.
you have
I
something like
totally
that,
did just checkmate the
who did you checkmate?
I will declare victory. And then that'll make me right. Come on, dude.
When did you
Like, really?
checkmate?
I just posted the video with
He declared it.
the level video camera. So
And
there you go. The camera's pointing up.
Yeah, that's great. That's just like me pointing at a vase that's a fucking room and then zooming in on it and it going like it doesn't make any sense. Like when you're
So
focusing in on something
think
that's
about it.
far away,
If
it's
the
going to happen
camera
in that way.
if the camera is 2 inches above the surface of the water, then how come there's water above the first boat?
Why is there
you're
water
seeing in
above the
perspective,
first boat? Because it's
because it's
farther
called
out.
perspective.
It's
That's not
farther out.
perspective. That has nothing to do with
It is
It is
perspective. The
very,
water
very far
behind the
away. It
boat
is
is not
perspective.
at the vanishing point yet. It's really simple.
But the
No,
altitude of the camera is below the boat.
so what?
The boat's higher than
That
the
means
camera.
nothing.
You shouldn't
That
be able
means
to see
nothing.
behind the boat.
You just keep repeating yourself, saying the same thing. That means nothing. It
Not
should
only
be.
is
Why
he
shouldn't it be?
repeating
Listen,
himself,
why
but
shouldn't it be?
every time we finish completing our
You mean
whole statement. He then says, "Excuse me, say that again," and have us repeat it again.
Troll,
No,
Oh
I've
yeah.
I
seen this like
genuinely am
many
trying to
times.
understand what you're saying because I'm not 100% on
So
this.
like, listen, let me ask you this: is the camera behind the boat higher than the water, or higher? Is the water behind the boat, the furthest boat, higher than the camera?
I guess maybe I don't know. I think
You don't know. The camera's not in the water, right?
it's just above the water.
Okay, so the water far out is camera still above the water, right?
That I don't understand what you just like I think the water behind that boat is higher. Yes.
Oh, you think it's higher? But you think that
And
if the
you don't,
water
right?
wasn't higher, you think if the water wasn't higher, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You don't think that's right?
It's, no, it's nowhere near right.
To me that makes sense in my mind. Like if the altitude of the camera is
How about
lower than the boat,
you don't use your
it would be
mind,
flat.
right? How about you don't use your mind and you just draw it out geometrically, right? Just draw this on in paint on a piece of paper or whatever you want. Draw it out.
I'd like to read like just the beginning of a chapter from the cellular cosmogony, and I
Goodbye.
just want to hear what you have to say about that.
Yeah, how about goodbye instead?
See, you're getting all angry again, man.
I don't have to be angry. You're gone.
So
Doing
can
this
I
again.
explain to everyone else what I was talking about?
Yeah, we listen, Tank. I understand you perfectly. Exactly what you're saying. If you have a drone, if you have a camera at a mid like in the like so you have something on the ground, camera in the middle, something above it. If you watch these two things in the camera, they're going to converge. One is going to appear to go down. One is going to appear to go up. He understands what you're saying. We live this every single day. Like it's not like he just woke up yesterday and he doesn't know how vision works. You know what I mean? This dude he's been here multiple times.
Okay, I
And
agree.
he does.
Yeah, I just didn't know.
I'm just saying he does the same thing where like he just circles and circles and circles and circles and just keeps doing the same thing over and over again. A literal time waster. We sat in here one time for an hour and a half with him, doing the same thing. This circle, just like, oh, it just doesn't do that. Why? And then like when you give him an example of why he's wrong, he changes the subject, declares victory. He just does this over and over again. He's a troll. Like this is, I don't know what else to say. This is old for me. I don't know.
Well, I just have to back that up with the fact that he came in here on the premise that he had such great logic that we would bend and say, "Oh my gosh, you're right." That's what he came in here with, and I didn't see him provide anything that was well thought out, logical. He didn't even understand his own arguments. When I questioned him
Yeah.
about it, he was like, "Oh, I don't know. I need to think about that." It's like, well, then don't say that you have all this stuff for people to bend their knee to and be like, "Wow, you're so right." It just doesn't work.
Well, his actual goal, he's a Glober, by the way. His actual goal is to make us appear as if we're unreasonable, that we will deny evidence right in front of our face, and have to equate ourselves with an absurd claim that the earth is concave, right? It's like a little a psyop propaganda tactic. I don't know what you call it. But he's
Right. He
done
was
this
trying
so
to
many
set us
times. I
up.
mean, the first time he did this is almost 4 years ago. Think about that. 4 years ago. He's still trying to do the same thing. I mean, I'll give him an A for dedication or something. I mean, any
Well,
analogy.
playing a
I mean,
classic
you gave
case.
him an example. I gave an example. Hank gave him an example of where he's just wrong. And when he was giving the example, changed the subject. He circled around and just like went right back to the beginning and just started restating the same claim again as if we didn't say anything to refute it. He's done this before. We will just be as long as we entertain him, as long as he'll be here doing that same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
You got to
I
sit
just
here
want
for
to say
6
on that
hours.
note,
He'll be doing it for
if
6 hours. You do it for 20 hours, he'll do it for 20 hours. Like, just take it. You know what I mean? Pick
I
one.
think we should
Like,
end Ladies Night on that note and play the awesome song by Drake and close out Ladies Night so we can get on.
yeah, ending on a high note.
Exactly.
Why does Ladies Night have to end?
I mean, it doesn't have to end. We can keep going. I mean, I think I might be the only lady here. I think Karma's in the chat. Okay, Jay's here. We can keep it going, but I don't know. People usually end.
We need a ladies' night after party.
I'll still be here to talk, but I mean, if we want to end the whole, we're only ladies that are.
Oh, I see.
It would be great to have everybody chime in. But I mean, I'll still be here to talk.
Right on.
Do we have Drace's song?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Here on scientific crossroads that symbolize the international spirit of space age tomorrow.
Yeah, we're at a crossroads. I'm living in your tomorrow, and it's an international dystopia filled with man's sorrow. You can forget the delusional utopia. Sitting at your workstation, do you get the implication of your predestined designation? Syndrome, domestication, status, victimization, vocation, misapplication of man in creation. One step closer to automation or complete behavioral modification, a psychological operation on the entire population. Programmed emasculation and freedom eradication, now it's truth by declaration and character assassination. Wars between puppet nations, propaganda on every station, public lost in mass consumption of poisons like fluoridation. They fool you with the concentration, it's still rat poison by demonstration. Is Epstein's friendly relation the solution to overpopulation? With his World Health Organization and the justification, vaccine monetization for a fake infestation, complete dehumanization, medical registration, moral degradation for the elite's preservation. All based in misinterpretation, using the media centralization through the repeated indoctrination and state-sponsored misinformation. It's human experimentation, trauma-based vaccination, isolation and deprivation is not medication. For psyche fragmentation, done in desperation, a fear of humiliation, done with our cooperation, a moral resignation, and controlled publication, a scientific imitation. That's not science, bruh. That's pseudoscience. Bring up child exploitation related by royal blood relations, protected by black law legislations, all an abomination. Protecting its reputation, an aberration, deserving no admiration, leading to your predation. Fixation, inflation, deflation, endless persuasion, familial separation, and economic migration is actually an invasion. Racial segregation, CTR integration, discrimination, guilt by association, all for the acceleration of your damnation. It's just your imagination, but requires your hesitation and moral pervasion. Compliments of the mason. So welcome to the plantation. Understand the ramification. Through our cooperation and dedication and determination, you get the qualification. It's time for a re-evaluation, an actual verification, a graduation from animation and manipulation. Work on your cultivation and communication. Share the information with the population about the situation. This will lead to the unification and scientific invigoration through endless inspiration. It's a harmonization of civilization. Avoid the temptation, break the domination, have the realization and find the motivation. The invalidation of the explanation and imagination brings about a transformation. It's time for a rejuvenation of mankind in creation. This is your invitation for participation in mankind's liberation, man's salvation, a true revelation. Peace.
That was straight fire. Drace, you never cease to amaze me.
Yeah, that beat drop. Good. Hot. Grace, you did that whole thing?
Yeah, I made it in 2 days.
Oh man, nice. What software you use to make that?
Studio One, something that came with the mic I bought.
we need a flat Earth band, man. Oh, shit, we could have like a music festival at this point.
Yeah, eventually we're definitely gonna hold like some crazy concerts with all the FE bands coming together. It's gonna be great.
Yo, did you hear Witsit and Highest Kai the other day, like in the morning? Dude, they had a whole routine going, man. It was so funny, man. So we can have a comedy act too. They're acting like redneck Southern Globus. It was so funny.
Yeah, they do that all the
Dinosaurs.
time on their live shows. They're always
Oh
doing
my
that.
god,
I
it
was
was
kind of
great, man.
concerned when they were in the South. I was like, they maybe be doing that, but everybody like thought it was funny. So yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, I love that. I love when they do that.
Trace, I didn't hear the song. I just got back.
Epic fail.
I know. Can somebody vindicate me? Send it to me. Trace, is it on SoundCloud or YouTube?
Here it is.
Look, there it is now.
It's a really good one, I think, because it's a fast flow, right? And everything just bounces off of everything else, and it's really good.
Oh, good. All right, all right, all right, all right. I'm gonna take a listen. Rach meow. I'll be back. I'm adding it to the DJ list too. KJ and I are in the contest now. Who can build the best list? And she's just now hearing about that too. By the way, I'm just kidding. But I'm DJ now too sometimes. So when she's not here, I'm gonna try to hold it down at least 20% as well as she does. So get ready. I don't know what that. I'll be back. She's gonna win. She's gonna fucking win. I don't care who's rooting for me. She's gonna win. Anyway, go ahead, guys. What are you saying?
That's hilarious.
My name is Antonio Montego. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Prepare to die. Oh yeah. Hank's round table. Hold on, Hank. I'm gonna interrupt you to promote you. How's that grab you? If you missed Hank's talk with the round table last night, Helio just posted it in the voice texts. Y'all need to get with it and sit through the entire thing right now. Get some snacks, get some beverages, get a couple J's. If you know what I mean. Jobs. You need to get some jobs. Anyway, so yeah, enjoy. Voice text. Hank. Okay, and now Hank can speak. Look at that. Why don't you follow that?
Thank you, I guess.
Love you, buddy.
Speak to me. Speak.
Speech.
He'll give you one later for sure. Listen to his speech in the video right now. It's downtime after ladies' night. Everybody's finishing dinner. Get you some Hank. No, sorry. Go ahead.
I was advised earlier that bong rips are not acceptable.
I heard that. I have no opinion either way. I just thought that was kind of a funny criticism.
Yeah, before you go swimming, bong rips are not acceptable. You always want to do what's called a gravity bong hit. You know, you want to get that white yellow smoke in the middle and then sit at the bottom of the pool for as long as possible.
Good Lord. No.
That's not medical advice.
Take me off the list for that. Jesus.
Gravity bongs a shit.
What happens when you start coughing underwater?
Put me on the list.
Get me off the list.
In the water. You
don't go
before you go swimming. Come on, man.
Oh, okay. I was like, you take a hit and then go down to the bottom of the pool, man. That's dangerous as shit. I'll bet it would do nothing too.
The only time I've witnessed a gravity bong, I was in high school, and my friends had like one of those big buckets that you have ice in with like the ropes on the side, and an Alhambra bottle, and it was all hooked up. They used the Alhambra bottle and literally loaded the entire thing. And my friend, a guy, they just slammed it down, went into him, and it was literally like poltergeist and shot against the wall. And that was the only experience I've ever had with a gravity bong.
Oh,
So
crazy.
I'm literally laughing right now thinking about somebody doing that and then going to the bottom of a pool.
Oh my God. That's not at all
If you wanna-
the story I expected.
Danger zone.
Look, you take a 3-liter bottle, cut the top off. Take a 2-liter bottle, cut the bottom off. Take 2 2-liter caps, tape them together, and back to back. Poke holes through them. Screw the cap
Your
on.
mic is
Load it with
garbage.
weed.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm giving you the quick manual on how to make a gravity bomb.
Yeah, but because the mic sucks, you're barely giving it to us.
Here, I'll do it.
Oh no,
Okay,
and
so
I know how to
you take.
make one. I'm just saying it was an Alhambra bottle, which is ginormous.
I think a gallon jug is
I'm used to
probably big
doing it with gallon jugs. Yeah. That's the way.
Oh,
enough.
I saw a 5-gallon jug water bottle once
Wow.
in a
I
bathtub.
did it with a 3-liter soda bottle.
That's what I was
Yeah,
saying. A
as long as it
2-liter
doesn't feed
inside of
off.
a 3-liter.
God, it tastes like plastic.
You taste like shut up.
Nah, you need to use a fruit for the core of the the core of the apple and put it right into, and then you start
That's a good idea. I
spinning,
never thought about that.
start
Chief,
rotating it around.
what are you
Yeah.
eating?
Oh man, a chicken parmesan stuffed quesadilla.
Hell yeah, bro. Have you gained weight?
No, I lost weight.
Shut up. Okay,
I
well,
weigh
but the more you dance,
122.
the more you dance like that, because it takes concentration and focus, you got to eat more. I'm
Bro,
just
I'm
fucking
eating
with
a
you, dude.
lot. I
I'm just
weigh
fucking with you.
122, bro. Like,
Yeah, you got to gain 30 pounds right now. Tonight.
Hey, Glad Flub, you ever think maybe you like to hear yourself talk too much?
Yes.
How do you get on Bible study?
you
Show
click
up to a
on it.
Bible study, I guess.
Is that the worst you can do? I like to hear myself talk. That's basically a compliment. That means I'm badass.
So
Maybe
I
it's
enjoy
me.
hearing you talk. You have such a nice voice. It's like melodic or whatever the name for that compliment is. But
Who?
talk
Say
all you
who?
want.
Me?
There's all day. Yeah. If
Oh.
you had an audio, listen to it. You have a very
Oh,
nice
thanks.
voice.
See? So guys don't like it because they're jealous, and girls like it just because that's what happens.
I don't like my voice. My voice is annoying.
Maybe to you.
Nobody likes their own voice the most.
Yeah,
I don't.
Unless
It's
you
nasally.
that way. Yeah.
My shit's nasally, and I don't sound like I'm from anywhere.
And different
You
people
sound
love
like you're
other
from the
people's
United
voices.
States.
Right.
Other people love people's voices, while other people hate them. It's definitely like an eyes and ears
Yeah.
of the whole.
Oh, for sure. It's complete. It's one of the most subjective things, like taste in music, or is ketchup or
Yeah.
mustard better?
Yeah.
Oh man, I should have put
Flavor.
some mustard inside of this quesadilla.
Only morality's
Also, you're
one
used
of those
to your own.
subjective things.
Yow. Oh, that's no more quesadilla though. Should make another one.
What if they just agree?
Wait, what? Hank?
Toby? Who? Okay, so who asked me if I like to hear myself talk? I want to speak with that person for like an hour and a half. Just me and him, but mostly me. Come on, who said that? Mitchell, was that you? No. I don't know. Come on, don't be shy. Dude, I'm with you. I'm real You know what my stepsister had to do? Man, we shared a room with bunk beds for a little bit. She had to literally scream at me to shut up. She learned curse words early so she could shut me up, so she could get some sleep.
He said she learned the curse words early.
Yeah, well, y'all are dear to my heart. We feed off each other. That's all there is to it. So anyway, enough about me. What about the flat Earth? Or the measurably flat area upon which we live? That's a good
What,
picture,
like
box ops. Meme, that's a nice one. I'll steal that.
Yeah.
So I was in line at the grocery store for 20 minutes because some old guy didn't want to pay an extra $1.69 for a can opener. Then he opens his wallet and he's got like $6,000 and $100 bills in there. Wanted to murder that guy.
Oh my goodness.
Damn, Indio, I thought you were about to say something about I was in the freezer section and this woman didn't have a bra. I thought you were about to say something like that.
I
Helio,
still be in
man,
the
you need to
freezer
get out of
section.
the house a few times this month.
What I leave the grocery store
Goodness.
for. I'd still be there.
Like after work one day, Helio, go grab a drink somewhere else than home. You feel me? Just go hang out.
I do that
God,
sometimes.
hang out with people before it's illegal.
Elio is Deuce Bigelow.
What? I think you made a mistake. Did somebody say steak?
I'm the male gigolo of the internet, I guess, because I
Really?
actually do that.
You'd be pretty busy if that were the case. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have time for us.
Hey, the ladies love me. Don't worry about this.
Apparently they don't because you're always here.
No. Ask any of the ladies around. I mean,
I know.
Sometimes they might be like, Helio, that fucking guy.
Helio, I hope to have your voice one day in my life, but I'm afraid it's just not gonna. It's not in the genetics, boy. I don't have as much testosterone as you do, so.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't try, but it is. Anyway, but
I don't even know how to disagree with that. He's right.
I'm nice to the ladies.
I know you are. You're a smooth operator, man. I don't know why you're single. Beats me.
Keep it simple.
Actually, I mean, I know why I'm single because I'm not a good partner when it comes to that. I'm better off single.
I don't know, man.
Put yourself out there, brother.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with that. Sorry. Sorry.
It do what it
I'm
do.
single because I'm not gonna date a glober, and I don't
You
know
haven't
to look for
experienced-
flat Earth in life.
That's true.
So-
Yeah. I got to start dating in flat Earth now, don't I? Damn it.
You haven't experienced the world like I did. You're
So,
gonna grow up.
It'll be
learning
like
how
you
it
go on a date and make sure it's like you don't even get the person too warmed up into the conversation before you drop the FE bomb.
You
Be
dropped
like,
the
listen,
bomb.
I got to tell you something before, because we seem to be hitting it off. I got to tell you something before we do anything else. Earth's flat and stationary, and I can prove it.
Yeah, but it's not.
Just
I'm
ruin
not
the
really good
fucking
at that.
date.
Like if I'm out like in a bar or something, and I start talking to a lady or something, I mean, it comes out pretty quick. I just can't. I can't help myself.
Can't help it.
You said.
Thank God somebody that's willing to sit down and listen to me. Now, only if I could talk about flat Earth.
Everywhere you go.
Yes, what do you do with it once you get the interest?
Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you.
Is it Ryan Adams?
I do get you, Helio, though, because we talk about flat Earth so much that we have a wealth of knowledge in our brains that like just wants to come out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I mean, it doesn't always happen. I mean, I do hold back, in group situations, like if I'm at a concert or something, but not always. I mean, it just depends on if I hang around somebody long enough for a few hours or whatever, that shit's going to come out. I'll do the general conversation where, drinking, having fun or whatever, but it's eventually going to come out. Especially if I'm wearing a flat Earth t-shirt. Well, that's just like
I gotta get some of those.
Helio, how long can you go in a day without seeing a globe or an astronaut? I mean, what, 20 minutes?
Or hearing
Or
the
it
word
has to
globe.
come out.
Well, it's like I was talking about
Or astronaut.
New guy that I was working with today. He's like, "So, did you get your COVID shot?" I'm like,
"Oh my God!"
I was like, "No, I don't do that.
I don't do that."
It's like, yeah, they're gonna have
it's
to
like
kill
a gay
me.
guy hitting on you at the bar.
I told him,
yeah,
they're
don't
gonna have
do
to kill me if they want me to take it.
Yeah, I always tell him no
But
thanks.
that's okay. I
I'm not
mean,
an
he's older than me. I mean, he does doctor stuff and goes to the doctor and stuff.
He gets poked by strange men.
In a way, I guess you could say it that way.
Yeah, I am going to say it that way.
Yeah. Well, it's like it. Even though I went to a doctor for something else, and and I've talked about it before. I mean, I've had blood pressure, and he started prescribing medicine, and I was like, all right, I'll try it out.
India, that's a
I
great
just
idea.
stopped taking it because it was not treating my body well.
Sorry.
Next time when somebody offers me this, I'm just gonna say, "No thanks, I'm not gay," and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, I can bring a woman, it's okay," and I'm.
How about you go get your
Not
free
done.
vax at McDonald's and get you a free cheeseburger if you get the get the jab.
Well, Dre starts over so I can hear him this time, and you guys shut up.
I'm sorry, I'm being a dick.
Not just you, someone else. Trace, I didn't hear what you said. I just heard the gay part.
Yeah, somebody is hot micing like some.
Yeah,
I was talking to my damn cat, and I'm sorry.
I would basically then say.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute meowers.
I would basically then say once they would offer me to bring a female to give me the injection, I would say, "Oh no, I'm saving myself for marriage."
It's a good one. I'll do that. I'll steal that.
Shit.
Tell them you're not into pegging.
Yeah, when I went to that doctor, I was at the doctor was like, "Have you gotten your jab or whatever?" And I was like, "No, I didn't want to argue with the doctor, whatever." He's like, he was telling me, this is the beneficial thing, whatever. And at the end of it, he's like, and the best thing about it is it's free. So the best things in life are free, huh, Doc? But I didn't say it.
But you can give them to the birds and bees. I want honey.
You should have told me, yeah, and you get what you pay for.
Yep.
It's probably more.
And you pay for what you get.
So something happened interesting to me today. Somebody I've known for a long time asked me to join a militia, like a little less than 10-man militia.
Are you sure you want this on the live stream? Just saying. I'll just say it. I'll just mention it once.
I didn't answer.
Okay.
I don't
You
know
say
how to
no
answer.
to that?
You could
Can
say
you
no.
say no to that?
Yeah.
I
Right?
didn't say no, but I'm
He
probably
doesn't
going
have to
because I
give
don't trust people.
details. You don't have to give details either. I mean, it's like if you think the guy's pretty cool, you might go check it out. And it's like, hey, I want to meet your group, and if you're like, no, I don't really want to have anything to do with this, then you can just freaking ignore them after that.
Right. Yeah. They won't come back. Yo, not at all.
So
They need their
continue,
style.
Hank. We're
Yeah, I was just saying I don't join groups. I mean, this whole flat earth thing is like the first time ever that I've actually been like a part of a group. So I don't know. Like we're not really a group. We're just like people that are like agreeing with each other.
We're friends.
Yeah,
This is like
we're
that
friends.
playground where the cool kids go to hang out
Yep.
rather than a group.
Dude, I saw the coolest treehouse today. Oh my god. Anyway.
I mean,
really cool tree.
I don't hear all about it. What kind of treehouse was it?
It was the top of a tree, but not too high, and it was built with like real siding and ladders and doors and shit. It looked beautiful. And it was
That's
it was a
awesome.
tree
I
house.
always wanted one of those since I was a
I
kid.
know it looked like Dad spent like a year planning and building this thing. But maybe not. Maybe Dad's just Superman. But yeah. Anyway, carry
Did
on.
it have cupboards?
Did it what?
And if it didn't have cupboards, then Helio can help with that.
Do you think that I went up into this child's fucking treehouse? What's going on with you? Goodness.
No, I've seen it. They actually have a television show where they show.
Yeah,
people
those are
building
dope.
treehouses. Yeah, they're fucking.
Yeah,
badass.
those are dope.
Anyway,
Give me one of them, dude. When the shit hits the fan, what are we talking about? We're going there, up in the trees rather than on the ground. You bet. Although all they have to do is cut the tree down. Well, anyway, excuse. There's got to be a way.
Hey, I want to give props. I want to give props to Hank since he's in here for last night. That was a good discussion. Roundtable went ahead and uploaded that talk to their channel, and I messaged Shogun to see if we can mirror it and give and send links back to them. I don't want to do it without his permission, but yeah, it was good talk last night, Hank. Good stuff.
So give us a synopsis of what happened. Like it was like the Cliff Notes version.
Yeah, if you ever heard me do like a one-on-one with a new Glober, I take Vlad from Canada, his thing about the radius and the observation height and the horizon, and then I go into Mrs. Gets It, pregnant woman, right? You can't see over the hump, right? And then I went into John Stunja or QE. I went into QE's. I think I messed that one up actually. I think that was the one part that I messed up. And then I went into a little bit of science and how I do the specific gravity thing and what science versus pseudoscience is. That pretty much sums it up, right?
Yeah. What was like the format? Was it just like you and one other person? Was it like a debate, discussion?
No, it was me monologuing for a long time, and then when I said I was done, then they opened it up to questions, and then after that, it was pretty much over.
Did
Yeah, it
you
was
answer
like-
questions?
Let's see, the video is like 2 hours, isn't it? That's pretty long talk.
Hey, Hank, did you answer questions?
I did. I answered questions at the end.
Super duper. Gosh, I
Yeah,
can't wait to watch
Matthew
this.
Learns came and asked a couple questions too, and he was
good.
over there in the chat.
I can't imagine what he had
what
to
did
ask.
he ask
so.
again, Hank? He asked something
Yeah,
about
lying.
angle to a star or something. I remember.
Oh, good. Sky stuff.
He's lying.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I made sure to point out. I made sure to point out that you ask a Glober, how do you prove the shape of the Earth, and they're going to talk about the sun, moon, the stars, the shadows, everything else but the actual Earth itself. So I basically, gave people like an outline of how to measure it, how to check it for yourself, and that I asked them to think about why is it that Globers tell you to measure everything else but the Earth, and flat Earthers, the crazy ones, are telling you to directly measure the Earth. So I made sure to drive that home like real good.
Oh, I think he was asking about satellite dishes pointing straight up. I think was his question.
Dude, I just listened to the beginning of the video that was uploaded to their. I listened to like the first 10 minutes of it. And Hank, man, bro, you put it out there, bro. It was just like you were ready for it, and I had a feeling you were. It was really good, man. Your first opening part of that, it was so awesome, man. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I was on coffee.
You were on coffee. It's good, man. It was really good. So yeah, I recommend everybody go listen to it. I posted the link in the live stream voice text. It's fair. I can post it again if you didn't see it the first time. Yeah, it was great, Hank. Man, appreciate you going over there. We've talked to those guys before, and they're really cool.
Yeah, I've known Shogun since the whole roundtable first got started. I just happened to be there and get an invite into the new server, which was the old MK Ultra server from Discord.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right.
And as far as I could tell, Shogun is just a conspiracy theorist type of guy, and it's a conspiracy theory server, so anything kind of goes over there. As far as I know, conspiracy theory related.
I remember the MK Ultra server. Yeah, I've been over there several times, like in the past. But yeah, man, I'd like to get some more traffic over there because I think their MK Ultra server got shut down, and so he's trying to build it back up.
Huh. That's strange. What was the topic again? Oh, CIA mind control.
I know, bro.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like I said, I messaged him and said, asked him if we could mirror the video and try to get some more traffic for their server and the YouTube channel. So cool.
Cool beans.
Hey, did you post that link for it to watch that?
Oh shit!
Yeah, he did about 13 times 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, holy shit! I said I was going to do it again. Hold on, and I got talking and I forgot. Hold on, here's the link.
That's okay, Helio. That's what you do best.
Yeah, I get distracted.
No, you talk. That's why people like to listen to us back and forth. Frickin' frack. We need a show.
Yeah, this is Hank's talk with the roundtable last night. It's
Are you gonna play it on the bot?
No.
Oh.
Because we're talking now. What the fuck?
Don't you dare get mad at me.
We have freaking 32 people in here. We're just gonna listen to Hank talk. I mean, you
I
can go
know
listen to it on your
that
own
was my
time.
point. So I'm glad we agree. We just didn't have to. You didn't have to get sassy. So.
Hey, I just noticed that Dimmock is back.
Yeah, yesterday I think, or last night.
Cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
He didn't say anything.
He hasn't said anything as far as I know, but it's just, I mean, there were some issues, but you know, no.
I think I remember.
Welcome back, Dimmock.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
Bygones.
Gen CBR1, yeah.
Yeah, bygones, bros. I
Yeah,
wasn't
you
even here
guys are
for it,
great.
so. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was, but that's okay. You know, it's like, no, it is. Yeah, I mean, I love Dimmock and Jen, you know. So welcome back, guys.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Those gentlemen are have been in the game for a very, very long time, so it do what it do. Like your specular reflection there, box ops.
Box ops, I would pay about $3 to $7 for your gift collection.
3 to 7.
You know, I have there's a bot command for my gift collection. I think it's exclamation point links box up.
It's already too much stuff. I just if you can't email the whole thing to me, I don't want to have anything to do with it.
Check this out. I actually have a Google Drive.
I'm just kidding.
I have a Google Drive link where it has freaking like 50
the FE memes. Yeah.
Let me post that.
Dude, we should add box ops to that and make it a big mega list. Megalith.
Well, sure.
Megalith.
Yeah, if you have a Google account, I can give you perms to go ahead and add to the thing, you know, and share it around because it's really it's just like one day I decided to upload all my freaking memes, and then I downloaded Eric Dubé's meme folder. He put it up on Facebook one day. It's over 1,000
Well, that's
memes.
pretty cool.
And so I downloaded all of that shit and then put it up on Google Drive. So
yeah.
Let me find it real quick. Hold on.
Just be like remember, leave Britney alone, leave Dubé alone.
There's a couple Google Drives. Are one of these yours? And there's also a documentary playlist and stuff.
I think Dubé can handle his self. I mean, he's been actually, you know, on Facebook, he's been like defending himself, you know, and on YouTube for the past.
I just can't imagine that would be horrible. But if he's getting paid, then that's fine. Then it's like, oh, okay, well, that's what he does.
Paid or not, but I mean, just like he's putting out defense videos now. He's just like,
I know.
Oh, you're calling me a shill. He keeps putting this shit out.
See, listen. Here's how it works.
Ignore the.
Here's how it works. You wouldn't have to perform damage control on something that wasn't being damaged.
Yeah, I guess
so. There you go. Your reputation's being screwed up. You know what? It still should be the information and not the person. So the best thing for him to do is never respond. But I have a feeling he thinks he's number one in this game.
Yeah, he's sort of narcissistic.
Yeah, whatever. I don't want to talk shit on the live stream. I want to talk shit, period.
Anyway, hey, man, I love a lot of his content.
His information is top notch, unmatched, right? He started me off. So there's that.
But either way, I mean, I don't know why he's putting these videos out.
Yeah, well, hopefully he gets through it. Anyway, yeah 200 proofs. I woke somebody up with the 200 proofs this year.
Good stuff, man. It's a good video. You know, it's like he puts out some really. Anyway, we said.
And you know what I like about his content too is he's very precise, very specific, and makes sure that when he presents, you know, even if it's something kind of esoteric, the way he explains it is very easy to digest. I do like that.
This next video is going to be 200 proofs I'm not a flat earth shill. Is that what it's going to
be? Yeah, I guess so. Probably, India, right?
Yeah. It is 2021, right?
200 proofs I'm not a shill. That's great, man. That's funny.
Narrated by Mick West.
Oh, no.
Boy fucking around, dude.
No, it's cool.
I
I
have no
mean,
problem with Eric Dubay. He's
Nah.
kind of psycho, but who ain't?
yeah, sure. I mean, it's like all of us have a
A breaking point.
our thing. I mean, as far as like this argument, we've been doing this for a long time, so it's just like we don't. There are certain things about some of the flat earthers we don't like, but
Well, we're people, dude. If you get rid of the people part of it, we are just robots. We're the Globers, just repeating shit and parroting. Surprised they haven't ran out of batteries yet, kind of deal.
We'll see. Whatever.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll
this
see.
this happens every once in a while. So they did this with Nathan Oakley and Sleeping Warrior. Oh, they're not even really flat earthers or globe earthers. Like this is part of the gaslighting techniques they use every once in a while.
That's like flat Earth assholes been putting out videos now calling everybody a shill.
Yeah,
like,
it's the
what
chill
fuck
wars,
is wrong with
guys,
you, bro?
and it's not about the information anymore, and I'm getting sick of it. Anyway,
That's dumb.
That's the point, right? Isn't that the point? That's the point of this whole tactic is just to get us not talking about flat Earth, and now we're talking about personalities.
Let's see if
right.
this link.
The more we
this link
argue,
goes-
the more stupid we look. That's all it is.
Somebody click that link and see if it goes to my Google Drive that I created. I think that's the right link. And this has like freaking like 1,500 memes in it.
Is that Dubé's?
Oh, it includes Dubé. Dubé's
Holy
one
shit, I
that
gotta
he
grab this
one
up.
that he did is a subfolder in that link. If that's the right link.
If it's the right one.
No, it is. I just clicked it. I mean, it
How
says
many
Dubé
other
at the top.
how many other folders of 1,500 plus memes do you have? I would imagine if you've been
No,
in the game a
just
while,
that
you could
one.
have 2 or 3 or
I
5
mean,
of those.
I have a shitload more on my own personal PC, but I uploaded all this shit to this folder that I created and made public. I mean, you only I can edit it, but it's a public folder.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I've seen all of these. I think.
Yeah, I'm sure you
When was the
have.
last time you updated it? 2020.
Probably a year ago. Yeah. There's all kinds of crazy shit in there. I mean, it's like I said, man, how you can go through 1,500 memes. But if you come across one you haven't seen before, yeah, I can give some people some terms to go ahead and add more to it. Yeah, I haven't messed with it in a while, but it's at least a starting point, some cool.
If you guys go through those 1,500 memes, you're gonna be as crazy as he.
Yeah, you might end up being as crazy as me.
I'm looking forward to it. It will be an honor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in there. There's some stuff that I didn't even mean to be in there. I mean, I just like uploaded the whole folder from my computer up to this drive, and then added all of Eric Dubé's shit in there, and he's got some really weird ass memes too. And his like, he put it up on Facebook one day. He was just like, "Hey, I got over 1,000 memes that I've come across," and so I just downloaded the whole thing, and then I added it to my already meme folder on the drive, so on the Google Drive. You guys have fun.
Thanks, brother. I just posted one from it about Ladies' Night. Anything happening tonight? Ladies' Night! Whoops. I didn't mean to like my own posts. Or did I?
Is that antisocial if you like post something and like it before anybody else does?
It's just pathetic.
I do that with the YouTube videos though.
You're pathetic with YouTube videos?
Yeah, sure. I mean, when I
yeah, sure.
When I start the live stream or whatever, I go over there, listen, and I make sure I hit the like button first.
No, that's different. That's different.
Yeah, it is different than posting a meme and liking it on Facebook.
Yeah. There we go, Box. Yeah. Check the voice text, guys, for the happeningist flat earth gifts. And an advertisement that's super cool, too.
It's gonna be fun going through those memes, Helio.
Well, I'm going to fill the dead air with a stupid story. I was doing dishes earlier and I was washing a spoon with my bare hands, and I cut myself on the edge of the spoon. Okay? And that's all I have to say about that. It's just weird. I've never cut myself with the side of a soft, you know? Yeah, anyway.
Dude, the side of a spoon is anything but soft. I use the spoon to
square.
clean the. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, so I use the side of spoons to clean the carbon that builds up on the glass top stoves.
Okay.
So like I got a stove at my house, and whenever my wife isn't paying attention and she lets it overflow, all that carbon buildup, it comes off so easy with the edge of a spoon.
All right.
And then after that, like the edge of your spoon is like nice and smooth.
Crazy.
2 birds with 1 stone.
Wow. That's cool. Yeah, it was a brand new spoon, and was washing it off, and it just right on my thumb. It's gonna hinder my week. No, I'm just kidding. It's a tiny little
really
cut.
depends on the spoon, really, I think.
Well, it just depends on the cut. It wasn't deep. It was a surface, thing. I wasn't washing it like a madman, but I was. I love doing dishes, just like everybody does. So
I have 2 sets of Tupperware. I have the plastic ones, and then I have like the good China when I have guests over.
You have China Tupperware?
Yeah, that's it. I can't. I'm sorry, I don't have the time.
It's like a married bachelor. You can't have those.
No. I
quality, like ritzy Tupperware.
Yep.
No. That's not happening.
No, my stuff is ceramic. I just use it when I'm cooking for my friends.
Okay.
That's what I do. It's like I just bring it out. I use that one. If it's just me, oh hell no! Plastic plates, plastic forks, plastic everything.
Like,
throw it out.
I don't mind giving myself cancer when I'm by myself.
You get it. You get it.
Say again. Say it again.
That's not Tupperware if it's ceramic though. Tupperware is the shit that you can put in the freeze and you can seal completely. It's made of plastic if it's Tupperware.
Oh no, my bad. Yeah, I got it mixed up on here. I
was gonna say,
China.
man, there's no such thing as China plastic. Now, hang on. There is such thing as plastic from China, but plastic that is China, way different thing.
My Tupperware is glass on the bottom, but everything on top that consists of the lid, it's either rubber or plastic.
That's a good way to do it.
I like glass. I've had too many instances where like my stuff either falls out of the refrigerator or when I'm meal prepping it breaks. I'm like, there we go.
Well, that's the only problem with it. But it's, to me, man, I don't like the taste after it's been in plastic especially if it's warm. Next day it's like, okay, I'm eating a little bit of this company's product with my food, and I don't want to do that. And glass doesn't leave much or if any residue if you're going to reheat in that container. So that's why I would do it.
Okay, I see your point. I've never seen the difference, but I definitely see your point. My mom's kind of like that, which is I completely understand.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a good mom one day. Who was talking?
D.MXCLEOD. Yo, I'm Atlas's mate.
How do I say your name without all that stuff in it?
You can just say Cam.
Cool, Cam. What's up, Cam? How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you?
I am chilling. Someone else trying to talk to him. Go ahead.
Yeah, Cameron. Well,
please call me Cam.
Oh, sorry.
Please.
Cam.
Please.
So Cam, what have you got to say? Why are you in the Discord server, man?
I don't believe in flat Earth, but I just want to understand why people believe in it.
I don't believe in it either. I don't believe in it at all.
Obviously
just
you
want.
don't. That's
I just want to see what why people believe it. You know.
Right. We don't believe it.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
believe
This
it.
is just a really nice community overall. Like, you can have nice conversations with people on here, which is actually, that's why I stick around. It's kind of, everybody here is mostly nice.
We love everybody.
Well, personally, I'm a flat earther, but like, obviously, you're entitled to your own opinion.
Yeah, I just want to see why people believe.
I've got a question. So you see these people who are typing in the lobby, yeah? This guy generally believes he's smarter than Stephen Hawking. Is that like a lot of people in the server? Are they like that?
No. We don't claim that kind of stuff at all.
That guy that's saying that is very sus.
Let me speak for myself. I don't make claims like that at all, and I've never heard
I'll make
do
that
that
claim.
unless they were a Glober.
I think Stephen Hawking was retarded, and they used him to mock people.
I think
he
he was a robot.
I don't think
he's alive.
Hold on, guys, you're derailing. The young man is a Globe. The young man is a Glober, and we should talk about that with him.
Yeah.
Right. I want to touch on the Stephen Hawking real quick. That was
you get 90 seconds, kid. Go ahead.
Dude, I'm an OG. Don't talk to me like that.
Oh, sorry.
I'm an OG mod here, so just
sorry. I didn't know who I was talking to, brother.
All right.
All right.
No, but you don't have mods, so.
I don't have mod because it's a new account, but everybody here knows me. Ask Helio.
I don't. Sorry.
Okay, because you're new
I
here.
just joined.
Well, either way, don't start a fight. Let's continue.
Yeah, let's
Here's
just
what I was
keep
saying.
it peaceful, guys.
Stephen Hawking was a psyop. It's just like a lot of things. They put something like the stupidest looking person they could find, and
then
tell you
put
he's
an
the
exoskeleton
in the world.
inside him and control whatever he says.
What? It's a psyop. It's among many psyops that they teach us, like the globe psyop. They have many levels of deception. Yes,
I'm
it's a
just wondering
psychological operation to trick people. If they tell you the Earth is spinning,
then
they're
how
tricking you. It's with
That's like that's like how the government make you think you need to shower, but they just want you to pay water bills.
If it's an
not falling for
That's
that.
not my point. My point is they have ways of mind control. Some of it's subtle and some of it's in your face. Like the more you repeat something, the more it becomes ingrained. Since you're a child, they tell you you live on this spinning water ball. And you're like, wait a minute, why doesn't that work anywhere else on Earth? Why can't I take a ball, cover it in water, and spin it? How come it doesn't
Stephen
stick?
Hawking, yeah.
Well, because
Can I
of
interrupt you,
gravity.
please? If Stephen Hawking has an endoskeleton, yeah, then this isn't me being rude or anything, but then sometimes in videos of him, like you see drool on his shoulder, like
There's actually 3 of them. There's actually 3 different people
like
that
he's
claim are
dribbling
Stephen
on his
Hawking, but
shoulders,
that's
like
a sideshow.
his
That's a
his
side
spit is
issue.
going on his shoulder. So how's it an endoskeleton if there's like
The
spit,
real
like,
real
dripping,
Stephen Hawking died like
juicy
decades
onto his
ago.
shoulder, you know, like nice and
The
juicy.
real one died decades ago. This other guy that they wheeled out is another one.
Did they like produce them in factories, or are they real people?
No, they found a lookalike. You can get a lookalike, and then they claim it's him, but it wasn't. Because I have pictures of them, and they all look different. You can tell it's 3 different people.
Is that like how I kind of look like the mailman?
I'm sorry, but can you send them in lobby?
Dude, hold on, guys. Hold on. We're going to talk to you one at a time. And do you have a response to what he told you about how the concept of you living on a spinning water ball is completely absurd? That's what we're here to talk about. So let's start with Atlas. Do you think that you live on a spinning ball?
No, I think I'm the only one like talking now that believes the Earth is actually flat.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Well, like I've been studying it for like a few weeks now, and like just other flat earthers have been convincing me. Like,
what was the most convincing evidence? What was the most convincing evidence that you heard, Atlas?
Well, like it's kind of confusing, but like they gave me like math statistics, so.
No, that it's not possible for you to be convinced and be confused. The math is very simple. So do you need someone here to go over it with you again?
What? I cannot.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. C, Mixcloud, do you think you live on a spinning globe?
Yeah, I believe that we live on a spinning globe. That's just my opinion. I'm entitled to that. So, yeah.
What makes you hold that opinion? What's your strongest evidence?
I don't really have any evidence for it. It's just in my opinion, common knowledge, but people have their opinions. So,
well, flat Earth is not an opinion. No, it's not.
Maybe
an
you should have done your research, Cameron, before you came in.
And one at a time.
I'm very sorry, I didn't research. I just wanted to. I came on here to see why people believe the Earth is flat. You know, I just want to see other people's opinions.
Yeah, and you've just established that your globe is a belief and an opinion, but smashing the globe to bits and showing that it has zero relevance or relation to your actual reality is not an opinion. It's a fact. It's a mathematical fact. So would you be interested in hearing about that?
No, I'm good, to be honest.
So for your entire worldview to be turned on its edge, on its head, and for the entire globe model be smashed to bits, that's not something that's interesting to you, just like the whole world being completely turned over. That's not interesting at all. That's really boring.
I believe that the Earth is a globe. End of. That's my opinion. Right, move on to the next person.
Yeah, but you need to show us evidence, Cameron.
No,
he's acknowledging that it's a belief. Do we have anyone that's actually interested in facts and objective reality? How about Ed?
I'm interested in what's it called, on why you believe the Earth is flat.
Hey, Ed wants to know the real.
Yeah, I want to know why you believe it, actually. I agree with Eden.
May I explain? Because well,
no, please, can I want to hear.
No, and I'm going to start muting you if you guys keep talking over each other. So I'll give you a short explanation, Ed, and then if you have any questions, you can ask. And if anyone else here wants to add something, they can. It like your friend there started to discuss, Atlas. There is a mathematical basis to it because the globe, they claim the globe has a radius of 3,959 miles. But using that radius, we can predict that objects would disappear in the distance behind this alleged curvature. So if you really lived on a globe of that size, you would not be able to see things that we are able to see. Are you able to look into the live stream voice text?
Yep, let me look into this quickly.
Okay, it's the channel right. It's the channel right above where we are. So I'm putting an image in there of Chicago, which I've seen this personally on more than one occasion, as have thousands and thousands of people who live in this area. This particular image was documented by a photographer named Joshua Nowicki, who is not a flat earther. He's just a person who likes taking cool pictures.
Excuse me.
You can see I'm not done. I will give you a chance to respond. It'll take me about 30 seconds, but it'll take longer if you keep interrupting.
Okay.
If you look across Lake Michigan, you can see the entire city skyline of Chicago. If we lived on a globe with the radius they claim, 3,959 miles, the entire city skyline would be hidden behind 1,800 feet of curvature, and yet we can see the skyline. What's your response?
I mean, how did they measure that? I'm genuinely just confused because, see, the thing is, I don't believe they just went around there with a fucking measuring stick or something. So, that could be off. So,
No, the distance at which it was taken is not in question. There are distances you can measure.
Size.
Oh yeah, of course, the Earth size. Yeah, that's what we're saying. They claim it. They claim 3,959 mile radius. They never measured it. It's based on nothing. Absolutely right. It is a complete fairy tale. That is what the entire heliocentric model is based on. They claim it's a fact. Yes, you're on our side if you're saying it's not. That's what we're doing, disproving that claimed size.
Oh no, I just don't believe they got the math right.
They didn't.
The people who said they measured the Earth, that's definitely not right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Eden,
that is correct. So what needs to be explained here before we go on to the next question, we just like to do one thing at a time here, is that is a common technique. That's the denial section of your grief over your lost fantasy globe. Once you say, oh, well, maybe it's just bigger than they said. Maybe they got the radius wrong. No, that doesn't work because the entire model is based on this distance as well as the rest of your fantasy outer space, your fantasy distance of the sun, your fantasy this and your fantasy that. All your science fiction fantasies are based on 3,959 miles, and their mathematical models are revolving around that number. If you take away that number, it's like you took the bottom card of a house of cards and the whole house of cards collapses.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Yes. Do you have another question about the Earth?
Just really quickly, somebody in the channel has messaged me, and I don't know why.
Oh, tell me what they said. What did they say?
Judge Lex said, "Bro, this is an echo chamber."
Oh, I love it. George Lex, that's a new one. That's not one of our usual suspects. Thanks
Judge.
for telling us that. Happens all the time. If you have so especially young people. So we have these people, we have various words for them. I call them globe pushers because the globe is basically a drug that they've got everybody hooked on, despite the fact that it has no scientific or objective evidence. So these guys that go around, they're like grown men, but they're hooked on these science fiction space fantasies, so they can't stand it if like anyone would talk to someone, especially a young person, and say, "Hey guys, all that you just saw the globe on TV, it's not real." They don't want anybody else to like leave their globe cult. So they'll DM children to try to tell them, "Hey guys, don't listen to anything outside of the robotic mainstream media programming. Stay here on our little globe fantasy cult because that's right where we want you." So yeah, it's weird that grown men are messaging you just because you're talking to a bunch of flat earthers, but happens all the time because these globe heads are weird.
What do you mean an echo chamber? Like,
okay, well, this is the thing. Yeah, that's a lie, basically. You want to see an echo chamber,
think
turn on the news any day of the week, 24/7. That's an echo chamber. This happens to be a place where you're going to hear points of view that you've never heard before. If you don't come back here, okay, you asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. And you will never hear again. The people here have unique perspectives. They're not part of the programmed NPC, zombie culture. So yeah, it's funny because people who are part of that, like they don't even understand the concept of having a personality, thinking for yourself, and so on. The furthest thing from an echo chamber I've ever seen, and I've been involved in hundreds of organizations in my lifetime. This is nowhere near an echo chamber. We don't get along at all, pretty much about anything, except for the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears. That's what we all agree on. So there's no echo chamber here. It's just what the Globers tell you because they don't got nothing else except for lies.
So he's saying it's like a news station. Like, is that what you mean?
He's looking in his own mirror. He's seeing himself. He only believes in the globe because that's what he's seen on TV, this George character. He parrots the party line. He's probably average to below average intelligence, but he's in school. He learned the thing to do was to parrot whatever the teachers said. And even if you don't understand it, as long as you can memorize, large swaths of text, or you can recite the science glossary, people who don't even care about that stuff, who might even be more intelligent than him, but couldn't care less about pleasing these, robot teachers, don't do that. So this guy's gotten people to think that he's smart by parroting the party line and by conforming to what society expects of him, probably getting some kind of mid to low level job, maybe a manager if he's lucky because he's good at keeping the status quo.
I own 2 businesses, have 2 degrees, and I have friendships from Nazis to Muslims. I'm really enjoying this. Yes, I do, because I love people's different opinions.
Judgy, are you the one who's DMing the children?
No, I just sent him the DM because you were coming off extremely aggressive, which I've never seen in the server before.
Oh, Judge Lex. Oh, yeah. People don't like me being assertive. I'm totally. I'd actually rather talk to Judge Lex directly. So you decided to DM children because you didn't like them hearing about flat Earth.
Hold on.
Judge, let's go. Let's start with you. Oh, you think I'm too assertive with these children? I'd much rather talk to you, Mr. Lex. Do you think you live on a spinning globe? I'm going to mute all the kids if you don't shut up. I want to talk to Lex because he finds it necessary to solicit children in our server. Lex,
you can do that.
Do you think you live on a spinning globe?
Okay, so definitely, you sound as an intelligent person. So I'll go ahead and touch on the basis, on the actual facts. First fact, I don't know that he's a child. All right, you're using children. All right, plural. No, I guess if he's a child, which I don't know. All right, it should be singular, so it's child. Again, if he's a child, I'm not aware of that. I don't ask people's age on here.
Splitting hairs.
Well, no, we're talking about truth here, so let's get to the point of it. All right, and why do I believe that?
A weirdo influencing children.
I'm not really influencing. You believe what you want to
Oh,
believe.
even the
dude.
children are saying they're children. You
No,
think they're
John,
not
You,
children, then you never
Dandelion.
talked to any children before. Are you
excuse
guys
me.
children or what? Are you under 18? Yes or no? Let's just go this
Yeah.
point of fact here.
I'm not
Dandelion,
over
I've been
18. I'm not over 18, and this
Dandelion. You have come on
this
to me in a
person.
very sexual way, and
I'm going to start muting you guys. I want to talk to Lex, the adult here, if nobody else has muted you yet.
No, I think he can tell by my profile picture that I'm a child. Look at me.
Yeah, duh.
Look at my
Yeah,
profile picture.
I know.
Like
We
that
we
proves
just
it.
we accept
Look for
facts
it.
here the way they are. We don't play these games. So Lex, get back to you, Lex. What makes you think you live on a globe?
I could see it.
Where do you see it?
Pictures.
What pictures have you seen that I can verify, that are testable, repeatable, and verifiable?
Satellite images. The fact that other planets are also, spherical. The fact that the sun is also spherical, unless
Hold
it's
on,
also
hold on, hold on.
Mhm.
You're calling a bunch of things facts that are not verifiable. Let's go back to your original thing. You've seen an image of a globe that you are claiming is legitimate. Can you please present your citation in the live stream voice text?
I wouldn't say I have one. I would have to do more research on that.
Okay, so you have nothing for the first thing. So you do not really have evidence of your spinning globe. That's what you're trying to say. And yet you're promoting it to children.
If he's a child, then that's on him. But let me ask you a question. So how about we do this? I ask you a question, you ask me a question, because again, I like learning about different people. Like I said in my initial statement, I befriend everybody. I love everybody. I believe humans are.
Oh my gosh, that is a very, very unwise, Judge Lex. I'm just gonna say, I can't let you promote that on. Hold on, I can't let you promote that on the live stream. Being a friend to everyone is very bad strategy for life. We have young people here. I'll start calling them young people. There are many people you should not be friends with. So, but keep going. Why are you a friend to
You're starting
everyone,
to sound like the Athenians when Aristotle was going ahead and talking to, the you. But anyway, let me ask you a question though, since you're, again, and I've never challenged flat Earth's beliefs, because it's your belief, guys. If you're American, great, believe what the hell you want. So if it is based on the model that if you guys, again, it is your belief, if you guys go ahead and do believe that it is as flat as you say, so if I were to go ahead and rent out a boat and go to the ice wall, I believe it's called, what would I find?
What ice wall?
Is that not what holds everything in, based on the maps that I've seen? That it's just the continents and...
Maps aren't reality, kid. Did you go to the ice wall? Try to go?
No, but that's what I'm asking. If I were to try to go, what would I find?
Why would you claim, and also, why would you straw man another group? Never claim.
Straw man? I'm not talking about...
I think you mean to say ice shelf, because wall implies that you verified that there's another side to it. So,
Dandelion, were you finished? I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
But you're a little bit low, Glatflow. Does he seem kind of low to you guys?
Oh fuck! I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. Wow.
That's better. Yeah, because you usually sound so clear.
Yeah. So go ahead, Dandelion. I interrupted, and it was a bad mic. Faux pas. Continue.
Well, I mean, I think we're getting away from the Lex here. He's conceded. Let's just make sure the audience understands that he's conceded that he has no evidence that he lives on a spinning globe. So now he wants to speculate about Antarctica, which is fine. Like Admiral Byrd, when he explored Antarctica, he said there was a continent beyond Antarctica that was the size of the United States. So we might see that, but I have no idea. We're not allowed to freely explore that. And it doesn't have anything to do with the lie that is the globe. I mean, that's what's important here. So the fact that you've just conceded, Lex, that you have no evidence that you live on a spinning globe, that doesn't disturb you? Is he gone? Where'd he go? I guess he's gone. Maybe I'll come back.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Oh, yeah, let's go back to the young people. I'll start calling you young people. Did that insult you when I called you children? If you're under 18, you're a child. But yeah, young
we're
people.
under 18, so it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, can you not call me a child?
Let's go back to the young people.
Can you just call me Atlas? I don't really want to be called
Okay,
a child.
Atlas. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I was
You
just
can call
trying to
me
make
Cam, by
Lex
the way.
feel bad. But
You can call me Cam.
Yeah, we got that.
Okay.
I was going to ask you the question is in do you believe what's it called, that like fucking Stephen Hawking is like an alien, a government spy?
I'm really interested to know why you are hooked on this Stephen Hawking thing. I get it that that's like easier for you to deal with than the fact that the entire reality you've been fed since childhood is a lie. Like you guys don't want to deal with that part. You just want to talk about like little like sideshows.
He's got inspiration.
No,
he's got inspiration.
They want to talk about celebrities.
Oh, I like
Not
Will
really that
Smith,
he's a celebrity.
proper
It's just
geezer.
because people are
Ryan
saying
Reynolds.
that he's some guy who's just like a robot who fucking mind controls children. Like,
Okay.
just find it kind of funny, you know.
No, I don't. No. Mm-mm.
I wasn't asking you, but I
Guys,
mean,
who's
like,
your favorite actor?
We're gonna get back on topic if that's okay,
Yeah.
please.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Cam.
Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
Dandelion.
I
I
was
said
just gonna
I
say,
said my name's Cam. Please stop calling me Cameron.
I didn't call you Cameron.
No, Atlas.
Well, there's nothing we can do about that. So
Atlas, please call me Cam.
great.
Okay, Cam.
Okay,
guys, I
so
have a
the
question.
other, besides the other part we should go over with you guys, we talked
Wait,
about, well,
I
just
have a
one long
question.
distance observation, which is Chicago. But yeah, if you've got another question, go ahead. If it has to do with the flat earth, which is the topic of this
Yeah.
live stream.
So, do any of you guys live in Britain?
We have members that live in Britain. I don't know if any of them are here right
I-
now. Is anybody from Britain here right now?
I
there's
am.
a lot of, right, yeah. So, do you know pigeons?
I know what pigeons are, yes. And in the yeah, in the Mary Poppins movie, which is,
Yeah.
of course, that's exactly what your life is like now, right? The bird lady feeds the pigeons, and then they try to get Michael Banks to put his money in the bank, but he wants to use it to feed the birds instead, which I
Yeah,
think is a
but
way better use of his money. Definitely, I support Michael in that
I
plan.
have a question. Do you guys think pigeons are trackers sent by the government tracking the people of Britain?
Do you?
What are you on about? They're
Sideshow.
birds. They're living
It's another
animals.
sideshow. But you know what there is about England that we do know is that you can see France from England. You can see Calais, France from Dover, England, which you would not be able to do if you lived on a globe of the dimensions claimed. So there's another long distance observation there. That's just one. Also, people have done laser tests in England where the laser has hit the target at a distance that it should not hit it if you lived on a globe. So we have multiple observations as well as laser tests showing you that the globe is a complete lie and you do not live on a globe. And there's a lot of flat earthers in England. Have you ever ran into any of them there?
Well, I'm one.
Excuse me.
Well, that's what you said, but you don't have any arguments to back it up. What are you going to do if someone challenges you on the street, like your friend C. McLeod?
McLeod.
Well, I agree with his opinion, and well, I don't agree with him, but I validate his opinion. I don't see why we can't be friends still. So, well, yeah, we just don't talk about it together.
Can I relate back to Atlas's point about pigeons, please? So you say, do you believe that government trackers, like this doesn't? I don't want to sound weird by saying
implant
this.
them in
No, excuse me, please don't interrupt. When I say this, I think like say you see a dead pigeon that's been like ran over, like
Yeah, no, guys.
there
This
wouldn't be body
no,
parts. It would just be
stop,
like
stop,
electrical, you know.
stop.
Well, no,
Listen to Drace.
Stop,
Drace is talking
guys,
to you now.
guys, this isn't your server to just talk about random pigeons. If you want to talk about stuff, you talk to Dandelion or someone else from the server.
Who's Dandelion?
The nice female you have been speaking to.
Oh, okay. My friend.
What is your reaction?
She didn't seem very nice to me.
I
Can I
wasn't
just say
nice
my
to the
friend Paul, he's
judge,
been
but
meeting
yeah,
her
I
while
like
to
you
ask
guys way better
questions.
than the judge who DMs
Judge left. He
children.
was a weirdo.
Yeah, I'm glad he's
Messaging
gone.
kiddies. Sauce.
Excuse me, my friend Fault he's quite shy, but he's been waiting to ask a question. So could you speak
Fault,
to him,
what's your
please?
question? Go ahead, Fault.
Okay, so you know how like the distancing, yeah, you can see like France from England. Well, you say like you can see it, and
That's
if like
right.
the measurements aren't accurate, can you send like proof to the chat about like the measurements?
Yeah, the link I would usually send. Has anybody else had the problem where the security certificates expired on the Flat Earth Wiki? I'll try again to bring it up, or I can try to find it somewhere else. But last time I
shit.
tried to bring that page up, I couldn't get to.
Security certificate. Ain't that about a bitch?
I got to tell Indio that.
They
Let me
got.
see,
They found
maybe
a way to. Damn it.
Has
Oh
anybody
well.
else noticed that? You haven't heard people talk about it? Glatflow.
No, I actually haven't. This is the first I've heard of it. So.
Okay, I got to the logical fallacies page, so maybe Indio fix it. Just fix it. Just
Okay. Well.
Just asking,
Okay, I
where are
got
you
it. I
guys
got it.
from?
Okay, cool. It's because all those
Just
firewalls and anti-hacker shit. I'm just free balling.
Where are you guys
I'm
from?
just
Just
kidding.
asking. What countries are you from?
USA.
Oh, what state?
USA.
Texas.
Oh, very nice.
Midwest.
Can I ask
What
another
side is it
question
in
as well?
Yeah, before you do that, I'm from Iceland.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Okay, the Dover. Dover from Calais. It's on that page. I just sent you the link. Do you see the
Yeah.
And actually, every single observation on that page is impossible on a globe of dimensions claimed. And basically, since it's a mathematical model, it really only takes one incident. Like, for example, if you're doing a geometric proof, you only have to, counter that one time to falsify the claim. And we've got, literally thousands of falsifications done independently around the world. So there's the Dover from Calais, of course. I don't know if he also did a Calais from Dover, but it's the same idea, same distance.
All right, thanks for that. And I have one more question. How did you start? How did you get into flat Earth? Like when and now?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in 2016, I don't know, you guys might not have been old enough at that time, but there was kind of an explosion in popular media about flat Earth. There was that was when the rapper B.O.B. claimed the Earth was flat, as well as Tila Tequila, I think her name is, or Tia Tequila, some kind of celebrity type person. Yeah. Anyway, they were on Twitter saying the Earth was flat. I think that's around the time Obama was saying we don't have time for meeting of the Flat Earth Society and so on. Anyhow, so at that time, I also happened to be getting my master's degree in science education, and we were assigned to write a paper in this physics class I was taking on how to address students' scientific misconceptions. So you could pick whatever one you wanted. I happened to pick flat Earth because it was in the news at the time. I thought, oh, this would be a good one because these teenagers are influenced by these celebrities and they might, I thought at the time, that they were wrong. I believed the hype that was kind of like, oh, these people are stuck in the dark ages and so on. So anyway, that's when I started researching it. I assumed, being a science teacher and having pushed the heliocentric model in class for many years, that someone had actually verified it and proven it. I assumed it was fact, just like a lot of you people coming in here, including your little friend Judge Lex earlier. And I thought it'd be an easy paper to write. Turned out it wasn't so easy because when I looked into it, there were a lot of questions I couldn't answer that did not have good answers and so on. Way more questions than answers. Got an A on the paper, got an A in the class. I got my master's degree. I didn't really think about it that much after that, other than I knew that this was not an easy question. And I never found the measurement that I just explained to you at that time because it was not easily found. I didn't sit there and reason it out for myself with the geometry or anything. I just found other thought questions that made me realize that this was not as cut and dried as it appeared. Anywho, so then fast forward, once I did go back and look into it again after I started following this other author about a different topic who just happened to get into the flat Earth, then that's when I found the 8 inches per mile squared figure, which I realized was, that I had seen things my whole life that I shouldn't have seen, including the skyline of Chicago, like I just told you, lighthouses in the Great Lakes, islands in the Great Lakes, and so on that I should never have seen, according to the math of their alleged globe model. And so that's how it happened.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So they always say refraction, right? And I know a little bit about refraction, but I try to tell them that in order for that to be a possibility, it would have to be going through multiple different mediums for something like a laser to bend perfectly with the curve, and they're just not understanding. So do you guys have any good resources on refraction and how it works?
Brother, you
Where
came
is
to the
that
right
video?
place.
Yeah, I'm gonna find the Dr. John D video, but does Glatflobe, did you want to address that while I find that one for him?
Address it verbally.
Anyway, or if anybody else wants to. I mean, I've been talking a lot. I don't know if
No, I
anyone
mean,
else
I
wants
can.
to go over that with him. Yeah.
What do you need? What do you need, partner? What's going on?
Just like refractive indexes, if that makes any sense. Like how
Refractive indexes.
much.
Yeah, so like how much refraction you should expect given atmospheric
Right.
conditions and blah blah.
Yeah.
There's a
Yep.
lot of paperwork that I hope that these folks can find for you. I'm not able to robot the specifics.
Grace has got the image
but yeah.
from that. Drace put the image from that video I'm talking about. He put it in the live stream voice text there.
Yeah, I have a couple
You think maybe
gifts.
You think maybe I could help out?
Absolutely.
Please do.
Yeah.
Go
Hank's
ahead.
the man
Take
for
it
this
away.
one. Get him.
So refraction isn't when light is bending. It's when it goes in between two mediums and the light speeds up and slows down. It changes direction, but the light is always traveling straight. Right?
Hey,
The
can I
only
ask
thing
you a question?
right in the middle of what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
let Hank finish. Hank, let us know
Yeah,
when you're
let's
done, and then we can ask another question. This is a very important point because refraction is the excuse you will find.
Yeah,
We're
that's the main
giving you
one.
the long distance observations. If you want to go back to your fantasy globe, you can easily find 700 fantasy globe pictures who will say refraction and pretend that that answers the question, but it does not. So Hank is going to explain to you why this is very important. Please listen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so refraction is when light travels between two media. That's two separate media. So if you got the atmosphere, which is the oxygen and other gases that you're breathing right now, and a glass of water, right? You've seen a straw looks like it's bent or broken in a glass of water. So that's what refraction is, but it requires two
Different
separate
mediums.
media with,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, two separate media for this kind of refraction to happen. This is a large amount of refraction because the water is much more dense than the atmosphere, correct?
Yeah. Right.
So the
Very
glass,
different.
there's not a really big difference between the density between glass and water, though, however, and it doesn't cause as much refraction, but it still causes refraction. Now, sometimes you get the same effect where the light isn't bending, but it's changing directions. In the atmosphere, we call them heat waves. You ever seen a helicopter take off with the sun behind it, and then the sun started waving a little bit, or the heat
Yeah, like
coming off the
in
ground,
fields.
or a grill,
Yeah.
or sometimes even a factory can cause this to happen. So those are heat waves. It's not what we would call refraction, but it kind of does the same thing where it causes the light to change direction. So what they would have to prove if they were saying that refraction is causing us to see things we're not being able to see, they would have to prove around the curve of the, think about it like a basketball. Then you're on top of the basketball. It would have to bend down the curve at the same curvature rate, which is 8 inches per mile square per mile. It would have to bend at the exact same rate for us to be able to see that. Now, what would cause that? That would require a great deal of refraction, like water and atmosphere, to get that much of an angle to bend, right? And they say that different temperatures and density can cause it to change. But if we're looking at a foot above sea level, that's not really going to be a whole big difference, right? So the refraction between the atmosphere, the air you're breathing, and glass is it's a lot, right? But the refractive index between air and air, let's say 72 degrees and 74 degrees, it's not a lot, right? It's not very much. So they would have to prove that the temperature is getting colder and colder and colder and colder, like walking into a freezer with a long hallway and the door open. They would have to prove that the temperature is increasingly getting colder as each mile progresses. And I don't think they can or ever will be able to do that. But
And
that's their claim.
how could I like calculate this? Like I've seen Snell's law and stuff like that, but like I don't know how to find
Well, look at Snell's law. It requires two different media. That's what I'm explaining to you.
Yeah.
For those kind of refractive indexes for Snell's law, you have to have glass and water. And we don't have glass. We're looking through atmosphere. When she said she could see Chicago from Michigan, It's only atmosphere. So someone is going to have to prove on the globe side that the reason that she's seeing this is because the light can change directions enough just with the atmosphere, one medium, excuse me. Uh, is not because the Earth is flat. It's because light doesn't travel in a straight line. Actually, light does travel in a straight line, and the Earth is flat.
Were those your friends, Vaz?
No, those are like British guys, random.
Random British guys, yeah. I guess they
Yeah.
disappeared. But you asked a good question. I'm glad you asked.
Random British guys.
Oh, it's random. One random British guy is still here. All right.
No, that was me, Glatflobe.
Oh, that was good. Wow, impressive.
Thanks, I
Probably
leaned into
British
it.
people. Yeah, British people might not think so because they never seem to like our impressions. But I thought it was good.
No, thanks. Appreciate that.
So the globe relies on an optical phenomena that makes curved surfaces look flat, and that can allow you to see through physical obstructions. You know, that's a bold claim, right? Like, wow. So we can look at other phenomena associated with optics and recognize there's a laundry list of them that prove that what you're looking at is actually a level flat surface, right? Mirroring effects, right? All kinds of different optical illusions that show. The reality is it's for sure flat. That's the only way you could get double layered mirroring effect, right? Like, there's no other way.
So here's the thing too, we keep dispelling the notion that navigation instruments in specific, I guess, in topics were made assuming a globe, but then when you really actually try to use it, it needs that corner pocket 90-degree angle, and you're not going to get a curved adjacent. And that's just one of them. We keep running into these, I would call them brand new proofs, whereas when the globers argue it, they're relying on everything else, appeal to authority, appeal to history that has been completely bastardized in the. But yeah, the laundry list itself is endless.
Yeah. You're playing CSGO?
Maybe.
I'm playing Halo Infinite, which is actually funny considering what we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to talk about video games while I'm playing a video game. It helps me actually concentrate on the conversation. Weird.
I'm playing Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, okay. So anybody got any more globe stuff to try to toss at us, deflect, and show you why it can't land?
Who was asking about refraction?
Me.
Yeah, who is that?
What's your name?
You can just call me Nick.
Okay, yeah, so usually when we're arguing with globers, right, they'll bring up refraction as the reason for like the black swan and stuff.
Right.
Right,
They
but
just say
they're invoking atmospheric refraction, right?
Mhm.
Or terrestrial refraction. That assumes the radius value that's in contention and inflating the size of their ball. Right, so even if you go to like an atmospheric refraction calculator and put in 1 foot observer height, that 1.225 miles only changes to like a tenth of a mile more. So even if you gave them that, which we're not, it doesn't get them anywhere near the field goal because they still have 10 more miles to explain in the original Black Swan, or like another 30 miles to explain in the new Black Swan. And then as soon as they say refraction, that's conceding that the horizon isn't geometric. So usually we just say like welcome to flat earth if they invoke refraction.
Have you guys seen like the force to level
hold on,
project?
hold on just a second. Yeah, the old argument was that the Globers would say boats go over the horizon. It's an Earth curve geometric horizon. And then after the Black Swan, they agree with us and say no, the horizon moves based on different atmospheric conditions, right? One of them being like the way that the light interacts with the atmosphere, right? And in layman's terms, that's refraction. Everybody knows what it is, right? But Snell's law, you have to have two medium, right, to cause the kind of refraction that they're talking about would require a great deal of difference in density. For example, when you have liquid water, right, it's very dense. But when the phase change happens and it turns into gas, right, when the water turns into gas, then it's very different in buoyancy. So
Right.
they have to
so
explain
it's not
what
nearly the
mechanism
same medium. It's not nearly the same medium. So if they're saying that, so yeah, of course we know there's refraction across Earth, right? And just like who was saying that earlier? If they say, well, the horizon appears to be closer sometimes, and sometimes it appears to be further away, and that is necessarily due to refraction. Not in the same way that they want it to be for them, for their argument, because it, what the real argument is if the Earth is a globe of said size, which Hank has been pointing this out for, and most of us have. The only time that you can get a closer horizon, you can't get a further horizon from the 3959 miles. I mean, are you saying that refraction can make the Earth look flat even though it's not? I mean, if you're from a 1 foot observer height or 2 foot, 5 foot, I mean, where is this? How is this refraction creating? This moving horizon everywhere. If the horizon is a ball, it's the edge of the ball. It's just really weird. People just try to. They want it to be a ball so bad. It's just weird. I'm sorry, guys. It's like it. The only you can have a horizon closer to you based on atmosphere. I mean, it could be a lot of fog or all that, but you can never use the excuse of refraction for the horizon being 10 times further than it should be based on the globe model. There's no description of any type of refraction that would cause that.
Right. So in order for them to back up their claim, because you can't just say refraction and walk away like you won the fight, right? You got to back up your claim and show what kind of mechanism could cause light to bend continuously around the Earth at the same curvature rate as the Earth. So this is really a simple concept to understand. If you have a ruler and you set it on top of a basketball, at the point where it's touching in the middle, that's your line of sight, right? So you can tilt the ruler up and down, but what you can't do is you can't look at the other side of the basketball without breaking the ball or the ruler. What they're saying is that light's bending so much that they're bending the ruler, and the rule of thumb is that light travels straight unless it goes through a separate medium. That's the rule of thumb. Now you can have heat waves, which is where it slightly deviates just a little bit. If anybody's ever seen, like a grill or something, like a propane grill or a helicopter takeoff, it doesn't cause the sun to set and rise again. Like that's the kind of refraction they're talking about. Enough refraction to make sun and moon set. If they could demonstrate, how to make the sun and moon set and rise again with atmospheric refraction, I'd like to see it.
No, it's even worse than that. Sometimes, Hank, they'll say, what you're seeing here is a mirage. You're not actually seeing Chicago from the other side of Lake Michigan. It's not actually there, but it's just a mirage looming above. Well, they don't even say looming
And
because they don't even know what that
what's
is.
the definition of gaslighting? Can anybody tell me the definition of gaslighting? Isn't it where you know something to be true, but you're trying to manipulate the other person, so you tell them they're crazy and try to convince them otherwise, even though you already know what the truth is?
Sure. So when people see Chicago from the other side of Lake Michigan, when you have a guy on the news going, what you are seeing here is a mirage, is he gaslighting them? He might not have been doing it purposefully because
he is.
More than likely he was. I mean,
He's lying to the public because a mirage would have been upside down.
Yeah. That's not the definition of a mirage. So yeah, or he could be ignorant. He just like, I mean, I'll give him, credit. I mean, he might be ignorant about, the whole argument. So I'll just
Also,
give it to him, I guess.
also, they sometimes like to think when you talk to Globus about this, and they try to make excuses for the mirage. They try to say, "Oh, it's double miraged because when it gets miraged twice,
So it
you see-
mirages and then flips back up.
yeah, it flips back up." But then they say, the actual boat and the upside down boat are beyond the curve, and you're just seeing the top boat peeking above the curve. But the problem here is that, or in this case the city, but that would mean the city should be angled in a different way and weirdly. But there's also one big issue with that, and that's you don't see a mirage of something you don't see. The mirage always has also the actual object. That's the
In
part
view,
that's
yes,
being mirrored.
exactly. Yeah, right in your view, it's there, and it appears to waver or if you get a decent type of mirage, you'll see it upside down.
Yeah.
Or at least a portion of it. It'll be stretched too, and it'll be stretching toward you.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of. Yeah, I mean, mirage. It's just like this is very simple. We know this, man. Why are they saying that's a mirage when you see the building stretching toward the sky? That's not what a mirage is. That means that you're seeing the fucking city, man.
It's like borderline like mental illness when I send them an image of a laser and they think at the other end it's somehow like 4 stories lower than the end that you're standing next to, right? But it's a perfectly straight line. And I'm like, you genuinely think that's like curving down 4 stories, 35 feet? And they're like, yes.
Yeah, that's what they have to believe, right, in order to keep their religion. So you should ask them. So you think the lasers turn into rainbows, huh? All lasers are rainbows now? Right? Is there a pot of gold at the end? Where's the leprechaun?
Well, sure. I mean,
He's involved too, right?
and just like you were saying earlier, Hank, through different mediums, light can deviate from
Slightly deviate
it
from
will
its
deviate,
original
but it
course.
won't bend. It won't bend. That's and I think it wasn't just you. There's several people. We explain this all the time through different mediums. So air is one medium, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
But
So
there can be differences between hot and cold air when cold air comes in from the sea to replace the hot air that's rising in from the air as the sun is blasting the land and creating.
Well, sure. Check this out. I mean, if
Heat.
you're trying to do a laser test over a lake, say that, and there is a fog bank, right? A fog bank is not always, it's not everywhere all at once, right? You can have a fog bank. If you're pointing a laser through a fog bank, before you hit the fog bank, then it will be.
The fog bank speaks to that there is cold air there. But
Sure.
the problem is the globers always need that cold air and that fog to actually start to bend the laser. They need it to get so cold and like have these really weird angled layers so that they can refract the light. It's so absurd, their claim. This is why I really like the PhD in spectrophotometry, Dr. John D.
Yeah, Dr.
Because
John D.
he tested it under different conditions. He used this laser during noon, and it was like all over the place. And so he was like, I tested it at the evenings and the mornings, and he found out
Your
that
sister is your
when the
brother.
conditions
Father is
were
your mother. You for
when the
one another.
conditions
The
according to
kitty
the globers
family.
were
Hold
such
on.
that
Why are you? Go ahead, finish, Trace. Somebody.
when the conditions were such that, as the globers believed, because he was a glober, that we shouldn't be able to use refraction as an argument.
Your
Because
sister is
light
your
was
mother.
supposed to be
Your
refracting
father is
up
your brother.
during those
You for
times.
one another. The kitty family.
See, he's
Go
retarded.
ahead, Trace. I just muted him. Go ahead, continue.
So the PhD tested under all the different conditions and found that during the conditions where light was supposed to be refracting up, and we weren't supposed to be able to see around the Earth curve, that it shouldn't be possible to use refraction as an argument. He could still see something 30 miles away, so the laser still hit the target. They're fucked. This is why he's a flat earther.
Yeah, I mean, it took a while for Dr. John D to come around when he first came across the argument. It's like, if you were there, like when he first started making some of the videos and talking to people about this, it took a while for him to really kind of see what we were talking about. And he's an expert in the field, so.
And that what you're supposed to do when you come across new evidence, right? Is you're supposed to follow the evidence
where it leads, right?
Oh, that's science. Oh, weird. I always thought science was you just believe the science teacher.
Okay, there's a heavy breather fault. No, I didn't. The guy that I muted left because I don't know. Maybe he was hot micing, but hey, if you're
He
still
was hot
listening,
miking, like singing to his children or something.
I
Who
know
was it? I think that's what was happening. I don't know.
it was started with a C.
Singing the Addams Family song.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it was DMX, and he muted himself when you called him out the first time, then unmuted to do it again.
Okay, well, if you know
Oh,
him,
so it wasn't an
tell
accident.
him to
Thank
come
you for
back.
noticing. He's saying
I
it
only
on
muted him
purpose.
so
That's what
Race
he's
can finish his
saying.
statement. I'm sorry, Dan.
No, it was trolling. It was definitely.
You did the right thing. Helio you did the right thing. That's what he's saying. You did the right thing.
All right, cool. So Fault, now Fault left because he was about to troll us too, I bet.
Before we move on refraction, right? That's as a backup argument, right? So whenever they claim refraction, you're allowing them to have air, right, without containment. So how do they have air to refract in to begin with when they have a outer space vacuum adjacent to our pressurized system? That's another way to tackle it.
Good point. You can always pivot to gas pressure and just crush them there.
Well, and you can go into their own. They trust the scientists so much. I mean, you can post several articles about refraction, and they just really have nowhere to go. They just think refraction is the be all end all of. They just say refraction and just just like Huey says, "Look out, refraction."
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't really know what type of refraction they're talking about.
I'm just saying, if they don't feel confident in the refraction argument because they don't understand it yet, they can always use the pressure argument to destroy that.
Not only that, what I did to McToon whenever he comes and debates us in the lobby, I always ask him for a demonstration of a laser bending down in a single medium of air, and he's never been able to provide that. So asking him to demonstrate it is also another option, right? Demonstrate a laser bending
That's
down
actually
in
really
air.
helpful. I should do that.
So yeah, that
Yeah,
is a really
just
good
a
one.
single
Do that.
medium. So I
Or you
don't
can
even
say,
understand
how do you
how.
have air to refract in? That's another one,
Yeah.
right? Third option is you're assuming the radius value in the formula 7 over 6r. When you don't have r, that's in contention. That's called begging the question fallacy or circular logic. So there's 3 ways right there.
You know what's really interesting about this, or funny that they'll claim refraction or whatever can cause the Earth or the laser from 40 kilometers away. You can see the laser and say, well, that's refraction, and just use it as a term. Now, when when the was it Lake Balaton where they did the 40-kilometer test? I think it was Balaton. Or no, or was it Issel? It's one of those over there. Doesn't matter. They saw the light source from 40 kilometers away. Now, when they claim refraction because of air molecules, density of air molecule or water molecules in the air, is this what they're saying? They're saying that it actually these air molecule, the laser touching these water molecules in the air, and this is what's bending it around the Earth to make it look flat, even though it's not. Is this their claim? I mean, it's just really strange. Like I said, they want it to be a globe so bad that they'll just say, hey, even though I don't understand the argument, it has to be a globe because most people believe it's a globe anyway, so I might as well believe it.
Your
So,
fourth op. Oh,
if
go
I
ahead,
can be
Hank.
heard, yeah, can I be heard real fast? So, we need to see right from the globe community, everybody who's listening right now, we need to see how you're going to get light to slow down that much that it's going to go around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared. What mechanism is slowing down the light to make it curve at the same curvature rate as the Earth? We need to know. Because you can't just say refraction and then drop the mic and walk away while you still got sandwich crumbs on your
And
face.
when they did this test, Hank, it was in the wintertime. There was was not very much humidity.
Yeah, it was like 2 and 3 degrees Celsius. You're talking about the FE core one,
It was
right?
pretty cold. It was pretty cold. There was not a lot of humidity in the air at that time.
Yeah, because remember, it wasn't that long ago that we were saying it was refraction, and you were saying no, it's geometric curve, and now you guys are all prancing around saying refraction like you defeat us with our own claim. No, you guys just caught on. You guys just recently caught on in 2019 that refraction is what's causing the horizon, not the geometric Earth curve. So that's not like a victory dance that you get to use when you repeat our words for the.
Yep.
Yeah, I was talking about sinking in 2015, so.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like QE, he talks about it, and a lot of others here as well. It's like which type of refraction are you talking about? Which one's going to cause this effect that you're observing? Because some people will say, well, looming, well, and they'll say it's the horizon. But if you look up how looming works, looming makes something that's on the horizon look like it's above the horizon, and so it's just like floating above the horizon, which is a mirror reflection back toward you, and it makes the horizon look lower than it actually is. That so when you see something looming, you're seeing the horizon, but if it's looming above the horizon, that means that the horizon appears to be lower than it actually is. That can only happen on a flat plane over a body of water.
Drace, you were around in 2015? I didn't know that, bro.
Yeah, refraction was the thing that really got me over to flat Earth was when I was like trying to figure out how the horizon worked. Like
Right.
back in
I was doing
2015,
the same
like I
thing.
was like scratching my head, like what the.
Because light isn't exactly like something that we know everything about. We're still learning about light all the time. So
Yeah.
the physics of light is kind of like the jury's still out on this one.
Another option would be.
That goes for everybody. Like nobody's got this place figured out 100%. And if they try to tell you that, you might want to, yeah, they're probably lying.
Another option would be like, okay, so you agree that the geometric horizon Earth curve calculators are wrong and these don't exist in reality, and the distance to the horizon isn't based off the radius as it's not a tangent point. So any method to try to derive your radius value from the horizon isn't going to work because you don't have a straight line to it.
That's right. Sucks to be a Glober right now. Sucks really bad because every lie that they've told have backed them into a different corner that they now can't get out of. For example, I watched an eclipse last night. I was told by Globers there would be an umbra and penumbra.
Oh my god, that sounds so awesome! I'm so happy for you. Oh my god, I wish I saw that eclipse.
There was
Hank,
no umbra and penumbra.
Hank, bro. Oh my god, how are you doing, bro? You're so fucking cool. I love you, bro. I swear to God.
I'm not that cool. That's debatable.
Don't shut up. Dude, that's not true. You're absolutely fucking cool. 100%. Hey, everybody in here. Y'all pretty cool for being here. I'm not gonna say any names, but y'all pretty freaking awesome. I like y'all. I'm just saying I'm really happy to be here. And especially Hank, dude. It's been a while. I haven't talked to you in a while, but dog, you're so cool. Come on, man. Just accept it. I hope you didn't disconnect.
I think he disconnected.
Yeah,
I don't think
know
it's.
how.
I bet it's just a coincidence. I don't think it's because of what you said.
No, yeah, I think it's just Hank's connection. Yeah, I know how that happens to him sometimes. Well, I hope everybody's having a good start to their weekend. I'm getting it started. That's good for me at least. I got the Sunday and Saturday.
You got 2 days off?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling us?
I wish it was 3. I would love to do 4 10s.
Oh, Hank is back. Witchcraft was worried that you left because he was being too nice to you.
Oh,
I'm just teasing.
I got a phone call from my wife. But yeah, when people do start complimenting me too much, it does kind of make me sick of myself.
Was your wife on the podcast? Was that her I heard in the background at one point?
Yeah, she did throw me off my groove a few times, but
we hardly ever hear her talking. I thought that was cool. I enjoyed hearing her.
no, she interrupts me a lot.
I guess I've just never heard her before.
I just heard that. I heard that interruption.
Also, Hank, as soon as they say refraction, they're throwing Alberuni under the bus. So the foundation of their globe supposed measurement, right? They can't claim that anymore. And any other method that looks at the horizon. So yeah, it just shoots themselves. So we actually want them to say refraction.
They can shove that refraction right up their behind because it doesn't work that way. Light travels in straight lines. I've been talking about this for a few days. People need to understand. Don't let them get away with that word. Make them prove that, or they make them show light curving because they can't. It's impossible. It goes in straight lines. It can be diverted to another straight line and then to another straight line, but it can't curve. That is not what light does. Make them prove it. Tell them either shut up or put up.
So yeah, Vaz, you're the one who originally asked it. Did you feel like your question got answered? Like, do you feel more confident? Did you say it's people that you're talking to in the world that we're asking about that, or are they people on the internet?
Online. Yeah.
Online people, yeah.
Yeah.
So did you feel like your question got answered?
Yeah. I think it was.
Also, it's literally a ad hoc hypothesis trying to save their globe model. Right, so ad hoc hypothesis is just a theory try to save their belief.
I think that word theory has become so ambiguity. I don't know. I said that wrong. Lately, thank you. We shouldn't even use the word theory unless we're talking about scientific theory. I would say it's a postulation, right? They're just postulating because they have no way to test it or verify it or anything like that.
Yeah, I like how the XO lately has been getting, I don't know if he still is, but for a while there, he was getting on people for even calling it a globe model. Because it's really, I mean, a model implies that it actually like models something, right? And that it's actually coherent in some way. I mean, it's just a cartoon, or like I like to call it a fantasy, you know. We're being too generous when we call these things models or theories, yeah.
Well, you're just being too generous when you let them use it. When you let them use that as part of their argument, it's ridiculous. Like use a cartoon, okay, that works. They just need to be told, put up or shut up. Prove that shit, or don't say it.
Yeah, I like how that guy earlier, the judge, whoever, that was DMing the young people. Did you hear them? We actually got him called out on live air that those young people said somebody's messaging them. It turned out that adult guy was right there, and then he ran away. It's like that's all they have are these underhanded tactics of like DMing teenagers to try to get them to stay on the globe. I'm a stranger danger. I know that's what it brings to mind, like the guy in the white van hanging around the schoolyard. Psst, kids, come over here. Got some used globes for you. I'll give you the first one free. It's just like very weird behavior.
Yeah, it's what's really also weird is when they try to explain it. That's when it gets really weird.
And that guy had no proof of the globe, and yet
which is rare.
He admitted and it conceded that he did not have any proof of the globe, and yet he's on the Flat Earth server DMing young people to try to keep them on the globe. I mean, come on! I think that's why he ran away. He's probably embarrassed.
That's wildly
haven't the
rude.
children seen like 15 years of globe propaganda, and this guy can't allow them to have a conversation with flat earthers for like 30 months?
I know, it's ridiculous.
That seems fair, right?
Hey guys, come here. Take a hit off the globe. Come on. All the cool kids are doing it.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, it's like when we realized it's flat and stationary, we became less than people in a lot of these people's eyes, and I think that's unfair. Because I wouldn't do that to someone else in this situation. I'd want to learn what they're about and try to meet them where they're at, and you know what I mean? Whatever. Feelings, right?
Man, Hank, you killed it the other night on that podcast. I was driving, but I was listening to the first hour before my service cut out, and you nailed that, man.
Thanks, bro. I was just trying to do like a flat earther
100%
101.
on point.
Like anytime we get new flat earthers, we could just send them that video. Like, here, check this out. Like, this is what the 101, and then maybe do a 102 later on. Maybe a 201 later on.
I don't know. Yeah,
I
do
like
it,
it.
do it, but definitely share this one as much as possible for as long as possible, please and thank you.
Do you have a clip of it? Hank on there?
I have. I'm gonna post it.
Hey,
That
guys,
server roundtable, they posted it on their YouTube channel. I'm gonna post it. So go ahead.
Nice. Yeah, I
Yeah,
want to
give them
save
their
that.
link. That way they get views for it. I'll pass out their link, please, if you don't mind.
Where can I
It's
find
okay
it?
if someone finds it on Helio's channel, but Helios probably won't
I haven't
post it.
uploaded it. I haven't heard back from him yet. I asked him if I could mirror
okay.
it, but I already downloaded the video, but I'm not gonna put it up until I get confirmation that I'm.
Yes, Hank, I know before you went over there, I was saying mean things about their server because my bad experience the last time with Zanuck and so on. But like they definitely redeemed themselves in my eyes because I felt like they treated you fairly and the moderation was good. So I retract my former feedback about the roundtable server. Maybe they've just improved. I don't know. See, there you go. It pays to give people a second chance.
I knew you would. I knew you would recount. And I wasn't going to stop you from having your free speech yesterday. I was just going to let you have it.
Oh,
To vent about Zanuck too. I mean, it's fun to vent about. I still have the same review of Zanuck. My opinion of Zanuck hasn't changed. Maybe they just did better because Zanuck wasn't there.
Yeah, they just didn't have any answers for negative stuff for Hank because he was too concise. It made too much sense, and it he just crushed it. And they were just like, okay, well, can I ask you this? Can I, yeah, they were very polite, but they didn't have any rebuttals.
Yeah, there weren't a whole lot of there wasn't a lot of anti-flat earthers in there. So Hank had pretty much free reign over the chat there. It was good. It was really.
He was 100 out of 100, man.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah, I just want to say that none of those were my original arguments or theories. That was all, from somebody else. So, that's an amalgamation of community effort. Go ahead.
Why you feel like you're parroting? The fact is that we're all doing. That's what the sharing of information is. Very rarely does somebody an idea. They're usually programmed.
Hey, Deuce, your mic is cutting out. Maybe it's input sensitivity. It sounds like you're.
Maybe you're cutting out.
No, I can hear you quite well.
Maybe your mind is cutting out.
The end of your sentences are just.
Oh, I was just saying.
Like your sound
I was just saying that's how we all share information. There's no reason to. Like, if you have a concise argument, it's your argument. If you own it, that's all I was saying.
No,
you're
exactly
you made
right.
it. You made it yours, Hank. Don't worry about that. You did it your style. It was yours, man. It was perfect.
I will change my voice settings because Dave says that I'm not coming in clearly.
Yeah, it's like the end of your statements cutting
If
off.
if Dave says it, it's true.
Who's Dave?
Dave Hinkle.
Oh, did Dave say something? Dave's not even here.
He was confirming
Dave's
what
not
I
here,
was
man.
already saying.
Dave's not here, man.
I like how he
He's
kept
in
his
the.
premise.
Okay, he must be on YouTube. He must be on YouTube. That's fine. Okay, I
He
understand.
kept
Yeah,
his premise
that's very
focused
accurate.
on people just testing the curve. Like he kept it focused on that, but in a nice way. Where if there was one thing someone took away from it, it was you can test the curve.
Yeah, it was. I had a feeling that Hank was going to kill it. Like beforehand, I was just like, man, Hank is ready. It's because he told us about it the night before, and I was just like, man, Hank.
I recant what I
So
said.
I think it's because I sang "Eye of the Tiger" before he started. I think that was the reason.
I recant what I said. If Hank was using that argument, he basically stole it from me.
There you go, Deus Vult. Yeah, it was the Deus Vult memorial speech.
Yeah, I guess so.
Preface by dun, 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 dun. That's right.
And that lady was asking some pretty good questions. She seemed pretty genuine. I don't know who it was. It was some lady. Was asking Hank questions.
Yeah, I like that lady. That lady was great. Yeah, we should invite that lady to the server. Do you know her, Hank? Who is that lady?
I don't know, but I get the feeling that some people were maybe lobbing me softball questions because none of the questions were hard, I don't think.
You had some good questions. Yeah, they were good. I
Yeah,
agree.
they were good questions.
They might have just been decent
They
human
were
beings.
good questions.
and we're not used to that. You know.
Yeah, I think Holly of Shogun. I know he trains mixed martial arts, and if he follows the philosophy of martial arts, then he's probably a halfway decent guy.
There's no way there's a good person out there.
I think
Yeah,
part of it
I
is,
agree, Dea's fault. Shogun's the one who told me that I was not representing family values by being mean to Zanuck when Zanuck was mean to me first.
Yeah, but Shogun probably doesn't really know Zanuck like we know.
Hang on, we were running over somebody. I'm sorry. What were you saying, bud?
I just wanted to say that I think part of it, is Hank's delivery is also just so soft and nice and approachable. So it's really understandable and easy to understand. So I think he has to have some credit at least for that.
I'm not giving him credit for that.
I gave him credit earlier today. How much more credit do you want me to give him?
Yeah, his opener created a approachable environment.
Yeah, it was so
Hank Hill from Arlen, Texas.
Smooth as butter, man.
From Tejas. Man, I've never had a problem with Shogun. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think Holly of Shogun. You know, there's not a lot of people on the internet that I would probably call my friend, but yeah, if I ever got a chance to go meet Shogun, I would probably go. I would like to see some of the northern areas, and there's a little bit of research that I have to do with something called Anita muscaria that I need to do before I die.
Uh-oh.
Really quick, is Shogun a girl?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Yeah, there's not a. I'm not the friendly type, I guess. I mean, I'm friendly, but I don't trust people like at all. Like, not very much.
You got to watch
you're
your
saying
cornhole.
you say you would go to the north
I
and
would trust.
do the red and white magic mushroom with Shogun.
You gotta watch your step, motherfuckers.
You got to watch that cornhole, Hank. And Dandelion, there's no such thing as family friendly with Zanuck. You can't take Zanuck around your friends nor family because you know he's a liar.
Absolutely, Dea's fault. He absolutely is, and I proved that he was a liar. Yes, and Shogun did not like that. Yes, so when you guys have your little ceremony with him, tell him that I do support family values.
Yeah,
but Zanuck does not. Thank you.
And please sacrifice Zanuck.
I would show up if you did that. Yeah, I'd show up for that.
I would like to congratulate all men on being men on International Men's Day. Congratulations.
What? There is such a
Yes,
thing?
I support you. I didn't know
What
that
is-
either. Thank you, Dave.
Is there a Men's Day?
He just made that up. You made that up, didn't you?
Feel like a woman.
I thought every day was Men's Day.
No, every day is not Men's Day.
Oh,
Are you ridiculous?
Hey,
Yes.
add heterosexual to that, and I'll say thank you.
I mean, obviously.
Well, every day is heterosexual.
Well,
day.
thank you then,
That's not
sir.
true.
Thank you.
That's not
No,
true.
That's not true either.
That's right.
Helios,
Stop. That's two strikes.
Stop
I'm about-
speaking the language of our oppressors, the matriarchy.
I hope to be a man someday.
He's a
Yeah,
demoral
check your privilege,
degenerate.
Helio.
He's a sodomite DD.
Can you guys show me how to be a man?
Yeah, I
He
could.
can't help it.
That'd be no
All right.
problem.
Okay.
If you have to try to be a man, then you're kind of.
No, I think you're incorrect. You should try to be a man every single day.
I agree. I just have
If you're a
some
man,
people.
if you're a man, you should try. But if you're a woman, you should try to be.
Well,
Yeah,
the point
listen.
is, some of us were never taught by our father what it means to be a real man. So yeah,
It doesn't,
some people do
matter.
have to
The
try.
road is narrow and long. It doesn't matter who taught you or whatnot. Being a man is something you have to do every day. It's not something that you're given as a gift.
Yeah, my point is, when you're not taught that, you have to eventually come to an understanding. Then you
Yeah,
have to try.
I agree.
Yeah, and listen, I'm asking for a
And
friend anyway, but
so
actually a
not-
group of friends, the Globers.
Not all children are fortunate enough to have hyper fastidious, specific parents like me and you.
I'm not sure if you just insulted my parents.
Well, my father
No.
died when I was 2 years
No, I
old,
said-
so I didn't have a father.
Not all, Yeah, that's what I said. Not all kids are lucky enough to have parents like me and Judith.
Yeah.
Correct.
Picking about our points and driving them home.
Listen, the desire to be a man lives in the loins of every man.
That show lives in my loins. That's what I'm saying.
Fruit of the loins.
That's where it
Hey,
began.
I'm very drunk right now, and y'all are making no sense.
Well,
So
nothing
fruit
you
of
just
the
said
loins,
made sense.
fruit of the loins desires to bring forth fruit of their loins.
How does that not make sense? That's weird. Why are you saying that?
Yeah. And in this,
doesn't make
for
sense.
righteous men, we find eternal life for mankind.
It's just not making sense because, look, dude, I would do the same thing, man. If I had some metal in my hand, I'd blast some communists. We know this already. Okay, so, what are we dragging this on about? And, I'm here to talk some stuff, man.
This is interim talk, Smurf. This is interim talk.
Smurf, what I'm saying is congratulations on being a man on International Men's Day. I'm observing all men and living in their power.
So a rapist, a woman beater, and a 5-time felon go in a bar. What does Kyle say?
Dad, Mom, I didn't think that I'd see you ever again.
Shots are on me, boys.
Shots are on me.
You
and
fuckers
do you,
are
do you know?
slow.
Hey, do you know how to do a Kyle drinking or a Kyle shot precisely?
No. Dude, I've done like 10 of them already, man.
No, you do one chaser and then you follow it up by 4 shots.
I've got you covered. Hold on, I'm working on it.
That's backwards.
I was wondering if it'd have a chaser or shots till you fall down in there. I was wondering.
That's cart before the horse, Deus.
So I interrupt so I can do my part for mankind. Let's go, Brandon.
It depends on how fast you want to get there,
Let's go, Brandon.
Okay, so check it out.
He didn't
Kyle
get
was
the joke,
chased,
bros.
and then he
Say it again. Yeah.
He shot 4 shots. First, you do a chaser, and then you do 4 shots. It's not putting the cart before the horse.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Pow, pow, pow.
Whatever. I put my headset down because I'd finished what I fucking.
Oh, you said what you said.
Well, you just left out. You got to fall down after the first shot.
Oh my goodness!
You do the next 3 shots from the ground.
Jose, get the fuck in here, bud.
All I care about is not guilty. That's all I got to say.
That's not all I care about. I'm worried about that poor kid's life past this point.
Look, I'm not worried about the kid. He's going to be fine. I'm just here to take all the shots. All right. If anybody has any, pass them to me. I'll take all the shots.
No,
you clearly will.
Deuce is right. Deuce is right.
You better get your boy, Helio.
You know how many liberals are out to
as
get
a fellow drunk Smurf, as a smello, all the smelly ass drunks. You are not making any sense. I'm trying to follow the conversation, and you're not helping.
Okay, Helio, I'm going to have to agree with you.
Barstool Mountain, high above the world where there's no pain.
Listen, I appoint Helio as my lawyer. All right, now you're going to deal with Helio.
No, I can't represent you because you're just not. You talk too much because a good lawyer would say, "Don't say shit."
That's
if Smurf saying karaoke.
Hey guys,
I know
the cacophony is ridiculous. Stop it.
Sorry,
got my back.
Am I the only one that got that?
Smurf, but sure, but you're talking about something we're not talking about. That's as your representative.
Helio, take that shit
from the bottom of a
bottle.
Appreciate
Take it off, Smurf. Shut up, Smurf.
Smurf, I think. Do you want to go through the 3 questions again at this point? Do you want to try those again?
No,
I'm going to do it.
No,
what are they?
No,
I'm just fucking around. I'm just fucking around.
I'm not up for it. Come on, I'm not up.
I am fucking around, Battlemont, and you know this. Man,
give him his 4 shots and his chaser.
How many times exactly has Smurf been banned from the server?
Oh, we just mute him.
My representative.
Shh, Smurf, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about
Well,
you.
he deferred to his representative, so we just mute him. We just mute the Smurf till he turns blue.
He's Smurf in listening pass.
Till he turns blue, he can't breathe, right?
Right. He's like, damn it, I got something I want to say.
Yeah, just give him a listening pass. Maybe that'll help.
No.
Hey,
Smurf's cool, but he does get out of control. You know.
I turn
So do
blue
you.
trying to
And
talk
he knows this,
sometimes,
right.
and
Am
I'm
I
never
You're out of
muted.
control right now.
Never
yeah.
muted.
Michael's out of control too, but any attempt I tried to.
My point was I turn blue trying to talk too, and I'm never muted.
I could mute
So I
you.
feel his pain.
I can
Well, you
mute
could,
you,
but I
Michael,
can just
too.
unmute myself.
Damn it! That's
Do it.
just unfair. That's
Fucking
unfair.
do it. Do it then, Michael. Unmute yourself.
Causing me some.
Anyway, Smurf, to be honest, I mean, you just
I could
said,
also
hey, I've
restrict
been
you from
drinking a
this
lot
lobby.
and I don't care what I say. You pretty much admitted I'm drinking too much
Jesus,
and I don't care what I say. I don't give a fuck what you say right now.
Bro, did you need to say that a third time? You were about to.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
I defer to you, Judas. Take over and do it old school,
Yeah,
like
do
only
it,
Judas can. Damn it!
All right, do it, guys.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Mute all
Helio,
these motherfuckers
Helio,
and
please.
pick the guy that talks.
Okay, I will mute you too, Michael. As I already have. Really quick, Dandelion, would you like to say anything?
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, just open slate on any topic.
You got it.
Switch the whole thing. Let's switch the game right now. None of this makes any sense.
What?
Especially to Smurf. Yeah, let's move on to whatever.
I already was, Helio.
Your mama.
Hey, listen, I concede that I'm all wrong, and that's why it's Helio's. He's got to deal with that. He's my lawyer. So
It's perfectly okay to be wrong. Just be quiet and wrong.
I haven't listened.
You're gonna have to consult my lawyer about that.
Brother, I haven't heard you say a coherent, responsible sounding thought the entire time that I've been listening to you. Every single time.
The globe is fake. How's that?
That's fine. See, there it was. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. Love you.
Yeah, don't even say that because I told you I can't represent you because you can't shut up. That's
Yeah, it's interesting. I think, the one thing I do appreciate about this server is people are a lot more open and honest about even, especially just pointing out problems instead of just like pretending problems aren't happening. So like, for example, the Globe Believer I mentioned earlier that was DMing the children, try to keep them on the Globe. He also said to me, he thought I was being too harsh or whatever he said, aggressive. And he said, I just try to be friends with everyone. So I think that's really interesting that the people who want to stay on the Globe delusion, they also have this delusion that as long as you're just, getting along with everyone and being friends, and that's the highest ideal, right? That's what we should do. And part of that is because those people who believe in the Globe, they get all of their validation from outside. They look to other people's like interpretations of their actions to like decide if they're a good person or not, if they're doing the right thing or not. So as long as they keep their head down and just kind of follow the rules and don't ever listen to any conspiracy theorists, and they'll be perfectly fine. And so I think it's just interesting to me how there's that kind of correlation because of that external locus of control allows you basically to be controlled by others and never to find happiness because, obviously you can never find true happiness with an external locus of control. And yet those people get the most upset by people who are not going along with whoever they've chosen to be their external locus of control.
Right, and they'll say stuff like, "Oh, you got to live with love, or you got to live in love, and you got to be kind and all this stuff." But if your friend has a booger in his nose, you should definitely tell him, because you're not a friend if you don't. If your child is bad, you should discipline them, because that's the other side of love. If you're not disciplining them, it's because you don't love them, because you don't care. That's neglect.
Yes, exactly. Very good. Very good. Yes, yes.
So
Yeah.
sometimes love doesn't look happy. Sometimes love doesn't look kind. Sometimes love looks a little harsh. Sometimes love might even seem mean at the time, but you have to tell the people you care about what the truth is. That's love.
Sometimes love can look like an ass whooping.
Yeah, sometimes love can look like an ass whooping. That's correct. We're
And
discussing
sometimes that ass whooping turns into one of the most beautiful things you ever thought you'd experience. It just all depends.
Hey, on that point, is anyone, we're all about the same age. I mean, not all of us, but within 20 years. And did you actually get a physical ass whooping when you were younger?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Time.
if you got away with an ass whooping, it's because you wait, no, nobody got away without an ass whooping.
My motherfucking mom pushed me down the fucking stairs.
Damn, that was
well, they're carpeted, but still.
She was trying to teach him to walk. To be fair.
So did you get rug burn while you were falling down the
Yours,
stairs?
mama. I had to bend over a wood pile. My dad used a leather strap for sharpening straight razors.
At least he didn't use the razors.
She didn't mean to push me down the stairs, but she did.
Like
Grandma
I said,
would
my
use
father
the
died
switch.
when I was really young, and so she would call my uncle to come over with a boat oar and whoop my ass. He didn't. I don't know if he really knew the whole situation.
That must have been a whole lot of ass.
That was it was just like, hey, I'm gonna call Uncle Steve, and he's gonna come over and whoop your ass.
Yeah, well,
I do that as uncle if need be.
Yeah, hell yeah. It's like,
I mean, okay, so you're lacking a father, but you do have a father figure. You have many parental guides that bring you into manhood.
Sure, yeah, I've had people that have been involved in my life that are father figures.
Yeah, and sometimes it's
But
not perfect.
in the way of
it's not perfect, but it's what we have. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Unc tried.
As long as it's a situation where iron sharpens iron, I think it's worthy.
I tried. I try as uncle. My nephew pressed me about getting a couple of his dad's old cars because he's got a good job now. He started his own contracting business, doing business as. So instead of finding the one he wanted for him, I bought it and gave it to him on his birthday restored. Kid wouldn't stop crying and hugging me. And I said, well, what do we do now? He said, you want to drive around with me and get high and show my friends? I was like, hell yeah, I do. Spent the whole day with him. The kid still called me up crying before he goes to work in the morning. Thanks, Uncle Mike. Best money I ever fucking spent.
Oh, yeah. I love my nephew and nieces.
Also, never let your children around anyone who acts that way, who acts like they're coming from a place of love and everything is kindness, because those are the ones lying to you in the first place, and your children shouldn't be around them anyways, and most likely they're predators. I'm dead serious.
I think that's true. Yeah,
That sets
people
up
are very suspicious. I totally
that sends
agree.
up a red flag for me right away.
That's the same guy that was DMing the children of our server until I called him out on it, and then he ran away.
I gotta tell you, the children, if I had any, they'd be familiar with the shooting range, man. That'd be a great place to take children to learn how to use the shooting range, dude.
I agree. All children should learn to shoot a gun.
There you go. That's all I have to say. Helio's got my back. He's gonna rephrase what I had.
I mean that phrase. I'm gonna, as your lawyer, I'm gonna say that phrase right there is good advice. All people and children, if you have access to firearms, you should learn how to shoot it. Go to a shooting range and
that's
learn how to
right,
shoot
and
it.
handle. And I'm gonna co-sign all three of you.
I'm gonna ask real quick, and then I'll let you speak, Hank. KJ, did I say something wrong?
No, hell no, and I'm not Hank, but no.
No.
I think
I said
she's talking
KJ.
about that GIF.
I think it's the GIF.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Good.
I love
Okay.
everyone. All children taste the same.
Okay.
So,
Children taste the same.
okay, so
I
check it out,
was
guys.
wondering if that's Matthew Learns.
So XO pushes the line and creates a new line and creates a new line every time he addresses Matthew Learns, and I love it. I just, it is quality hatred.
Well, they are all demon possessed.
I'm not, though. I'm not demon possessed.
Yeah. That's just what a demon would say.
Yes,
yeah,
you are.
that's
Sorry
what I
about
was going
your
to
luck,
say.
mister.
But Matthew, is that your image in that GIF?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, well, then that's fucked up, bro. You're a valued member,
Did you make that?
or at least you should be.
You're a valued demon of the server.
He's respectful, and he just
know
repeats.
your enemy.
Listen, I got a comment on that. He's respectful, and he just teaches what he learns. People here get mad at Globers for going in other people's DMs, but we go to other servers and we get in people's DMs about flat Earth. So are we now, as flat Earthers, are we hypocrites? I want to ask that
I've
question.
never been in somebody's DMs about flat Earth.
No, I avoid them at all costs. Even if they ask me a question, I rarely even answer
Bring
them.
them to me. I will not go to them.
A lot of us do. A lot of us, like Glat, will give them a different profile and a message. Message me on this profile. So we do it too. We're passionate about what we believe. A large amount of us do this.
Hey, listen, dude, regardless what your DMs say, the earth is still flat. The burden of proof is on you. Now, there's a dog running around barking, and I'm going to go shoot it now. You're going to deal with the earth is flat. I'm going to go
That's
smack
fucked up,
Hold on,
bro.
Smurf.
We're gonna mute you now.
Animal